Actual rivalries. Don't you think that we have a real danger of losing a lot of what makes college football great?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just a different time, and I understand what's going on. I mean, everything's about money, right? And so, like, I think what you're going to eventually see is no conferences, and it's solely going to be based on strength of schedule. And like you said, I think that takes away from some of the rivalry stuff, some of the interdivision, interconference stuff, and it was definitely always fun to play those teams within your division and fight for that conference title or whatever. I mean, I only did it 1 out of 3 years I was there, is fight for that title. But I think you're losing a little bit. I think you're losing a little bit of like I don't even know what it is, but it was definitely fun to be a part of and fun to play against those teams.
We've loved talking to you all year, Kyle. Thanks for the time today, and good luck getting this thing turned around.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Appreciate Kyle Hudson's thoughts on baseball, football, college, all the above. As we remind you, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show live on Twitch. To watch, go to twitch.tv/BostonWEEI. Brought to you by Subaru of New England. With so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. For complete details and to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. They have just put the best tarp in baseball on the field, the Bean Boot tarp. And the clouds rolling in are dark and ominous here on a Saturday afternoon as we inch towards a scheduled first pitch time of 4:10. We are, in all likelihood, going to start a rain delay here at Fenway Park. Big message on the board due to severe weather in the area. Please stay covered in the concourse or under the grandstands immediately. So we will update you as we roll along. Take a quick break. Come on back. We'll get you the bet du jour, hang out, give you some ways to make some money in your as we get set for the ball game, and then give you the Subaru of New England scoreboard as well. We're back in a moment on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. You can trust Innovation Refunds with your small business's ERC claim because of their SOC 2 Type 1 security compliance. And if you're a tech person, you know that's a big deal. I'm not a tech person, but I did look it up. Without this certification, how can you be sure a company can protect your information? It's not like here on the radio, where all you need to be secure is a sensor button. Check it out. So now you won't know my date of birth is or that my social security number is the password to my bank account is Ty's Cool Password 1. Uh-oh. The button's broken. Luckily, Innovation Refunds is more reliable. Don't wait. Go to innovationrefunds.com.
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Calling all outdoor enthusiasts. Is your backyard ready for summer? Look outside. What do you see? If it's a layer of dirt on your deck, patio furniture, fence, or walkways, it's time to get to work. Grab a bottle of Simple Green Total Outdoor Pressure Washer Concentrate and feel the satisfaction of watching all that grime wash away. Yeah! Now you're ready for some outdoor fun. Visit simplegreen.com to learn more.
When you're on the road, you'll be glad you chose T-Mobile, the network that covers more interstate highway miles with 5G than anyone. T-Mobile is so dependable that AAA chose T-Mobile to be their exclusive wireless partner, connecting their AAA-owned fleet of vehicles across the country. That means if your family is ever stuck on the side of the highway, you can rest assured AAA is finding you with the help of T-Mobile's 5G network. Find out more at T-Mobile.com/network.
coverage not available in some areas. See 5G details at T-Mobile.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know how great your house looks and smells when it's just been cleaned? So fresh. And somehow, a clean house makes your head feel fresher too. With a housekeeper from Care, you can reset your house and your head as often as you like for less than you think. Find a great housekeeper, set a schedule that works for you, and check cleaning off your to-do list so you can put your mind to other, more fun things. Get the housekeeping help you need at Care.com.
Lowe's knows you depend on great brands at great prices for all your jobs. That's why we're offering big savings on Whirlpool appliances. Right now, pros can earn 1 times the bonus points per dollar on select appliances, like the Whirlpool top-load laundry pair with impeller. Get the appliances you need now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/7 through 9/20. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Justin Turner. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
We're back on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Live from Fenway Park. Cooper Boardman here with you. And, well, it was a 4:10 scheduled start. We will begin in a rain delay here today as the skies have gotten dark and the rain has just begun to fall here at Fenway Park. Tarp is on the field. There's still a lot of people here sitting underneath the covered areas on the first and third base sides, ringing from foul pole to foul pole. But we will get you what you need to know in terms of the ball game. And then, of course, we'll have a little Sox talk. There's nothing better than a little Sox talk. We'll talk 617-7797-937. There are items to get to, and the first is the bet du jour. It's brought to you by FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. If you haven't been all over the bet du jour, first of all, you should be, and second of all, I have to apologize because last night we took Raffy Devers to hit a home run. Ball leaves bat, hurtling towards the wall. It appears as though we're going to have dollar signs flashing in your and my eyes. And Ryan McKenna jumps up, robs the home run, and there's no relief for something like that. So, but we are going back to the well. When this game gets started, we're going right back to Raffy at a plus 390. Will told you about the batting practice that he's been taking, the approach that he's been taking. And you're talking about a guy on the other side in Jack Flaherty that since coming over from the trade deadline has given up a lot of home runs. And so we're going with that bet du jour, again, brought to you by FanDuel. Raffy Devers home run at plus 390. The Eastern Seaboard is seeing some plenty of rain as we give you the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Yankees and Brewers in the Bronx in a rain delay there. When they get it rolling, it'll be Wade Miley versus Michael King. Royals and Blue Jays have just gotten underway. They're actually in the bottom half of the fourth inning. That's a scoreless ball game. Zach Greinke against Kevin Gausman. Gausman has been a very interesting guy because for a lot of the year he was in a Cy Young conversation. He has been significantly less dominant in the months of August and now into September. Mariners and Rays in that big series. They'll get started in about 10 minutes' time under the friendly confines of the roof at Tropicana Fields. That's a jump scare of sorts. Brian Wu for Seattle, Aaron Savali for Tampa Bay. Elsewhere in the wildcard race, Padres and Astros 7-10 start. Seth Lugo for San Diego, Christian Javier for the Astros. Houston's had such a weird last couple of weeks. Remember, they swept the Red Sox, then they got swept by the Yankees, then they swept the Rangers, and lost the first game of the series to the San Diego Padres last night. They looked to Javier to turn it around against San Diego. And then a little bit later on, it'll be the A's and the Rangers. Rangers lost last night to Oakland, 7:05 start in Arlington. Nathan Eovaldi takes the mound. He couldn't get out of the second inning against Houston in that aforementioned sweep earlier on this week, so he takes the mound tonight for the Rangers. We remind you, with so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. For complete details and to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. For the Red Sox, the road continues to come on back from an injury perspective for both Pablo Reyes and Corey Kluber. That's part of the injury report presented by Ketchus Law Group, New England's personal injury pros since 1986. Ketchus has won over $2 billion for their injured clients. You never pay unless Ketchus wins. If you're injured, schedule a free legal evaluation by calling 508-321-7000 or at ketchuslaw.com. Pablo Reyes, in a rehab appearance, the first since that left elbow inflammation put him on the injured list, started last night for AAA Worcester in Gwinnett, Georgia. He was 1 for 3. Corey Kluber was scheduled to pitch last night for the Woo Sox. That was pushed back due to some travel issues, but he will start tonight for the Woo Sox against the Atlanta Braves AAA affiliate. He is only scheduled, presumably, to go 1 inning. And once again, your injury report is presented by Ketchus Law Group. Before we go further, let's take 10 seconds and pause for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cooper Boardman back live at Fenway Park. It is a rainy Fenway Park, though the rain has dissipated a little bit. It was coming down pretty good for a couple of minutes there. It has slowed down, and we do believe baseball will be relatively imminent here today in Boston. Justin Turpin back inside our WEEI flagship studios as the Red Sox trying to even the series against the Baltimore Orioles. And when they do it, and when we do get started today, here's the Red Sox batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers, New England's largest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them at herbchambers.com. Alex Verdugo leads it off today for Alex Cora's group, back in right field once again for the second straight day. He is 5 for his last 16 in the month of September, 4 extra base hits. That includes a double last night, and after 3 days where the offense missed him desperately in Tampa, it is great to see him back in there, especially for an offense that has really, really been dragging its feet in the mud over the last couple of weeks. Verdugo leads off. He's followed by Rafi Devers, the third baseman, who bats second. Rafi last night hit balls at 99 miles an hour, 106 miles an hour, and 108. He hit a ball to right field that would have been a home run in 23 major league ballparks, and he was 0 for 4. He's back in the lineup, hoping for a little bit better luck tonight. He plays third base and bats second. Justin Turner in the 3 spot, the designated hitter, who has not slugged below 450 in a month since all the way back in April, in the cold of April. He had been devoid of an extra base hit until last night. He doubled in that 2-run rally against the starter Kyle Bradish in the 6th inning, back in the 3-hole as the DH here today. Tristan Casas bats cleanup. His 13-game hit streak was snapped last night. He plays first. Masataka Yoshida, the left fielder, bats 5th. He's 0 for 12 in his last 3 games. Then Trevor Story batting 6th. He's the shortstop. For Story, you kind of look at, and obviously we know what the numbers are. The average of the OPS are down. His walks are down. His strikeouts are up. His ground balls are up, and his fly balls are down for a guy that has done so much in the way of power. To not be lifting the ball that we're used to seeing, that has been a big contributing factor to some of his struggles over the last few weeks since coming off the injured list. But he bats 6th, plays shortstop, where he's played very well so far this year. Wilger Abreu bats 7th, the center fielder, and Manuel Valdez, the second baseman, bats 8th. Connor Wong bats 9th after his 9th home run last night, and does the catching today for Chris Sale. Quick break. We'll come on back. Will Fleming, Rob Bradford will set the scene for you here with the tarp on at Fenway Park, and then we'll have Sox talk after that. Get the calls in early. There will be plenty of you to talk to at 617-7797-937. This has been the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. When we come back, the Red Sox and the Orioles hopefully in action soon on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Proudly brought to you by Mass Mutual. Mass Mutual. Insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Hey, Sox fans, Encore Boston Harbor is now offering free shuttle service after every game at Fenway. Catch the free Fenway Encore shuttle located on David Ortiz Drive across from Jersey Street and the Red Sox ticket office. Shuttles begin during the 7th inning stretch and run up to 30 minutes after the game. Visit EncoreBostonHarbor.com/Fenway Shuttle for more details. That's EncoreBostonHarbor.com/Fenway Shuttle. Encore Boston Harbor, proud partner of the Boston Red Sox.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Calling all outdoor enthusiasts. Is your backyard ready for summer? Look outside. What do you see? If it's a layer of dirt on your deck, patio furniture, fence, or walkways, it's time to get to work. Grab a bottle of Simple Green OxySolve Total Outdoor Pressure Washer Concentrate and feel the satisfaction of watching all that grime just wash away. Yeah, now you're ready for some outdoor fun. Visit simplegreen.com to learn more.
When you're on the road, you'll be glad you chose T-Mobile, the network that covers more interstate highway miles with 5G than anyone. T-Mobile is so dependable that AAA chose T-Mobile to be their exclusive wireless partner, connecting their AAA-owned fleet of vehicles across the country. That means if your family's ever stuck on the side of the highway, you can rest assured AAA is finding you with the help of T-Mobile's 5G network. Find out more at T-Mobile.com/network.
Coverage not available in some areas. See 5G details at T-Mobile.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows you depend on great brands at great prices for all your jobs. That's why we're offering big savings on Whirlpool appliances. Right now, pros can earn 1 times the bonus points per dollar on select appliances, like the Whirlpool Top Load Laundry Pair with Impeller. Get the appliances you need now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/7 through 9/20. Subject to change.
Your entree into the restaurant business began in your home kitchen, and today your cafe's success continues with a well-crafted menu and a staff committed to add an extra touch, which is also why you chose Bank Rhode Island, because with the straightforward delivery of services and our commitment to serve with integrity and trust, you have a bank that's just as committed to add that extra touch. It's banking, well-crafted, from Bank RI. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Jones and Mego, weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is...
And the Boston Red Sox are the world champions!
Red Sox Baseball.
And it is good! And Boston strong!
On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For the first time in 86 years!
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Catches Law Group, New England's injury law pros at catcheslaw.com.
And it's gone!
Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual. Insurance, planning, investments. Sponsored by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipeline.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the
monster seats.
Big Y World-Class Market. It's more than food. It's my Big Y. Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
Looking up, grand slam!
By Mike's Amazing, the official mayonnaise of the Boston Red Sox. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
We're going to drive to left field. There are a couple runs way gone.
Arbella, here for good. And by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Long gone into the monster seats.
Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Holy cow!
Sponsored by Sherwin-Williams. Savings and support start day one. Unlock the Pro Advantage at swproplus.com today. Sponsored by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Rob Bradford.
Good afternoon from Fenway Park, where we are in a torrential downpour. The heavens opened about 20 minutes ago. Threatening skies have yielded to just torrential rains, and we will be in a delay before we start Game 2 of a 3-game series with the Baltimore Orioles. Chris Sale is scheduled to pitch today, and on the other side, Jack Flaherty, the Orioles trade deadline acquisition. Sox lost the opener in a crushing fashion, 11-2, and with 21 games remaining in the season, they are 6 games behind for the third wild card position. Will Fleming and Rob Bradford welcome you in to sort of set the scene here on a all of a sudden apocalyptic afternoon at Fenway Park. And Rob, in some ways, the weather at the moment sort of metaphorically matches the setting for these Red Sox, who in this last week have really seen their playoff hopes dim.
Yeah, it's raining hard, but I can still barely see the standings out there on the left field wall, and they say the Red Sox are much closer to the Yankees in last place than they are the Blue Jays, and that's what this has become really well. It's a situation where you're trying to keep your head above water. You're trying to get some good vibes. And with 21 games left and I believe 11 at home, this is what it's. You just have to get guys playing better and see where it falls. And but last night, Will, as you know, that was not the step in the right direction which we are looking for.
Well, the Red Sox hoping to start it off with Chris Sale, who has gotten hammered by the Baltimore Orioles this season. Rob, you're around this club all the time. I am too. This was the first day I felt a little different mood around the group. Just having lost the series in Tampa Bay, the opener last night, to me, I don't know about you, but there was a perceptible mood change in terms of belief, positivity. That's not to say the Red Sox are not going to push hard to the finish line. I don't know. Did you sense what I did?
Yeah, I did. And, we always have to be careful because we are in the clubhouse, we are on the field, and we don't see the whole picture a lot of times. But I would have to agree with you in just sort of observing and watching coming off the game last night, and also juxtaposing it against what we saw in Tampa, Will, where you had a team who was desperately trying to convince itself that they were still in it. I mean, that first loss in Tampa, Alex Cora's demeanor was so intense and so we know we are hanging from the cliff here, and now we're hanging by our fingernails. And last night, that felt like it fell off the cliff.
Lightning bolts erupting off and on beyond the Boston skyline here. It is just totally dark and gray. You can hear the thunder rumbling in the background. We will just, in a few moments, give it to Cooper Boardman. We'll have a little Sox talk, take your calls, and who knows? If Coop wants to, he can preview the opening slate. NFL Sunday tomorrow, the Patriots hosting the Philadelphia Eagles.
I just told Jonathan Papelbon to pound Alabama.
My wife would not be happy with you.
I know. I just got to keep it real, though. And by the way, we also have lightning. We are not going to see, spoiler alert, for all these fans are here, and they're used to the Orioles, Red Sox rain delays with Rick Dempsey going around the tarp and sliding. For not happening. Lightning's putting a crimp into things.
He did that for the first time against the Boston Red Sox, and I saw him do it many times at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. Well, when we do start, the Morgan & Morgan starting lineup brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And, well, the Orioles have one of the great young cores in the game, and it starts with Adley Rutschman, who today will be the designated hitter. He'll lead it off. And then Ryan Mountcastle, the first baseman, bats second. Santander, who's been a Red Sox killer, is the designated hitter. He bats third. Austin Hayes in left field cleans up. Aaron Hicks, 2 big knocks, both drove in runs last night. He's in center field batting fifth. Gunnar Henderson, the likely rookie of the year in the American League. He tripled and doubled last night. He's at third base batting sixth. Jordan Westberg at second base batting seventh. James McCann catches and bats eighth. And Jorge Mateo, one of the great fielding shortstops, bats ninth. And, looking top to bottom, Rob, this is not a lineup that, like, say, the Braves or the Dodgers or even the Blue Jays and the Rangers jumps off the page in terms of big-name star power, but they've got a lot of different guys, interchangeable pieces, all of whom have helped move the line, and in those 2 young stars, Rutschman and Henderson, I mean, this is a group that can and has done some damage.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're absolutely right, but I think in a couple of years, we are going to be looking at this lineup and saying, well, look at all the stars in it. Not only do you have Henderson and Rutschman here, but you have guys down in AAA, and a lot of these guys are getting called up, in the last couple of weeks. And you have Heston Kjerstad, a guy who was number 2 pick in the draft a couple of years ago. So and of course, the number 1 guy in all of baseball when it comes to prospects, Jackson Holliday, is now in AAA. You're going to see stars in the next couple of years, but you're right. Right now, they're highlighted by a couple good young players and a lot of good players.
Meanwhile, for the Red Sox, still no Cedar Rafaela in the starting lineup. Alex Verdugo will lead it off. He's in right field. And Devers, who was robbed of a home run by Ryan McKenna last night. Devers bats second. He's at third base. Looked very good at the plate last night. Turner, the DH, bats third. Casas at first base. He cleans up. Adam Duvall gets a much-needed day off, and Yoshida bats fifth behind Casas. He's in left field. Trevor Story, the shortstop, bats sixth. Wilger Abreu in center field bats seventh. And Manuel Valdez in the 8-hole at second base. And Connor Wong catching, and he bats ninth. That's the starting lineup brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And I'm still waiting for Cedar Rafaela to get more consistent playing time. They worked on him at second base yesterday. He's played at center field. He's been the shortstop for 1 start. Clearly, they think that Wilger Abreu is more ready to handle big league at-bats right now. But to me, Rob, as this playoff picture changes as it does, I'd like to see more of the kids.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Alex Cora has insinuated that Cedar might be seeing more time at second base. And, do I think that that's his path? I don't know. I mean, we've heard so much about what a great outfielder he is, and that would be such a waste. And Abreu I think is a major league hitter. Now, do I think he's a center fielder? No, I don't. And I know they keep putting him there, but I think he's more of a corner outfielder. I would like to see Rafaela go out to center and do some of the things that we've been hearing that he has been doing throughout the minor leagues.
Of course, so much of it hinges on what Jaron Duran looks like next year. He's been around the club the last couple of days.
By the way, on
boot.
crutches, in a boot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that surgery is no joke.
No, it's not. But something tells me he'll be just fine, given his athleticism and want to. I think it's cool that he's around the guys. You can tell it's given him a real lift, given what he's
You
gone
can still
through this
bench
year.
press with a boot. I know that you know
and
that.
you know he is.
You know he is.
All right, well, the Red Sox and the Orioles will get going in a little while. I mean, it is not pretty right now. The forecast is a massive lightning bolt erupts across the entire horizon. It's like a mystery theater here at Fenway Park, but it's scheduled to rain for like another hour. I don't think the game is overall in jeopardy, Rob, but this is crazy. And all up and down the eastern seaboard today, there's just been apocalyptic weather.
Yeah, and that's the second time you've called it apocalyptic.
It is.
Yeah, so it's
like the alien spaceships are about to descend over Fenway Park.
We've seen a lot of rain this year, but we don't see a lot of lightning and thunder like we're seeing right now.
And the world is just changing around us, the climate at all times, and it's 95 degrees in the third week of September in Boston. It's just wild.
And just a couple hours ago, I was interviewing guys on the field who were coming off of running under bright, sunny skies, and there was no semblance of this. But, yeah, I mean, this has been a wild summer, and maybe that's what we'll remember. 2023 Red Sox, we had a lot of rain delays.
Well, hopefully the Red Sox will give the fans a couple more memories than that over the next 21 days. Pouring rain at Fenway Park. The tarp is on. We are in a delay. We'll step aside. Coop or Boardman will take your calls. He'll have some Sox talk, but Coop gets free range to talk about whatever.
Congratulations, my friend.
You know? Here I am playing the role of Ken Laird. Program director Will Fleming says Coop will be back talking about whatever he wants when we come back. The Red Sox and the Orioles are in a delay at Fenway Park.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
No matter what, is what we do. Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox.
This is a game changer. Smooth and subtly sweet. Earthy with notes of citrus and tropical fruits.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Make Hatfield a part of your back-to-school routine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hatfield makes it easy to create flavorful meals in minutes your whole family will enjoy. With a wide variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham and bacon, Hatfield provides delicious back-to-school meal solutions for your family's busy schedule. So before you head for the practice fields or rehearsal, find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for easy back-to-school recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Gresh and Fourier, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to a rainy Fenway Park. Cooper Boardman here with you. It is Sox talk as the rain continues to fall. Scheduled for a 4:10 first pitch. Obviously, nobody's throwing anything right now as the rain falls. We got lightning in the distance. And presumably, we'll have some baseball at some point here tonight between the Boston Red Sox and Baltimore Orioles. Sox talk rolling, so we'll take your calls. We'll do the text. We'll talk about the fate of the Red Sox organization, if you'd like, or whatever else you want to talk. Will Fleming said it. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about at 617-7797-937, 617-7797-937, and then the text line open as well. If you don't want to talk, you just want to text your feelings at 37937. You look at the radar, and it's not great. Looking probably at some rain over the course at least the next hour to hour and a half coming up from the south. And there is what they call here on the old weather app a special alert or special weather statement, the strong thunderstorm and all of that. And I don't really need the weather report to tell me that. Just looking out here at Fenway Park, the big LL Bean Boot tarp is on the field. The rain is pounding its way down. There are already some puddles that have formed on the concourse area. There are plenty of people patiently sitting underneath the overhang rings around the ballpark here at Fenway Park. And so Sox Talk begins 617-7797-937, 617-7797-937, 37-937 on the text line too. Red Sox coming to play today at 72 and 69 against the Orioles at 89 and 51. You know, you look at kind of what has happened to the Red Sox. We were talking about this the other day, just the lack of offense, and earlier on in the pregame show. This team just, what is so bizarre about it, and I feel like I'm having the same conversation over and over and over again, but you keep watching the same game over and over and over again, is really about the offense. And you know, the truth about this team is that the majority of the year, they've been a very good offensive team. Majority of the year, they've put the ball in play with some consistency. And in the last 11 days, 11 games, it has just been the complete and utter opposite of that. And that was, I think when you talk about kind of organizational tenets, right? Like the what we heard in spring training, what we heard in April and May and throughout the year, it was from Alex Cora about hitting the ball forward, putting the ball in play. And if you look at the Red Sox, statistically, their contact rate, how often they've put baseballs in play, how good they have been at doing it. They have been one of the best teams in baseball at doing it all year long, and it just has not happened over the last couple of weeks. And when you talk about why this team has lost 8 of their last 11, why they struggled last night and did so again in Tampa as well over the week, it really does boil down to that, the 60 strikeouts over the last 4 days. And you go through it, kind of guy by guy, right? Alex Verdugo at the top of the lineup, who after a little bit of a downturn had that wonderful August, is off to a very good start here in September when healthy. He's been in and out of the lineup with a hamstring deal. Got back in last night. And we've talked ad nauseum about Rafi Devers, and I feel like we take. I talk to 4 people a night about Rafi Devers and where he is right now. And if you look at the overall numbers, they're quite good. You look at what he provides. He has been worth the money that they have paid them, and that's going to set off a whole chain of explosive reactions. 617-779-7937. And that's all fine. But over the last few weeks, he just has not been the guy that we were used to seeing him be. And that is, at the end of the day, we talked about this. When you're talking about a Baltimore Orioles team that throws the ball as well as they do, bullpen as well as they do, you need a guy like that to be extraordinary. And last night, he hit balls hard, 99, 106, 108. We talked about it. He hit a home run to right field. That wasn't a home run because Ryan McKenna, that is, pulled it back. But, again, at a certain point, it is about results. And, boy, if the Red Sox are going to have any dream of making some kind of run or even just playing games where when they on their offensive side, you feel decent about them just being in the bottom of innings right now on the offensive side of the baseball, Rafi Devers is going to have to be better results-wise than he has been. Justin Turner is another example. This is somebody who has not struggled all year long. He genuinely has not struggled throughout his season outside of April. That was early on. And, this is, I gave the number earlier, he had not slugged below 450 since April. And, he comes out and doubles last night. That's great. But the real genuine, honest truth about this team is those 2 guys in the 2 and 3 spots tonight, Devers and Turner in particular, just the way the roster construction is, the way that the struggles that have been had by some of these guys down towards the bottom of the lineup over the last few weeks. There's just no way for the Red Sox to score runs consistently without one of those 2 guys rolling, and preferably 2 of those 2 guys rolling, and in the month of September just hasn't been that way. It's been up to Tristan Casas. As you walk through the lineup again, Tristan, it's so extraordinary what he has done, because that beginning of the season where he wasn't on your fantasy team at the beginning of the season with the way that it started, he has changed that completely. We know this, but it has been what the Red Sox reminded of us earlier. Kyle Hudson, first base coach, talked with Will Fleming earlier, and I wrote this down, just kind of how you get guys to continue to believe when you're, as we said, right, 6 games out, 21 to go. And he talked about the reminder of process, right? Just reminding guys, this is, you can't try to win games all by yourself. It's about the process and your work every single day. And you know what? I think Tristan Casas is probably the ultimate example of that, and those who know me know that my background's in Worcester, and saw him at the minor league levels and saw him in AAA, and he is, just on a day-to-day basis. Sunbathing makes people laugh, but it's an example of it. So ingrained in his process, and so while everybody else has opinions about what his first few what the start of his year should look like, or what they wanted him to be in the early portion of the season, he's turned around and been, understood that it was part of his process. It was going to take the time it was going to take. And he's been extraordinary, obviously, really, since the late stages of July. And that's been a big part of it. I think, for the guy behind him in Masataka Yoshida, The ground ball rate is higher than it should be. I mean, he's just been kind of pounding balls into the ground over the last few weeks. The numbers have come along a little bit. He's gotten a little bit more batted ball luck, but it does seem as though at this stage of the season, perhaps the rigors of the Major League season for the first time in his career, and the number of games and lack of off days for the first time in his career, you don't want to say have had an effect always, but you do think that maybe that does have a small part to play in it. As you continue in the lineup here, and again, Sox talk here, rain delay at Fenway Park, rain coming down, thunderstorms, lightning, a little bit of rain. 617-779-7937, 617-779-7937, 37937 on the text line too. I really do think that when we write the post-mortem of this season, I'll get into this as we go along, we'll have plenty of time to do it. When the post-mortem of this season is written, and you look back on the 2023 Red Sox, and you say, what was the most costly thing? Or what, and there are a number of ways you can go. People have talked so much about the starting pitching, talked about maybe the bottom end of the bullpen, trade deadline decisions or lack thereof, or whatever it is. I really do believe maybe the most underrated part of it is the injury to Trevor Story. Because Red Sox came into this year with, what'd you say, 2.5 hitters maybe that are kind of your back of the baseball card guys that you expect to consistently produce. Rafi Devers, and Trevor Story was really the other one. You could have a conversation about Alex Verdugo, how they asked for more from him. You could have a conversation about Justin Turner, but remember, he didn't have a very good year last year. You kind of felt like, okay, Devers, Story, 2 big money guys, 2 guys that you trust the most, 2 guys that have had so much success over their last, for years and years now, as you talk about it. And, to not have Trevor Story for the duration of this year, and especially, and not that it's really mattered all that much over the course of the season offensively, once again, this has been one of the best teams in terms of contact rate, one of the best teams in terms of OPS, doubles, slugging, on base, all the above, the majority of this season. And again, the final answer about this team really is not about the hitting, although it has been in the last few weeks, but it is in these moments where the team is not scoring, where, it's a Devers slowdown, for a little while. It's Justin Turner struggling for the first time since April. It's Alex Verdugo's injury. It's, a few other things like that. You need one of your, again, back of the baseball card guys to really be that guy. And Trevor Story, because we have been essentially watching him try to have spring training at a major league level in September against guys that are beyond really mid-season form, in the middle of a playoff race. All of the above, all of those things that add up to a gigantic piano on a back, ends up with Trevor Story just to this point not really being the guy that you hope that he would be for this team. The defense has been solid, the running and the legs, and you can see the athleticism and how that has impacted the ball game. But to not have, just from the hitting perspective, right? Walking less, striking out more, hitting more balls on the ground, which is the least valuable thing you can do, and flying out less, which means less home runs, and it means less power and all of that, and just the timing isn't there for him, and it's not really fair to expect much more. It certainly is fair to hope for more, because the quality of player that he can be and the guy that we saw in the final parts of the season last year, but just hasn't been that way for Trevor Story. It also leaves us with the younger guys, right? Wilyer Abreu and Manuel Valdez, and as Will said, Cedar Rafaela. Abreu, to me, one of the most impressive parts of what he's done has been the plate discipline, seeing him at AAA. And he is, and you have gotten to know him now as well with the Red Sox over these first couple of weeks, he is not dissimilar to Tristan Casas, where he controls the strike zone, he sees strikes, he sees pitches just off the plate, and then when that is a pitch to drive, he puts his best power swing on it and takes care of business from that point. We've seen that. We saw that in Houston last week. We saw that a lot at AAA. It's one of the reasons why they went to him in terms of calling him up in the moment that they did. This is a guy at the big league. Let me put it this way. Justin Turner leads the majors, or leads the American League in pitches seen per plate appearance. He sees right around 4.3. to be very specific about it. Pitches per plate appearance. Adley Rutschman, other guy in this game here today, is at 4.2. And Wilshere is at 4.18. He's right there with those guys in terms of pitches per plate appearance at the major league level, and it was a similar mark at the AAA level as well. And so if you have a guy like that controls the strike zone, that has the power that he does, that has a mature and legitimate approach, and I think the fact that of the three guys on this roster, between Abreu, Valdez, and Rafaela, the fact that Abreu is the one that has seen the most time over the last couple of weeks since all three of those guys were called up and on the roster together speaks to what the Red Sox believe he can be. And that's an amazing thing, especially in a deal at the deadline for Christian Vazquez that, while emotional in the moment for all he meant to the team, to that clubhouse, to the fans, to the city, to all of the above, to the winning that was done, has worked out. And when you look at, at the two guys that they got back between Wilshere and Manuel Valdez, has worked out extraordinarily well for this team, and the hope is, one or both of those guys will be legitimate pillars of the future. The question, though, does leave you with, Cedar Rafaela. He has not played all that much since coming up to the big league level, and part of it is those two guys maybe a little bit older, a little bit more of a mature approach, although it does seem as though the instant that they feel like Cedar Rafaela is capable of playing second base at a major league level, he's going to be there. But, we'll see. I think, the truth about it is, while it is wonderful to have him here, and it is a great thing, especially for someone at his age and this early on at, in a situation where he is getting a taste at the big league level for the first time, at 22 years old, that is awesome, but there does seem to be an element of protection here, right? Like that they don't want him out there every single day. They want him to get a feel about what it's like to be in the big leagues because they believe that he may start the year. Certainly we do, and hope that he will start the year on the major league roster. But there is still more development to be done. And remember, they began Cedar Rafaela at the AA level for the majority of the year. It was an expectation level that he was going to start at AAA, or at least kind of do the kind of like cursory couple of weeks at AA and then call him up to AAA. And he struggled to start at AA. He finally got to AAA, and he's been wonderful since coming up to AAA in, late June. He may be an all-star at the AAA level just for what he did while he was there. But he has, he's not seen this level very much. And for a guy that has unbelievable talent at his age, he should be here, but I also recognize the fact that, to give him an opportunity to take it all in, to be in the environment, to feel the environment, to do all of these things, that's not insignificant, and, hopefully that pays dividends down the line. All right, it is Sox Talk here live from Fenway Park, 617-779-7937, 617-779-7937, 379-937.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
On the text line, too. Take a quick break, come back, we'll talk to you next. It's Red Sox rain delay coverage right here on the Charleston Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. You can trust Innovation Refunds with your small business's ERC claim because of their SOC 2 Type 1 security compliance. And if you're a tech person, you know that's a big deal. I'm not a tech person, but I did look it up. Without this certification, how can you be sure a company can protect your information? It's not like here on the radio, where all you need to be secure is a sensor button. Check it out. So now you won't know my date of birth is or that my social security number is the password to my bank account is Ty's Cool Password 1. Uh-oh. The button's broken. Luckily, Innovation Refunds is more reliable. Don't wait. Go to innovationrefunds.com. That's
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
From town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are advocating for what's right. We're working to increase affordable housing supply and ensure fair housing for all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Introducing the new Starbucks Iced Apple Crisp Oat Milk Shaken Espresso. Made with blonde espresso, creamy oat milk, and spiced apple flavors. It's an icy crisp sip you can enjoy all autumn long. Order ahead on the Starbucks app.
O'Reilly. Increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up to eliminate carbon and varnish deposits. Get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for $10, plus 2 times O Rewards points. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some companies are big, others are small. To Robert Half, their hiring needs are equally huge. At Robert Half, our specialized recruiting professionals elevate their expertise with proprietary AI tools to transform candidate discovery, assessment, and selection. Whether sourcing talent locally or in any geography that works for you, Robert Half can pinpoint hard-to-find candidates in finance and accounting, technology, marketing and creative, legal, and administrative and customer support. At Robert Half, we know talent.
When you're on the road, you'll be glad you chose T-Mobile, the network that covers more interstate highway miles with 5G than anyone. T-Mobile is so dependable that AAA chose T-Mobile to be their exclusive wireless partner, connecting their AAA-owned fleet of vehicles across the country. That means if your family is ever stuck on the side of the highway, you can rest assured AAA is finding you with the help of T-Mobile's 5G network. Find out more at T-Mobile.com/network.
Coverage not available in some areas. See 5G details at T-Mobile.com.
Short on time? Order ahead for free curbside pickup or to get delivery. Hurry in and get grilling. It's boneless chicken. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Yeah, hopefully soon here at Fenway Park. Red Sox and Orioles in a rain delay. Tarps on the field.
If I leaned out, Coop, if I leaned out of the booth, now I would be risking my life because a lightning bolt might hit me.
Might be worth it.
But if I lean out, I actually can see a break in the clouds and some sun. So there you go.
Wow. That is intrepid reporting from Rob Bradford.
It's workman's comp if I fall out, right?
I'll run that up the flagpole,
right,
let you
thank
know. Welcome back, Fenway. Cooper Boardman here. You just heard Brad Foe as we sit and wait. It really has cleared up a little bit. It was coming down pretty decent for a better part of an hour, really, or at least 40 minutes or so. So right now, I think if you walked out, you'd be dry.
It's legit sun reflecting on the far or the near side of the tarp, but there, in amongst that sun, there's some raindrops as well. But I do think, and I don't know if this is going to be followed by another lightning storm, but it does look like there is a clearing coming up. I don't know what that means. All I know is that I am just so blessed to be here at Fenway Park talking the great game of baseball with Cooper Boardman, with all these people in September. Oh, my goodness, with the Red Sox in prime position to not finish in last place. It's great. They control their own destiny. They control their own destiny in not finishing last place.
I'll tell you are sunshine on a cloudy day.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I would have half a nickel. The Red Sox notes, I thought, what was it? The lead note was that they have the best batting average at home, so there's that.
Sure.
There you go.
Whoop-de-doo.
There you go.
Oh,
but,
man.
yeah, so I don't know, man. It is fun seeing this Orioles team because, when we saw them at the beginning of the year, it was they had a good run at the end of the year last year, and they have the good young players. But you go back, Hoop, to earlier that year when they were in before, Gunnar Henderson wasn't good. Like, he wasn't good. And it was sort of looked like, oh, this guy, this top prospect, poor guy, he's not panning out. And then next thing you know, he's going to win Rookie of the Year. There you go.
I cannot believe, and as people know, right, my background's in AAA, and I cannot believe, I've seen the Norfolk Tides, a AAA team for the Orioles, twice this year. You saw them. And obviously we've seen the Orioles now a couple of times in person between April and now. You can see it on a piece of paper, like, oh, they got all these prospects. That's really nice. Like, they tanked. Now it's good. And that's one thing. The quality of player that they actually have in the organization that can legitimately impact the big league level is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, it's so when I went down to Worcester and I saw you there and they were playing Norfolk, Colton Cowser, who is, what is he? He's like the top 15 prospect in baseball. He had just been called up as one of the call-ups. Now, you're still, even with him called up, you still had this lineup, and Heston Kjerstad, the number 2 overall pick in the draft a couple of years ago, and you can rattle off the guys a lot better than I. All these Norfolk
between
guys.
Him, Joey Ortiz, who's been up and down a little bit. Kyle Stowers had been down there for a while. He got hit in the face with a pitch, so he's in a situation where he might not play again this year. And then Jackson Holliday at the AA level, who's now up at AAA. It's stupid.
Yeah, and so at that time, it was right around September call-ups, and the Worcester team, which is, you're around them, obviously. It seems like they're really tight-knit in there. Bobby Dahlbeck had bought them all Las Vegas shirts, and they were all in on winning the thing and going to Las Vegas. But they're like, oh, but, Emmanuel Valdez just went up, and Abreu just went up, and Rafael just went up. If we only had these guys. Well, Norfolk had a bunch of guys go up, too. And then you look at the two teams, and this is no knock on the guys down in Worcester. They're gritty-gutty with guys who play with a lot of guile, but the talent level was completely different.
It's Norfolk has, and the Woo Sox are a really good team. Norfolk, it might be the best AAA team ever assembled. It's unbelievable what they've done. I got one for you. We got obviously there are 5 teams in the American League East. If you were to take the futures of the 5 teams right here, right now, and rank them, what
you don't want to hear my take. So it's a good question. I like that question. Congratulations. And by the way, the sun is officially out now.
Big if true.
But it's still raining, and who knows? Lightning might be somewhere around, too. So you look at, we'll start with the Orioles. The Orioles, you can't ignore them. As I said to Will, this lineup might not feel like a ton of stars, but they are going to have a ton of stars. And Jackson Holliday, in case people don't know, is a 19-year-old who's in AAA, who's the number 1 prospect in baseball, who just doesn't stop hitting. He just looks like, whatever A-Rod was, whatever Griffey was, he's that guy, it sure seems like. And then so you have to think that the Orioles have the brightest future because they also have pitchers who haven't quite yet taken root, right? Grayson Rodriguez, who we're supposed to see tomorrow, he is going to be a legit pitcher, and he's been a little bit up and down, but they have other guys coming up. So then you have the Rays, and the Rays are the Rays. I mean, you just can't – I do think the Franco thing hurts them. Seeing them, I think that they're hanging on, and they have McClanahan out, who's the best pitcher in the American League. So you're taking out your best offensive player, your best pitcher, and you're still managing. I do think once you're going to get McClanahan back, but still you're able to do it even without Franco. But still, the Franco thing because you just haven't been able to replace his offense or his defense.
It's impossible. I mean, and when you have a payroll that low, even if you're the Rays, even if you have a factory of guys that seem to come out and have success, with him, it's like when you have a payroll as low as they do, the one guy that you invest in or the three guys you invest in, like one of those guys can't not be there.
Right. But yet they still do it.
Right.
And you saw Zach Littell. Zach Littell was with the Red Sox for a couple days. I went into the Rays clubhouse the other day, and I'm like, there's Zach Littell. That name sounds familiar. But I just sort of kept walking. I totally forgot that I interviewed the guy in Philadelphia as a member of the Red Sox, and he went out and pitched 8 innings of 1-run ball the other day. So anyway, the Rays are going to Ray. They're going to do their thing. The Blue Jays are still, to me, the most talented team in baseball. They are the most talented team in baseball.
I think the Blue Jays might win the World Series.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're mercurial, but it's still they're. I think overall, I think they're the most talented team in baseball, and I don't think that's going away next year, the year after. And they're not even. It's not like they're even leaning on prospects, So and then they get a couple of good ones coming up. The Yankees are an interesting one because, everyone's falling in love with Dominguez all of a sudden. But they're going to need more than Dominguez, I think. They're going to have to fix this pitching. This is why Brian Cashman was sitting right behind home plate in Japan last night when Yamamoto's throwing his no-hitter. And then applauding, doing a standing O for the guy when he's walking up.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah. So, if the Red Sox, Yamamoto makes a lot of sense for the Red Sox in a lot of ways, but they are going to have to break out of their norms more than ever. This is never going to be, this is the model that we see for Yamamoto. This is what we see him worth. If you want the guy, you are going to have to get tremendously uncomfortable because there's just too many. Coop, I mean, he's 5 years, more than 5 years younger than the guy's perceived as the best free agent pitcher on the market, Blake Snell.
Yeah.
If I'm in the free agent market, from everything I know about Yamamoto, forget about Snell and forget about Nola and forget about Giolito. Forget about those guys. This is the guy you paid the money for, and the Yankees, it sure seems like are ready to pay the money. So through all of it, and then you have the Red Sox, and, I think they have some good players coming up. Good players. But great players, I don't know yet. I don't know what Marcelo Meyer is. I went down to Fort Myers, and I had a long sit-down with him, and he convinced me that his downturn at Double-A was in large part because of the shoulder. He said that the shoulder injury started on May 7th, so that made sense to me. But still.
That's eye-opening.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you look at it in a different light, certainly, but you have to, at the same time, it's hard because you have Jordan Lawler, a high school shortstop who was drafted 2 spots behind Meyer, get called up that same day I talked to Meyer. And it is what it is. And that's unfortunate for Marcelo because, this is what the Red Sox fans are left doing. Oh, wait till these guys. Roman Anthony is the same thing. Wait till these guys. And, with Rafaela, we're sitting here a couple weeks in, and we still sort of don't know what we have because he hasn't played a whole bunch.
I think they're protecting him.
I guess. I mean, you saw him play a lot, right? I mean, what's your honest take on where he will land as a major leaguer?
He is. I think this. I think right now he is not close to what they believe he's going to be, and so I think that's part of the reason why he hasn't played in these few weeks. And so, there was still a lot. There was a ton of swing and miss at Double-A. There was a lot of swing and miss at Triple-A, and now he's here. And when he hits the baseball, it's amazing. But that's a really, really, really big caveat.
I've seen a couple times in the times that he's played. He's obviously has a good average and he's hit the ball, but there's a couple times where he's been blown away, just flat out blown away, right? And so, we're going to have to see. And it's interesting that they're saying that now he's going to be integrated at second base a little bit more. So what does that look like? Does that look like that this is a guy? Okay, 2024, Trevor Story's your shortstop, and Ceddanne Rafaela's your second baseman? I don't know. I mean, what that does, it robs me of seeing all these great plays in the outfield.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is just so many moving parts with this Red Sox team. It's really impossible to project anything, honestly.
And I think his ceiling is amazing. Like, I think he can be what people dream of him being, and I don't mean to put a savior deal on him or anything like that, but he has shown absolutely unequivocally that he can be that, but it's a lot to ask right now. And I think at 22 years old, this whole situation fascinates me because okay, he's learning how to play second base. I think he's entirely capable of playing second base, to be very clear, but he's learning how to do it at this level. That's a lot to think about right now in your first few weeks at the big league level, and also try to hit, which, by the way, is not just like a snap your fingers thing for him or for anyone. These next few weeks, I would be almost surprised if we get to a point, unless it's the last week of the season where he's playing every day, based on that. I mean, we'll see, but
the other guy obviously is, as Will has educated me today, Gillier Abreu. Wilger. Yeah. Is that what it is?
Whatever.
Gillier. Did I say Gillier?
You did, but that's okay.
Wilger. Sorry. Wilger Abreu. So he can hit.
Yeah.
Now, and I heard rave, much like you said, and you've probably heard, rave reviews about the guy in AAA. And he said, center field. I don't want to see him play center field. I don't want to see him play.
He didn't play center field at AAA.
And so this is the Abraham Almonte mystery all over again. Why are you playing center field? Why? He's not a center fielder. I can tell you, this is one thing I know, is that there's other guys on this team and who will be on this team who will play center field. Even when Adam Duvall's in the lineup, okay, and I don't think he's made for center field either, by the way. So I just think that let's put Rafael out in center field and make some great catches. I don't mind Abreu playing. I'd like to see him hitting, and I think he's a major league. And then you have Emmanuel Valdez, and he, it looks like he has a hard time catching the baseball.
Yeah,
I mean, Lou Maloney would agree with me. I mean, the ball that clanged off his glove, again can hit, but it has to find a position.
I am just to go back to Abreu. I'm enamored with Wilger Abreu, with what he's done. His approach is amazing. He genuinely, and I know this is a lot to put on somebody, he reminds me so much of Tristan Casas. And Casas is another world in terms of his process and who he is and physically what he's like. But, Abreu is the same thing at AAA, where he did not leave the strike zone. And then if it was in the strike zone, he hammered it. It was that simple. And I think long term, that is the approach. That approach plays.
Okay, so if that's true, then you're putting stock in Abreu. And if you're putting stock in Abreu, you're probably trading Verdugo. And you're figuring it out from there, because the answer we talk about. There's so many unanswered questions with this team going forward. A large part of it is the defense and rearrange. And Yoshida is at the height of this, right? So if you look at fixing the defense, you're hitting Tristan Casas a bunch of fungos. That's what you're doing. Sorry, you got nowhere to go.
Yeah,
I think, right?
And I think he can be a good defender.
Yeah, I think he'll be better. Yeah, he'll be better. Yeah. Devers, you just keep running him out there, I guess, at third. And I don't think you're at that point in the career where you say, hey, go DH. I just don't think you're there. Now, Yoshida's interesting because he's – you all right, Will?
Will just lost a part of his brain.
All right, well, so anyway, Yoshida is a guy who he gets – when he gets the balls, he actually makes the plays. I'll give him that. But getting to the balls is a problem. I think he's just physically limited. So do you play him? And also, I guess he wears down playing in the outfield, too. So do you have to free up that DH spot? And if you free up that DH spot, Justin Turner is not here. And that's a tricky one. He has to get a new contract, I think, because he has a buyout, which – it would make no sense for him not to opt out. It doesn't make any sense. Would they give him a 2-year extension? If you give him a 2-year extension, as good as he is, you're talking about giving a guy a contract into his 40s. So not a lot of easy answers, basically.
And it's also, okay, let's say you let Turner walk, which I think people probably wouldn't be particularly happy about. But let's say you want a little bit more defensive versatility or whatever it is. By the way, with Bradfo Cooper here, 617-7797-937, 617-7797-937. Sox and Orioles still in a rain delay here at Fenway Park. Okay, so you take Turner, you move on from him, which... however you feel about that. How do you replace his production and then also get better, because the team that you have out there right now needs to be better than the one that we've seen this year? I don't know how you do that.
This is a weird thing where you got to give him a ton of credit for identifying Justin Turner, for identifying Kenley Jansen, for identifying Chris Martin. Okay, absolutely. Because, the alternative, there's an element of luck because they were going after Jose Abreu, and that would not have worked out as well as it did with Turner. But, that sometimes that happens. But all these guys, they are not long-term guys. And to your point, all of them have been vital. Vital. Can you imagine what this team would have been without Martin and Jansen?
The standings would be different.
Oh, different. I mean, it would be it's... And that was a story. They learned their lessons from last year where, you can hit on Schreiber and Whitlock and these guys every once in a while, but you need to pay for certainty, and that's what they did, and this was the result. You have to find the way to duplicate that. And I know these guys are under contract. You hope that they do the same thing, but you can't go without not doing that. And then you have Turner. And Turner is a guy who, as you point out, not only is undoubtedly the leader of this team, I think, but also one of the top three most productive guys offensively. When he's out of the lineup, it is different. And he's hobbling around, and he's doing his best, and he's keeping the production up, all of it. If he's not in the lineup, it's just completely different. And we talk about standings, think about where they would be without Justin Turner. Forget about just the overall production. His production in key moments when it counted the most. If they didn't have that.
Yeah.
And so you give them credit for getting these guys short term, but you really better hit on whatever follows them because they're all really, really important.
And that's three guys.
I know.
That's a big number of guys.
Yeah, and so that's where they got to figure this out. They got to figure out who the foundation guys. Bayo is, Casas is, Devers is. Okay, Yoshida's around. He is. That foundation guys, but another part of this is, we talk about this farm system, and okay, it's better, it's deeper, there's no question about it, but you don't have a lot of pitching. I mean, you saw Shane Drohan up and down, right?
Yep.
We don't. Chris Murphy is a good pitcher, good for them, but you need, no doubt about it, top of the rotation guys coming up. You need, honestly, Grayson Rodriguez. That's what you need, those sort of guys. And there's not those guys on the horizon. And then there's the other part about it, which is why we're rattling off Norfolk stars and Baltimore stars. All we can say is, okay, Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony, he's having a good years this year. But they need to find stars. They need to find the guys who people are going to invest in. Because I hate the Tampa Bay narrative. I hate it. I hate that Tampa trying to be like Tampa Bay. But here's the problem. They are trying to be like Tampa Bay. And you can't do that in Boston. You just can't do it. And you know how I know that? Zach Littell. Because people, they will not have the patience for Zach Littell to go out and do what he's doing. So you have to find that common ground where a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
To me, the only part, the thing on the Tampa Bay model that I believe, and people who listen know that I say this all the time, so I apologize for it, but I think in this moment it is most important, is the thing that the Rays do so well is the same thing with the arms. The Mariners, people want to talk about the Mariners and their starting rotation, and that's amazing. They've developed, they have gotten lucky in addition to doing great things with their development, right? The Mariners. And
they also traded for Luis Castillo.
Right, exactly, and then paid him, right?
Well, first of all, they traded prospects. Oh my goodness. You traded prospects for a guy who was going to be, not under contract for a long time, and then you signed him.
Right.
There you go. Now, this is the next thing. You have to figure out, can you do this? Are you willing to do that? Do we get an update?
I don't see one.
Oh, okay.
I got excited and happy. No,
okay, yeah.
I'm just having paper
the sun
thrown at
is
me.
kind of out.
Yeah.
I mean, but who knows? Who knows?
What I was going to say on the Mariners is that what people don't talk about with them. People want to talk all about the starting pitching, and that's one thing. The thing that nobody talks about is that their entire bullpen is waiver claims and bubble gum and duct tape and all these guys that nobody else wanted. And Jared Poto brings them in, and they're a top 5 bullpen in baseball.
Yeah, but that don't bite your tongue, because that's what the Red Sox tried to do last year, and it doesn't work. It didn't work.
But I don't think you can win without doing that now.
Right. Well, okay.
Like the Yankees do it.
Okay, you're right. You're right. And the Red Sox have, they have hit on some, and Brennan Bernardino. Why is everyone cheering?
The ground crew walking out.
Crew, yeah, they're risking their lives.
Big if true.
Yeah, big if true. I think they just came out to form to play football or something. No, it looks like they're the tarp's coming off. Tarp's coming off.
Oh, baby.
Tarp's coming off, Will Fleming.
Here they come.
Let's go.
I'm gonna blow my nose again.
Let's go.
But what are you guys arguing about?
About how do you build a well, how do you build a bullpen? So I hear you, and that's what they've done. They found Schreiber, right? They found these guys.
But I think you need to do it 10 more times. The Schreiber story is a great one. The Bernardino story is a great one. But everybody else is doing it.
Okay, all the cool kids are doing it.
I mean it.
But they have not been able to do it. And I do think until you prove that you can do it, you have to do what they did with Martin and Jansen. You have to pay for some semblance of certainty, and so, you saying that just makes my skin crawl. But you're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, Tampa does it. Look at the Dodgers closer.
Right, that's the exact point. Look at the Astros. I mean, who was Rafael Montero? He's not having a great year this year, but Phil Maton, Ryan Presley, these guys were not guys.
The problem, again, this comes back to and this is why a guy like Zach Weiss is here. And everyone rolls their eyes and they're like, oh, here we go.
I think it's amazing. That's what I'm talking about.
That's why you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Amazing in what way, exactly?
Hold on. I'm going to tweet that. Cooper Boardman thinks the acquisition of Zach Weiss is amazing. Yes, I want to hear this too. Tell us why it's amazing.
I just think that when you look at the best teams in baseball, what they have been able to do is, and I'm not talking about the highest end of the bullpen, Kenley, Chris Martin, all of that. Those are the guys you have to pay. Known commodities, top end of the bullpen, that's great. But guys 4 through 7 sitting out there have to be guys, the best teams in baseball. Everybody, it seems to me, has 4 guys of the best teams that you have not heard of, that they have been able to find the stuff, and as we talked about with the Rays, throw their best stuff with velocity over the plate and have success. And you have to hit on those guys. You have to have those guys trust you organizationally, and you have to develop those guys, get it right, and have them be mainstays.
Why haven't the Red Sox been able to do that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All right, well, because the Tampa is an extreme. I mean, I just told you, it's beyond amazing. It really is beyond amazing. I remember when Jake Diekman was picked up after being cut by the White Sox, and some executives okay, this is going to be the ultimate test for the Rays. A guy who cannot throw the ball over the plate to save his life. Great stuff. Next thing you know, he has a 2 ERA since joining the Rays. And we saw against the Red Sox, just dominant stuff. And, a guy who I mentioned we just had on the podcast, Robert Stevenson. Robert Stevenson, and people are like, who are you? You're talking about Robert Stevenson. He may be the best relief pitcher in baseball right now. He is a guy who has not even close the highest whiff rate. And who is he? He's a guy that the Rays traded for in early June from the Pittsburgh Pirates after he'd been bouncing around for years, and now he's dominating for the Rays. So why can't the Red Sox do this? And then we haven't even mentioned Ryan Brazier. You know? Right?
And that's my thing, is that it's happening in Tampa, obviously, but it's also happening in other markets that are big. It's happening in LA. It's happening in Houston. It's happening in Atlanta. It's happening in Seattle, as we talked about. Shoot, it's happening in Baltimore, too. That's the underrated part about their whole thing.
Well, look at Cano.
Right. Who's
Cano
that?
was a guy who was like a throw-in the trade last year at the trade deadline. But yeah, so I get your point. I'm anxious to hear Will Fleming's thoughts on the bullpen.
I'm about to get a game start time. One moment.
Oh, okay.
Down he goes.
All right, so 5:50.
5:50.
All right. What time is it now?
46 minutes, baby.
There you go. All right. Well,
Randall Lake coverage here from Fenway. 617-7797-93.
I'm gonna give the mic to Will Fleming for a second while I take a breath.
I would just say there's somewhere in between where certainly you can't go sign dependable relievers to fill out your entire bullpen, but I also think that the great teams find a way to draft and develop guys, and the ones who do not end up being starting pitchers are valuable and viable bullpen arms. And I think the Red Sox have done a good job of that with guys potentially in the future like Houck and Whitlock and now Winkowski, whom they acquired, of course, in the Benintendi deal. So I just think there's got to be a balancing act, Coop, between, trying to find the needle in the haystack and also just, even if it's not a guy who is in your organization, but somebody who's drafted or signed with great promise to be a starting pitcher. It hadn't worked out for one reason or another. Big arm who can then take the leap forward in the bullpen. That's you take all these shots, you throw all these darts, you throw things against a wall and see what sticks. And I get it. That's the modern game. But the Red Sox the last several years have missed on too many of those guys, and it's cost them a lot of games.
And it's not to say that the Red Sox haven't done it in some ways, like the John Schreiber story is an amazing one.
It is.
They did that. I mean, he did that, but they did that. The Brennan Bernardino story is a wonderful story, from Mexico to here, and getting him to be the best guy that he can be. But I just think, I'm just of the opinion that the best organizations that do it from a bullpen perspective do it so much. Do it, 8 to 10 times a year, not 3 times over the course of 3 years.
That's correct. But, I mean, I'm just looking at the guys who've thrown here this year, right? Dermody, Faria, Garza, Kluber, Lamet, Littell, Ort, Robertson, Taylor Scott.
Yep.
And I mean, Brandon Walter and those guys are in their own category. Well, that's like 12 guys who have come through here and have not panned out. And I understand that you're taking shots. There have been injuries, been all kinds of things to fill gaps. But I think if you look at the contending teams, there are not that many people on their pitching register that just did not perform.
Yeah, that's it. And the truth about it is you can say all these things about trying to get guys and getting a stack of guys like that. Oh, it's lightning. Cracks in the distance.
Hey man, the tarp is off. We're going to be good. Coop, you've done a whale of a job. Are you talking football? You taking some calls? What you going to do?
We'll find out together.
Right. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. We're just spinning the board. I appreciate
perfect.
you. Again, 5:40, 5:50 start here at Fenway Park. Before we hit a break, let's take 10 seconds. Pause for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Randall Lake coverage here at Fenway Park. We expect the game to begin right around 5:40 p.m. The tarp is off. The skies are, well, it's not raining. Say that. A little bit of gray overhead as Red Sox and Orioles getting set here on a Saturday night at Fenway Park. Take a quick break. Come on back. We'll talk to you next. 617-7.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Notes of citrus and tropical fruits. Slow roasted agave with just a hint of smoke. The crowd goes wild. Rosa Luna. Experience the magic of mezcal.
Today through Thursday at Shaws and Star Market, pick up value-packed boneless chicken breast or...
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Loaner Tool Program offers more than 80 specialty tools. Refundable deposit required. Stop by O'Reilly today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Make Hatfield a part of your back-to-school routine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hatfield makes it easy to create flavorful meals in minutes your whole family will enjoy. With a wide variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham and bacon, Hatfield provides delicious back-to-school meal solutions for your family's busy schedule. So before you head for the practice fields or rehearsal, find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for easy back-to-school recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Calling all outdoor enthusiasts. Is your backyard ready for summer? Look outside. What do you see? If it's a layer of dirt on your deck, patio furniture, fence, or walkways, it's time to get to work. Grab a bottle of Simple Green OxySolve Total Outdoor Pressure Washer Concentrate and feel the satisfaction of watching all that grime just wash away. Yeah, now you're ready for some outdoor fun. Visit simplegreen.com to learn more.
Your entree into the restaurant business began in your home kitchen, and today your cafe's success continues with a well-crafted menu and a staff committed to add an extra touch, which is also why you chose Bank Rhode Island. Because with a straightforward delivery of services and our commitment to serve with integrity and trust, you have a bank that's just as committed to add that extra touch. It's banking, well-crafted, from Bank RI. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
An epic matchup between your two favorite teams, and you're at the game getting the most from what it means to be here with American Express. You breeze through the card member entrance, stop by the lounge. Now it's almost tip-off, and everyone's already on their feet. This is gonna be good. See how to elevate your live sports experience at americanexpress.com/withAmex. Don't live life without it. Eligible American Express card required. Benefits vary by card and by venue. Terms apply.
Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Compares lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Hi, this is Adam Duvall. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Back at Fenway Park, the tarp, as we speak, is coming off the field. Big bean boot tarp getting covered up in right, and the Red Sox and Chris Sale, the starter today, out on the field, which means baseball fast approaching. 5:40 first pitch today is the scheduled start, about an hour and a half after our original 4:10 start here at Fenway, as the Boston Red Sox 72-69 take on the Baltimore Orioles at 89-51 in Game 2 of this 3-game set in Boston. Cooper Boardman back with you. It is Sox Talk, 617-779-7937. Get you set up on the ball game as well. But in the passion of the conversation a few moments ago, we do have some calls, so let's get to those. We don't have too long, but we have enough time for you, and we will start it off with Wally in Fall River. Wally, welcome to Fenway Park. You're on the air.
What's up, Coop? A lot of you two guys were talking a lot about next year and what, you got an overawareness of outfielders. You think Hein Bloom would trade Duran for a pitcher? Plus, you think he'd go after Blake Snell? Like it's tough to find, right now with the situation all over baseball. It's tough to find a dependable rubber arm pitchers. They all seem to have arm trouble or some kind of trouble. Half of them need Tommy John surgery, and you even have young ones getting Tommy John surgery. But you go into the free agent market, that's risky. And as far as development, it still takes time. They're not going to step in there the first or second year and be a Pedro or Randy Johnson. You have to have patience. But I'm curious to see if Hein Bloom's here next year, if he's going to continue his policy of going after broken-down pitches. I mean, you just can't do it. You have to have a starter, at least 2 starters who can give you 6 or 7 innings once in a while. You're going to be blowing out your bullpen, but that seems to be his philosophy. You're getting these reclamation pitchers, giving them a lot of money, and then you're stuck with them.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your call. I think let's go point by point there about maybe trading Duran. I agree with you about there's really no question that there is an overflow of outfielders now in the organization, and I think the answer to your question, whether it be about Duran or Verdugo or anybody else in that outfield outside of probably Masataka Yoshida, who at this point is not touchable, and Cedar Rafaela probably outside of some big return is not going anywhere, and I don't know why you would be in that conversation, but at some point that becomes questions that need to be answered over the next few weeks. I think that's one of the many reasons why you're seeing Wilger Abreu, why you're seeing, and Manuel Valdez even. I know that's not the outfield, but they have to find out what they have in those couple of guys with the understanding that Cedar Rafaela's development is not over. Not that the other guy's development is over by any stretch of the imagination, but Cedar is younger than those guys, and we've got time to figure out what he's going to be between this year and next. And so, you ask, okay, do you trade Jarren Duran or something like that? The truth about it is you have to get a good understanding of where you're at, and that's what they're doing over the next few weeks, and then, kind of go from there. At this point. And I think, that is, but it's the big question, because one of those guys at a minimum cannot be here next year because of just the way the math works. And so, we'll see from that point. You talk about the frontline starters, here's the thing, man, like, you want to go and get out a starter, that's fine, but you're going to have to go pay for a starter. And, you have to show that willingness to do that. They didn't want to pay the big money in the offseason for the guys that were available, and not a lot of them. The market was ridiculous. I mean, you think about what the Mets paid for their couple of guys, and you talk about what the Rangers paid for Jacob deGrom and all of this. Like, there aren't a lot of teams in baseball, period, that are going to go out and spend that. And so, you want to go get Blake Snell? Sure, but think about what it's going to cost to go get Blake Snell. And the question is will there be a willingness to do that, and the belief kind of in this team as it currently stands? And we'll see. But it is a future that we're going to get some answers to very soon, I think. All right, keep it on going. 617-779-7937, 617-779-937. And all right, let's go to Rich. Rich, you are on the air today. It's Sox Talk here at Fenway.
Hi, I'm very concerned about the willingness of the Red Sox management to invest in this team. After all, this is the management that let go Betts, Benintendi, Waka, Eovaldi, Bogarts. They just have to move back to supporting the Red Sox instead of other soccer teams and whatever other things they have in their portfolio. I'm very concerned about it.
Yeah, Rich, I appreciate the call. And first of all, the soccer thing, like, or owning the Penguins, or like what, people want to say things like that. I just don't subscribe to the idea that takes any focus away from this. Like, this is Fenway Park. This is the Boston Red Sox. This is a team that has won the World Series in the last 5 years. This is, at the end of the day, and I understand the frustration and the feeling that you have about, a guy like Mookie Betts leaving. Like, that is a legitimate feeling you are allowed to have, right? That's a Hall of Fame player, and all of those things. But the idea that there's not an investment in the team and the product and all of the above, I cannot get on board with that. This is a team that, on its lowest end is the top 13 to 14 payroll in baseball. Obviously, there are plenty of people that would like to see that be higher. I think if this team had shown, if this team had been more consistent heading into the trade deadline, the commitment may have been higher. And they decided not to go that way, but I understand it, and I don't think that the feelings are invalid. It really is the question of, how do you field the team that is a little bit better than the one that we've seen over the last couple of years, so that when you get to the trade deadline, especially when it's time to make moves and choices when everybody else is doing it, how do you get to a point where you can say, we need to make the move to put us over the top? Because the team itself, in terms of the one that was put on the field before that deadline, it just I don't know, it wasn't what it was not a team that you looked at and said you have to invest. That this is an easy kind of straight line on the way to the postseason. But again, I get the way that you feel about it. All right, 617-7797-937 Fenway Park here. We've been in rain delay action for the last hour and a half or so, or lack thereof at least. We'll have Red Sox and Orioles coming up. The approximate start 5:40. Will Fleming, Rob Bradford will have the call for you. Cooper Boardman here with you. And all right, keep on rolling. We got Mike in Plymouth. You're on the air here at Fenway.
Coop, what's going on? I kind of want to bounce off what Rich said there. It's kind of with, and I saw on social media that they're wearing these, the Red Sox are wearing those now famous yellow jerseys again tonight. And I think the yellow jersey, and I want to hear your opinion on it afterwards, but the yellow jersey encapsulates what this Red Sox management and ownership group is all about. In the fact that they wear them so often now. They went a full week. I think they went 9 straight games wearing them because they want to sell as many of those jerseys as possible. The Yankees, the Cubs, the Dodgers, the Rockies, you go down the full list of the MLB teams. They don't wear those Nike Connect jerseys nearly as much as the Red Sox do. And I think it's all of this money grab with the Red Sox now, and it's kind of encapsulating that all they care about now is selling as many yellow Devers and Kenley Jansen jerseys that they can, and turning Fenway into this tourist attraction money grab. It just bothers me at this point, especially with how late it is in the season wearing them now. That's all they care about is getting these yellows out. I want to hear your opinion on the jerseys, what you think of them. They're wearing them too much, etc. Great job. Looking forward to the game later.
Yeah, Mike, thank you for the call, and thank you for saying something that you care deeply about in a measured way. I appreciate it. And here's the thing. First of all, just on the jerseys, the team picks the jerseys. Like Alex Cora has said this, right? On a given day, this is not anybody but them. And the reason they kept wearing them is they kept winning in them. That was at that point, the Red Sox were on when you talked about 9 straight, I forget the exact number of what it was. They wore it that many days in a row is because they wore them the first day to snap a losing streak. They won, and they did it again. This is actually old school. This is baseball superstition. The Red Sox this year are 26-6 overall in the history of these jerseys. They are 11-2 this year in 2023, and so it has become. This is not some like money grab deal, frustrating thing, whatever. This is the team wearing them because they win in them, and it's become kind of a fun deal in the clubhouse. And I do not believe it is anything more than that. You talked about the Dodgers, the Cubs, and the Yankees. So Yankees don't wear any other jersey, right? Like they've famously pushed back on everybody. The Dodgers have 100 jerseys. They wear those Dodgers jerseys that are blue from head to toe now that I think are hideous. You want to talk about other teams don't wear. Like they do. The Cubs, they wear the Wrigleyville blue City Connect jersey plenty. I think I don't know if they're wearing them Friday afternoons all the time, but they've worn them plenty over the course of the year. And the truth about it is, this is the way that it is. Like you look at your sport and you look at like the NBA and what the NBA has done. The NBA has gotten rid of you have to wear white and a dark color. The NBA has kind of allowed you to wear whatever jersey that you want. They make a bunch of different jerseys, and there's a financial aspect of that. But I also think that there's a recognition aspect of that. I think it's a good thing, and it's the same thing that the NFL has done with their color rush jerseys and all of this, where you are giving your fans more options to show what their allegiance is, or show what their team is. And some people like yellow, some people like red, some people like orange, and I get it. They're traditionalists, they're purists about the game and all of this, but I just have a really hard time with the idea that there's something wrong with the blue and yellow of a Patriots Day celebration. And all that means, in terms of like an emotional perspective too, for these Red Sox uniforms. And I think it's kind of cool to look around Fenway and see the spots of yellow with the red and the green and all of that. But Mike, I appreciate your thoughts there. Here as we are creeping towards first pitch tonight between the Boston Red Sox and Baltimore Orioles. The Red Sox come into play today at 72-69, 6 games out of the final wild card spot. We are expecting right around a 5:40 first pitch today between the Sox and the O's. When we get it rolling, this is what the starting lineup will look like. First for the visiting Baltimore Orioles, Adley Rutschman, the switch-hitting designated hitter today, gets the start. Homered the other night, creeped it just inside the pole down the right field line, Pesky's pole, for a home run. He leads off, followed by Ryan Mountcastle, the first baseman. Anthony Santander, the switch hitter, bats third as the right fielder. Then the cleanup man, Austin Hayes, he is the left fielder. Aaron Hicks, the former Yankee, back in the lineup, came off the bench last night. He bats fifth and plays center field, a familiar spot for him, doing it elsewhere in the American League East. Then Gunnar Henderson, the frontrunner for the American League's Rookie of the Year award. He is the third baseman that is batting fifth. Jordan Westburg began the year at AAA, one of their top draft picks, called up and doing well when he's been in the lineup. The second baseman batting seventh. James McCann, the catcher, bats eighth. And then Jorge Mateo bats ninth and plays shortstop, one of the fastest men in the major leagues. Baltimore sends Jack Flaherty to the mound, 8-8 with a 4.84 ERA, but a 6.66 ERA at the with the Orioles organization since coming over at the trade deadline. Red Sox lineup that'll face goes like this, with Alex Verdugo, the right fielder, leading it off. Verdugo, 5 for his last 16 in the month of September. The extra base hits starting to come along. The double last night, one of 4 extra baggers that he has had in the course of the month. Rafi Devers, we said it. He hit 3 balls above 99 miles an hour last night. He had a potential home run, certainly at extra base, robbed of him by Ryan McKenna in right field, right in front of the short wall in front of the Orioles bullpen last night. So Rafi is back in there, the third baseman batting second. And then Justin Turner, for all the conversation we had about his future. Right now it's about getting some hits. He has not done that a whole lot in the month of September. He has not slugged below 450. We said this earlier. Slugged below 450 since April. And he has just 1 extra base hit here in the month of September. He bats third, then Tristan Casas, the first baseman, bats cleanup. Lost his 13-game hit streak last night. Then Masataka Yoshida, the left fielder, who was hitless in his last 3 games. Batting sixth, Trevor Story, the shortstop. His average well below the Mendoza line to this point. Has not hit for very much power. Maybe tonight's the night against Jack Flaherty. As Wilger Abreu bats seventh, the center fielder. We said this earlier, the number of pitches that Abreu has seen. We've seen him at the top of the lineup, now back down at the bottom of the lineup. And you would imagine down in the 7 spot, if he can kind of keep the lineup moving with those couple of left-handers before Connor Wong, that could be a pretty good recipe, especially a couple of guys that can lift the ball in a big way against Jack Flaherty, including Enmanuel Valdez, the second baseman, who since being called back up at the beginning of September is 5 for 15 with a home run. And here tonight, Enmanuel Valdez will play in his 40th Major League game. Connor Wong bats ninth and rounds out the Red Sox order. He is the catcher. Hit his 9th home run of the season one night ago. And the Red Sox, of course, sending Chris Sale to the mound here tonight. 6-3 with a 4.46 ERA. And, Sale coming off the 5 scoreless innings in Kansas City earlier on this week, and hoping that he can continue that here at Fenway Park as the Red Sox try to win some games here at Fenway. They are 1-6 in their last 7 games here at Fenway Park. They are wearing, I guess this is a dangerous thing to say, they are wearing the City Connect jerseys here today. The bright yellow with the blue Boston right across the front, the white pants against the Baltimore Orioles, who are in orange today with the gray pants on what has become a relatively nice night for baseball. And we were scheduled for a 4:10 first pitch between the Red Sox and the Orioles. It was a good-sized crowd that got in here right around 4 o'clock. Then they moved their way back underneath the overhangs on each side of the ballpark, ringing around from foul pole to foul pole. Bleachers were closed off because of the thunderstorm threat. we sat here with the tarp on the field, raining down, raining some more. A little break in the humidity over the course of time. And it has not rained now for the better part of the last 45 minutes. The Red Sox on the field playing catch on the right side. Both starters in their respective bullpens getting ready to roll. The Orioles on the left-hand side of the ball yard, walking around, tossing, and getting ready for baseball, which for the first time here tonight is imminent here in this ball game between a couple of American League East rivals. It is a full house once again. For whatever, for all the rain and everything, that has not deterred just about anybody here. And maybe some have come in late, but there are very few seats in red that stick out on the first and third base sides. The Red Sox lineup is being announced as we speak. And we are, again, moments away, just about 10 minutes from baseball here tonight between the Boston Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles. Sox, again, 72-69. Because of the delay, there have been a number of games going on that do affect the Red Sox from a wild card perspective. The Rangers will get going a little bit later on, but the Mariners and Rays are in the bottom half of the fifth inning at the Trop, and the Mariners are winning once again 4-1 over Tampa. They had Trent Thornton, an opener, start that ball game. So, that's not the best news for the Red Sox. There hasn't been a whole lot of outstanding news. A's and Rangers, a 7:05 start in Arlington. The Astros will face the Padres at 7:10. The only other couple of games going on right now, one in Chicago, Diamondbacks up 3-1. They're in the bottom of the 10th inning at Wrigley Field. I guess I'll check what uniforms the Cubs are wearing there. Bottom of the 10th inning. Cubs down by a couple of runs. Yankees and Brewers finally got started after a rain delay of their own. The Yankees are down 2-0 against Milwaukee in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Remember, we'll see the Yankees on Monday as the Red Sox begin their final series of the year against New York here at Fenway Park. For now, though, that is it for Sox Talk here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Big thanks to Bradfo. Big thanks to all you who have hopped in and made your thoughts known about just about a little bit of everything. And the best news that I can give you right here, right now, is that when we come back, we've got baseball. Will Fleming.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Rob Bradford will have the call. We're back in a moment with first pitch right here on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. You can trust Innovation Refunds with your small business's ERC claim because of their SOC 2 Type 1 security compliance. And if you're a tech person, you know that's a big deal. I'm not a tech person, but I did look it up. Without this certification, how can you be sure a company can protect your information? It's not like here on the radio, where all you need to be secure is a sensor button. Check it out. So now you won't know my date of birth is or that my social security number is the password to my bank account is Ty's Cool Password 1. Uh-oh. The button's broken. Luckily, Innovation Refunds is more reliable. Don't wait. Go to innovationrefunds.com. That's
Why?
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this Why? A lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours. Why?
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users. Why? Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours? Okay. Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Calling all outdoor enthusiasts. Is your backyard ready for summer? Look outside. What do you see? If it's a layer of dirt on your deck, patio furniture, fence, or walkways, it's time to get to work. Grab a bottle of Simple Green Total Outdoor Pressure Washer Concentrate and feel the satisfaction of watching all that grime wash away. Yeah, now you're ready for some outdoor fun. Visit simplegreen.com to learn more.
When making a real estate purchase, partner with an agent who is a realtor. We're experts in what we do, with access to exclusive tools and proprietary market data. We're Realtors, members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
It was your father's leather chair, and his father's before that. It's where you can sink back from a busy day and enjoy some well-crafted comfort, which is why you also choose Bank Rhode Island. Because with the straightforward delivery of services and our commitment to serve with integrity and trust, you have a bank committed to craft the comfort of a better banking experience. It's banking well crafted from Bank RI. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Helix Wireless transforms how people and businesses connect by providing global solutions through patented smart SIM technology, connecting everything everywhere. Helix delivers IoT wireless connections that businesses need to succeed by utilizing global cellular solutions and strategic partnerships. No matter the size of the business, Helix has a connectivity solution. To find out more, visit helixwireless.co. Helix Wireless, a proud partner of Yankees Radio.
Short on time? Order ahead for free curbside pickup or to get delivery. Hurry in and get grilling. It's boneless chicken. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Gresh and Fourier, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Back at Fenway Park, it has turned into a lovely night for a ball game. Still a little sticky and humid, but the Red Sox and the Orioles just about set to play Game 2 of a 3-game series, and the Sox are pulling out all the stops. They got the Yellow City Connect uniforms on. The umpires march down the third baseline, trailing the crew chief Laz Diaz. Ramon Vasquez will bring the Red Sox lineup card out, and very shortly we will have a ball game between the Red Sox, who were on life support 6 games back. With 21 to go, the Blue Jays are well ahead in their game late with the Kansas City Royals, and so it is must-win territory, to say the very least, for the Red Sox here tonight. Brandon Hyde brings the O's lineup card out. Will Fleming and Rob Bradford. And as we said about an hour and a half ago, Rob, when this game was initially scheduled to start, the playoff picture has grown quite grim for the Red Sox. They literally need to just about run the table to feel certain of a playoff spot. That doesn't happen in the game of baseball, but we can definitively say that it begins today with Chris Sale in just a pivotal couple of games with the O's.
It all starts today, 21 in a row. Here we go, right? I mean,
we can say we were here for the first.
We can say Morgan Magic redux. But I think that, you mentioned Chris Sale, and this is what we have to sort of focus on in the here and the now, is step forward, whether you want to look at it for next year or this year, that's your choice. But to get Chris Sale right, to get him to really how he looked, not only before he got hurt, but that first game when he came back, and to get that guy, and he's had some good ones, but still to get the consistency, Chris Sale, to gave you 6 or 7 innings, to feel good heading into the last couple of weeks, that would go a long way.
In 2 starts against the Orioles this year, 8 innings, 12 runs, 3 homers, a 13.5 ERA.
And that's not even including his last spring training outing, which against the Orioles, which was the only bad one he had the entire Grapefruit League season.
Sure seems like the Orioles have got something on sale. All right, Rob, well, the Red Sox in the yellow tops are about to take the field. The Orioles in the road traveling orange above gray pants. Trevor Story is ready to lead the Red Sox out onto the diamond. How about today's starting lineups?
My pleasure. It's time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineup, brought to you by America's largest injury firm. So let's meet tonight's players. Starting with the Orioles, Adley Rutschman, you may know him, usually a catcher. He's DHing. Ryan Mountcastle, he's at first base. Anthony Santander, he's in right field. Austin Hayes is left fielder. Aaron Hicks, former Yankee, he's in center field. Gunnar Henderson, probably going to be the Rookie of the Year. What a player to watch these days. He's at third base today. Jordan Westberg, he's a second baseman. James McCann is catching, and Jorge Mateo is at shortstop, with Jack Flaherty, the pitcher they got from the Cardinals at the trade deadline. He's on the mound, 8-8 with a 4.84 ERA. For the Red Sox, Alex Verdugo playing right field. He's leading off. Rafael Devers at third base. Justin Turner is DH. And Tristan Casas cemented now in that cleanup spot at first base. Masataka Yoshida, he's in left field. Trevor Story is your shortstop. Wilger Abreu is your center fielder. Emmanuel Valdez at second base. Connor Wong catching. And the aforementioned Chris Sale, 6-3, 4.46 ERA. He's on the mound. And those are your starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. Well, speaking of largest, this is the largest game that I've done in quite a while, because I'm sitting along here, Will. It's a great game of baseball. It's the Baltimore Orioles, a team that you did not believe in, but I did. Let's go.
It's not that I didn't believe in them. I just thought the Red Sox would have a better record than they would.
Let me ask you this before we go. Do you think the Orioles are the best team in the American League right now?
No.
Okay, you still not a believer.
They're great. They've made huge strides, but I'll take a couple of the other clubs just as the overall, in terms of the likeliest to be in and win the World Series. Trevor leads the Red Sox out onto the diamond, and Rafi and Manuel Valdez, Tristan Casas. Wilger Abreu is going to be the center fielder in this matinee, postponed by about 100 minutes by rain. Yoshida jogs out to left. He salutes to Laz Diaz. And then Alex Verdugo is out in the right. Here we go with Chris Sale, who was good in his last time, but he didn't have his fastball. His velocity was way down in the low 90s, but he really did pitch. A lot of change-ups, a lot of sliders, and that added up to 5 shutout innings. Only 2 hits for Chris with 5 strikeouts. He's seen these Orioles 2 times this season. Once, right here on the first day of April, and it was 7 runs over 3 innings. And then 3 weeks later in Baltimore, 5 innings, 5 runs, 9 hits. Between those 2 starts, 3 homers yielded. And he will not have an easy go of it, because this Baltimore Orioles team, they've won 6 straight road games. They've won 15 of 18 overall. And in this road winning streak, they are just blasting away 8 runs a game over the last 6 away from Camden Yards. So a real heavy task here for Chris. Overall, he's 6-3 is Sale with a 4.46 ERA. Since returning from the IL, a 4.18 earned run average. The velocity has sort of come and gone. Slider and changeup have really been weapons for him the last few starts. Andy Fletcher is the home plate umpire in this ball game. Eric Bacchus is at first. And then Laz Diaz, the crew chief, at second, and Mike Esterbrook, who did not have a good night behind the plate. He's in the rocking chair at third. Adley Rutschman, one of the great young stars in the game, was on base 4 times last night. Drove in a couple, including a massive home run down the right field line. He is in from the right side, and he is set to face Chris Sale. Rutschman, overall against Chris, is 2 for 5. He's doing a little maintenance on the third base side of the rubber. Always ready to go, Chris. A fearless competitor. He's got the scowl working today. As ever, shirt sleeves. The first pitch to Rutschman is a strike on the outside corner, encouraging velocity out of the gates, 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say 94 first pitch. We've seen him when he has gotten it up there. It's been typically toward the end of his outings, but right out of the gate, 94.
It's not the end-all, be-all for Chris. The 0-1 is another pitch that misses inside. Fastball, that time at 92. 5:42, we get underway. So an hour and 32-minute delay. Hot and muggy. The 1-1 is down and in. Change up to Rutschman. And it's 2 balls and a strike. Adley, 274, 18 homers, and 70 driven in. This is a guy who walks a ton. He's got a 370 on-base average. Just having a marvelous sophomore campaign. Here's the 2-1, and it's a strike. Beautiful backdoor slider, and it's 2-2.
Well, we've seen sometimes with Sale, even with good velocity, he's had trouble with that command of that slider, but that was a good one. Put it right where he wanted.
2-2. Infield backed up for Rutschman, batting from the right side. Sale throws, and he bounces one foul. Another slider does Rutschman. We talked about the velocity not being a definitive tell for Chris. The main benefit, though, when he throws in the mid to upper 90s is the separation between the fastball, changeup, slider. It really keeps hitters off balance. 2-2. The pitch is looped on 1 hop, 2 rather, to first base. Back into by Casas. Nice feed to the covering Chris Sale. And the ball game begins with a very nice defensive play by Tristan. Rutschman is gone, and there's 1 away.
You know, what I loved about that play from Casas, Will, was that how much he threw over to Sale what he was covering first with authority. There was no lob. It was a nice, firm throw. Had a lot of confidence it was going to get there on time and just the right place. Sale did a good job of covering the base.
Here's Ryan Mountcastle, whose offensive numbers are shockingly similar to Rutschman's. He's a straight right-handed hitter with power, and Sale throws strike one, a slider on the outside corner. Tristan has improved the last few weeks defensively, and I think even for all his struggles this year, he's never reluctant to throw. He's confident letting it rip over there. The 0-1 pitch is another strike, 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-2.
I think that of the many disappointing things that happened for the Red Sox last night, one of them really was Casas not being able to show his stuff against the guy he's going against, Gunnar Henderson.
0-2. That's a swing and a miss. He got him with a slider. You can tell this crowd had a little extra time, perhaps on the concourses and in the neighborhood, to get riled up for this game, but they feel into it early. And they're 2 down. Arbella Insurance, the proud presenting sponsor of the Jimmy Fund. For every Red Sox strikeout this season, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here is Anthony Santander, one of the really lesser-known great hitters in the sport. He bats right against Sale. And the pitch is just outside with a slider. That is ball one. Santander is 3 for 10 with 6 strikeouts against Chris. Casas at first, Valdez at second. The 1-0. That pours in there with a fastball. And it's 1-1. Story, the shortstop. Raffy way back off the line at third. Abreu anchors the outfield in center. The 1-1 is another changeup right in there. Strike, and it's 1-2.
Using all his pitches today, Will. That fastball, 92 to 94. Good slider, good changeup right there.
That's what he did last time out in KC. 2 down, bases empty. The 1-2 is a little bit high. 93 with that fastball. And it's 2-2. The Blue Jays hosting the Kansas City Royals today. 5-1 there. Sox will need to win to keep pace. The 2-2 is a check swing. He went around, and it might have been a called third strike anyway. Sale strikes out a pair. Beautiful start. Mows down the Orioles in order. Jack Flaherty.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Choices in New England. With 35 brands, we have the largest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs in New England. Visit Herb Chambers today, where the choice is yours.
At Bank of America, there's one question we ask our customers to learn what matters most. It's not, how much money do you have? It's not even, how much money would you like to have? No, our question isn't about money. It's about you and what you want to achieve. Because
how powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Alex Verdugo to lead it off against Jack Flaherty, the longtime Cardinal. Throws, and Verdugo takes a ball, a fastball. 93 outside, ball one. This young man was a star early in his career with the St. Louis Cardinals. Teammates in high school at Harvard-Westlake with Max Fried and Lucas Giolito. The 1-0 pitch is a strike to Verdugo on the outside corner, 1-1. But since coming over at the deadline, his debut was good with the O's, but since then he's been absolutely hammered. Some think he's pitching for his spot in the rotation here this afternoon. The 1-1 is outside, a curveball, and it's 2-1. At one time, this was really, Rob, one of the great young pitchers in the game. He burst onto the scene with the Cardinals. .275 ERA and 11 wins in 2019. Verdugo takes another curveball, and it's 3-1.
Well, we talked a lot at the trade deadline about the Orioles being really like the team that was in focus the most, because everyone knew the one thing this team needed was another starting pitcher.
3-1 is on the ground to the right side, and a diving stop by Mountcastle. Throws to first in time. What a play. Brilliant backhanded dive by Mountcastle. A hit, at least a single, maybe two, taken away from Verdugo.
Man, that was a great play. Not only because he had to stretch out, dive all the way, but because the ball bounced right up as he was in mid-dive and snagged it out of the air. What a great play.
Mountcastle used to be a horrendous outfielder, and it's a credit to him and to the Orioles finding him a home defensively. That was great. Here now Devers, who is searching for home run number 30. He almost got it last night. Flaherty throws. Raffi swings and misses. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. Raffi lined out sharply twice to center, and then McKenna took one away from him. Deep to right. 0-1. 91 driven in for Devers. Here's the pitch. Raffi takes a curveball outside. He does not have the feel for that pitch yet, Flaherty. And it's 1-1. This is Raffi's first look at this right-handed pitcher. Flaherty overall this year 8-8 with a 4.84, but the number's much worse than that lately. Here's the 1-1. Raffi swings and fouls one off on the third base side. It's 1-2. Alex Cora sometimes enjoys seeing Devers foul fastballs off to the third base side more so than being out in front and yanking them to the pull side.
Well, we've talked a lot. We haven't seen a ton of opposite field wall balls from him this year.
1-2 high with a fastball. He did it over and over again yesterday in batting practice. And the sense that big things were coming, and he was close. One down, bottom one. Justin Turner is out on deck. Scoreless O's and Sox. Here's the 2-2 to Raffi. He swings and pops one into shallow center field, and that's a base hit. In on his hands. Devers flips the bat away, and he has the Red Sox first knock. Baseball can be a stupid game sometimes, Rob. Last night he hit 3 balls 100 miles an hour, was 0 for in here. A little jam job into the outfield.
Those are the kind of hits, though, that get you going, aren't they? I mean, he just, as frustrating as that was, and I asked him in the dugout, I said, "Did you think that was gone?" And, you know, he was hesitating, but he had to have thought that was absolutely gone, and he gets a little bit of payback right there.
Here's Turner. Pitch to him is a strike on the inside corner. JT has been on a strikeout run. So unusual for him. 7 of his last 8 at-bats have ended with a strikeout. 0-1. Flaherty throws his first curveball for a strike. Justin begins the Safe Light Auto Glass. Part of the order. 0-1 the pitch. JT takes a ball. Cutter. Down and away. It's 1-1. Flaherty's had major injury problems, and really that's a main part of why his career got derailed. Just never could find it again with the Cardinals. 1 ball, 1 strike, double play depth behind Flaherty with Devers. Not much of a lead at first. Here's the 1-1. JT takes a ball. Fastball 2-1. And talking to the people who've tracked Flaherty, whether it's scouts or people with the Orioles, this has been his issue. He's not gotten ahead of hitters enough. The only out so far, a brilliant defensive play at first. 72 degrees and muggy in Boston. 2-1. Turner swings and drives one foul down the left field line. Look out. I hope that hit an empty seat or somebody's bare hands. That was a screamer down the left field line. And it's 2-2. Time and Temp brought to you by Window Nation. Protect and increase the value of your home. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. Turner's seen a lot of Flaherty, but not done much. 2 for 13 with 4 strikeouts. A lot of those ABs were in the halcyon years for Flaherty with the St. Louis Cardinals. 2-2. Pitch is driven high and deep down the left field line. It is gone! Into the third row of the monster seats. Turner launches a 2-run homer, and the Red Sox lead it 2-0.
Right there, Flaherty just hangs a curveball, and Turner jumps all over it. He's so good at doing just what you need to do against certain pitches, whether it's going the other way or, in that case, just yanking it right to the left of the flight standard up over the Green Monster.
Almost a one-handed follow-through from Turner. That was so impressive. 23rd homer. He's driven in 94 runs. The jolt the Red Sox were looking for, and here comes Tristan Casas. I do not mean this to be an exaggeration. They may wear the yellow jerseys the rest of the way if they win tonight. Here's the pitch to Casas. He takes a fastball on the outside corner, and it's 0-1.
You know, what amazes me about Turner is he's just so good at just having such a calm swing and taking what the pitch gives him.
0-1 to Tristan. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Tristan got jobbed a little bit last night by Mike Estabrook. 2 walks taken away from him. So his 13-game streak come to an end. One thing Alex Cora and Pete Fatsi have repeated over and over this year, in the hitter meetings against people he's faced often, Turner is so vocal and really gives the book to these young hitters, and he knows all about this man, Jack Flaherty. So were it not for the great play by Mountcastle, it'd be 3-0. The 0-2 is swung on and missed, and Casas is fanned. 373 feet out of here from Turner. Here's the first strikeout, and with 2 down, here comes Yoshida. Well, where would this offense be for the Red Sox without Justin Turner all year long? And it's such a tough call coming up. I mean, in a vacuum, Red Sox would love to have Turner back. He's got a unique contract, though. He can opt out and still make $6.5 million. The pitch to Yoshida is a strike. Curveball that bends in there. And it's 0-1.
I don't see there's any way he doesn't opt out and at least talk extension, because he's going to make more money no matter what if he does opt out.
0-1 to Yoshida is down and in. Sinking fastball 1-1. 2-0 Red Sox in the first.
And I was talking to Turner about that. He said that he doesn't really like to do any negotiating during the season because he's done that in the past, and it just leads to all kinds of frustration.
1-1. Here's the pitch. That's low. He also has a ton of leverage right now. Why let it distract you? The offers will come, and hopefully he'll be here really to the end of his career. He has met and exceeded expectations. 2-1 to Massa. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Fastball at 94, and it's 2-2. Flaherty now this season in 135 innings has given up 16 home runs. With the Orioles, 5 straight starts, allowing a big fly. Here's the 2-2 to Yoshida. It is fouled off on the third base side, sends the Orioles dugout scattering, and it's 2-2.
Well, Yoshida obviously has a teammate who was in the news, or a former teammate who was in the news. Yamamoto pitching a no-hitter. Oryx Buffaloes.
Maybe a future teammate, too. Here's the 2-2. And that is lined on the right side and through in the right field, a base hit. Past the dive of the second baseman, Westberg. And the Red Sox have their third hit, and the inning continues for Trevor Story. Yep, Yamamoto. An unbelievable performance last night. Brian Cashman was on hand. Apparently, every team, including the Red Sox, had executives there. He is the #1 non-Ohtani free agent target.
I don't think there's any question. And a lot of people do their power rankings of starting pitchers and put Blake Snell. Well, he's 5 years younger than Blake Snell.
Here's Story. Pitch to him. Here's a fastball for a strike. 0-1. Trevor in the ball game last night, 0 for 3. He's at 170 with a homer and 5 driven in. He, too, has seen a fair amount of Jack Flaherty. 1 for 6 against him. The 0-1 is sky deep into right field. Back on it, Santander will get there in front of the warning track to make the play. Trevor gave it a ride, but just not enough. Inning is over, but...
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
for every workout and free fitness training. Join the judgment-free zone today for $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment, cancel anytime. Deal ends Wednesday, September 13th. See Home Club for details.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
There's a lot to love about a brand new 2023 Subaru Forester, an IIHS top safety pick for 17 years running. Love all the all-wheel drive Forester has.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we're realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Rich Keefe Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Austin Hayes to lead it off against Chris Sale in the top of the second. Red Sox leading 2-0. The pitch to Hayes from Sale misses low. And that is ball one. Chris was great in the first inning, needing only 14 pitches. Tired the O's in order. Hayes with 14 homers, 59 driven in. He swings and misses at a changeup. And it's 1-1 in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers Audi Burlington and Audi Brookline. Justin Turpin back at the flagship WEEI. Doug Lane in the booth at Fenway Park. The 1-1, that is inside off the plate. And it's 2-1. Austin Hayes just yawned.
Oh, well, it's been a long day, Will.
A lot of card games, I bet, for him in the clubhouse. 2-1 is a strike. Fastball, 2-2. Game delayed by about an hour and 40 minutes.
And no doubt they were out celebrating that big win last night. Austin Hayes, all-star. I mean, this lineup has a lot of good players, as we talked about before. Maybe not a lot of great players right now, but a lot of good players.
Depth, they've been great. 6 for 16 with 3 homers against Chris and a 2-2 check swing. He did not go, according to the first base umpire, Eric Bacchus. Just amazing lately, the numbers that these Orioles hitters have against Chris. Early in his career, he dominated the O's. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. That is strike 3 call. Beautiful slider on the inside corner. Sale has fanned 3 straight. So 1 down for Aaron Hicks. We take 10 seconds of the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And Rob Bradford at Fenway Park, 2-zip Red Sox. The pitch to Hicks is a strike on the inside corner. Aaron has seen a ton of Sale. Of course, all the time with the Twins and Yankees. He's been in the same division as Chris for the majority of his career. 10 for 31 with 11 strikeouts. The 0-1 is a cue shot off the end of the bat, foul. Slicing outside the line, and it's 0-2. Amazing about this season in which Chris has been hammered by the Orioles. They're about his best opponent for the balance of his career. 2017, 3-0 with a 2.05. 18, 2-0 in 4 starts with a 2.18 ERA. He owned the Orioles. 0-2 the pitch is in the dirt, a slider, and it's 1-2.
But it really started in that spring training game, and you have to understand how good Sale was throughout spring training, and then boom, out of nowhere, you have that bump in the road. You don't think too much about it until they get to the regular season.
1 down in the top of the second. 2-0 Red Sox. The 1-2 pitch is a little outside. Very close. With a fastball, and it's 2-2.
Now, the fastball's dropped down a little bit to the low 90s, 90, 91. But he feels great about his slider right now.
Pitching quickly. The 2-2 is another slider. There you go. Fouled off the end of the bat. And it remains 2-2. In some ways, Alex Cora, as much as he loves seeing Chris have the big velocity, I think he enjoys the starts in which, like he did in Kansas City, Chris really carves him up. And it is a more durable pitch mix and attack plan when he's got the secondary stuff working. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a ground ball to first and down the line, a fair ball. And that's going to go to the corner. Verdugo plays the carom, but Hicks is killing the Red Sox. He's 3 for 3 in this series. He's found a new home in Baltimore, and it's a one-out double for Aaron Hicks.
94 miles an hour right there. Hicks just does a good job going the other way right down the line. And like I said, Will, I think if you ask Chris Sale right now what pitch does he feel the best about, not even close, it's that slider. He's actually almost thrown it as much of his fastball in the 26 pitches he's had so far.
I like it when you get into the baseball savant pitch breakdown
stuff.
That
was at the top of my head. What's baseball savant? I have no idea what you're talking about.
So here is Gunnar Henderson from the left side. He takes fastball outside for ball 1. 2-0 Red Sox, Chris. Tall and lean as ever, black glove. Standing straight up and down on the third base side of the rubber. Hicks leading away at second. 2-run Justin Turner homer, the difference so far. The 1-0's popped up. Back of home plate, Wong gives it a look without the mask onto the warning track. Counters there. Make the play, and the very dangerous Henderson is gone. 2 down for Jordan Westburg.
You look at Gunnar Henderson, and you can understand why he was such a highly touted prospect coming up. Not only is he productive now, but just physically, he just is a big guy, very athletic, all the tools. Sort of kind of the frame that you think that Marcelo Meyer could grow into one day.
He's 6'4", which is why some people think Gunnar will move off shortstop. He's adamant that he'll stay there. Connor fiddling with his helmet. I think the PitchCom transponder got knocked out when he threw it away. Today through Thursday at Shaw's and Star Market, value pack boneless chicken breast or thighs for $2.47 a pound when you use the digital coupon. 2 down, a runner at second. Here's Jordan Westburg, a good young player for the O's. Sale looks to second and throws, and a slider is swung on a miss. That's been a wonderful pitch for him. And it's 0-1. As Ben McDonald, the Orioles TV analyst, said of Gunnar Henderson, I played with a pretty tall shortstop myself, and he turned out to be okay. That would be Cal Ripken Jr. The 0-1 pitch is a slider down and in, and it's 1-1.
Speaking of Marcelo Meyer, as I said, Gunnar Henderson's probably a little bit taller, but when I talked to him the other day in Fort Myers, what was striking to me was his frame. Like he has noticeably gotten bigger and stronger than I remembered when he played in spring training.
So many great conversations with Brian Abraham and Paul Taboni, who I saw today at the ballpark, about Meyer. The 1-1 is up the middle, off the mound. Story, gloves. He spins behind the bag, throws wide of first, and that's going to go to the dugout and allow the run to score. A great job by Story to make the stab there, but that is going to be a throwing error that allows Hicks to score from third, and the Orioles are back within a run. It's 2-1.
It's a play that when he makes the throw, you're thinking that Story's a smart player, he's a veteran player, he's going to get it near the bag. But really, he just whirled around and threw that almost halfway between home plate and first base. Casas had no chance.
He showed great range, did Story, but that's one that just needs to be in his back pocket. He had no chance at all to make the play, and that missed the bag by 20 feet. So another misplay in a year that's been filled with them. And the inning continues for James McCann, batting from the right side, and he takes a slider down and in. 4-1. People rave about Marcelo. Obviously, the natural tools are unquestionable. Pure, smooth swing. He's hit just about at every level. He was injured a lot this season. His season was delayed and then shut down with shoulder issue. 1-0 to McCann, and that is a strike. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is his left non-throwing shoulder.
Yes, his left, and I'm glad he talked to him because he definitively said, I heard it on May 7th, and it was something I should have gotten treated more than I did, but I tried playing through it, and it just got worse and worse and worse. So when you look at his numbers, I think it definitively can say, well, that was in large part because of the shoulder.
1-1, Sale throws, and McCann swings and misses. The former Tiger is behind. 1-2. his timeline will be delayed. You know, it's a kid who's pushing to get to the major leagues as all these young superstars get here so quickly. Bobby Witt Jr., we saw him a man in full in Kansas City just a couple weeks ago. 1-2, the pitch is fouled on the third base side. Marcelo, I would imagine, will start next year again at Double-A. The plan would be to get him comfortable there and see what the future holds.
Well, Thursday, the day that I talked to him, Jordan Lawler, who was a guy he grew up playing against, Dallas area, he was picked 2 spots behind Marcelo Meyer in that 2021 draft. He got called up by the Diamondbacks.
1-2. Here's a swing and a foul over Connor Wong's shoulders, and it stays 1-2. That was just a remarkable draft and such a neat thing that the Red Sox were able to get Meyer after just the COVID season. I mean, a 60-game year. The Red Sox are so rarely going to pick number 4 overall. That was an absolutely loaded draft. Pirates went first and took Henry Davis. 1-2 is fouled off, which I think is going to be one that will be legislated for many years to come with the talent that was available thereafter. I mean, Jack Leiter then went, and then the Tigers, the head scratcher of that entire draft, which explains how you have the last-ranked farm system in the world, Jackson Jobe, a high school pitcher, with Meyer and Lawler sitting there. 1-2 to McCann. Pitch is ripped foul down the third base line. This is a long battle, and it stays 1-2.
And what's interesting is that not only was it a pretty good draft, it was a very shortstop-heavy draft as well. And you had Lawler, you had Meyer, you had Lawler, but you also had Matt McClain, who was a college kid, obviously making his mark with the Reds. And then a little further down, Jackson Merrill, who's probably going to be the Padres shortstop next year, forcing Xander to probably move.
1-2. Sale throws again, and he misses outside. 95-mile-an-hour fastball there. Sal Frelick went 15th overall in that draft. He's been a beast on both sides for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Jackson Merrill also was a kid I talked to. I asked him what was the strangest things he ever signed. A toaster. I thought that was a good answer.
You are so strange. The 2-2 pitch is a fastball missing inside, and it's 3-2. What brought that about?
What?
Why did...
Oh, because I was talking to Jackson Holiday at the All-Star game. He's like, what's the difference in becoming a star? He's like, he signed the weirdest thing. So I started asking guys this question, and I've gotten the weirdest answer. It's great. Marcelo signed a prosthetic limb.
Somebody had one of those on the field today. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch is swung on a miss. He got him with a slider. It took 10 pitches, but Chris puts McCann away. An error gives the Orioles a run. We go to the bottom of the second.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Visit lifebrand.life to remove cringeworthy content from your social media accounts and increase your chances of being a top-rated applicant. Lifebrand.life. Make a good first impression today.
If you drove a 2023 Nissan Rogue with available all-wheel drive and 5 drive modes, going out for dinner with the family could take you to the great outdoors. But in a basic SUV, family outings might be a little predictable.
Welcome to Basic Town Burgers, home of the Basic Town Burger.
So why settle for ordinary when you could satisfy your taste for adventure? The Nissan Rogue. Far from basic.
Now, get the 2023 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy among gas engines. Availability is limited. Shop at your local Nissan store or at nissanusa.com. Auto Pacific segmentation excluding hybrids and electric vehicles. 2023 EPA fuel economy estimates from 28 city.
Or stop into a Northern Bank branch today. A maximum opening deposit of $250,000 per account, offers for a limited time only and subject to change without notice. Northern Bank, member FDIC.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox.
Wilger Abreu to lead it off for the Red Sox from the left side against Jack Flaherty. This feels like a very good matchup for him. The Red Sox lead it 2-1. League leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining, residential and commercial at drainsbyjames.com. We're going to go off the grid a little bit today for the league leaders. Here's Wilger, left-hander with tons of power, playing to pull on the infield. Flaherty throws, and Abreu takes a strike with a fastball in the outside corner, and it's 0-1. 241. This young hitter, homer and 5 driven in. Pitch to him is a big swing and a foul. Straight back to the screen. And it's 0-2. Abreu waits. Flaherty winds. 2-strike pitch. Outside with a tailing fastball. And it's 1-2. So, in this ball game, we got one of the fastest runners in the game. Jorge Mateo, which clocked by sprint speed, is the 7th fastest man in the game. 1-2. Abreu swings and rips one hop into right field. That's a base hit. A hanging curveball. And Wilger did not miss it. He was aboard with a leadoff single.
You can see why everyone's raving about this kid in Worcester. He just looks like a hitter. He sits on that curveball right there, pulls it past the second baseman. It's an impressive guy. It's going to be an interesting conversation heading into next year about how much you are going to rely on him as if you are going to rely on him as an everyday player.
There's no question about that. Would change a lot of things. Here's Enmanuel Valdez, another left-handed bat. He swings and fouls the pitch back. It's 0-1. Ellie De La Cruz, unsurprisingly, the fastest guy in the game. 30.5 feet per second as measured. Then 2 Royals, Dyrone Blanco and Bobby Witt Jr. Trey Turner 5th, Corbin Carroll 6th. Jarren Duran, unsurprisingly, the leader for the Red Sox, 21st overall. 0-1. Here's the pitch. That's outside with a changeup. A ball and a strike to Valdez.
So I was asking Bobby Witt Jr. if he's ever been beaten in a race when he came through town. He said middle school.
I wonder who that kid was.
Still trying to find that kid.
The Bradford Show will hunt him down. 1-1 to Valdez. Here's the pitch. That's outside. Another change. And it's 2-1.
Well, to continue the conversation, and we've been asking people on the Baseballs and Boring podcast who was the strangest thing you ever signed, and like I said, stemming from Jackson Holliday, Orioles top prospects comment.
2-1. Valdez rips one off the foot of Flaherty, then the mound. Mateo has it, steps on second for 1, the first for 2. Double play. That was hit right on the nose, but the defense perfectly positioned. I think that did clip Flaherty. Maybe he got his foot out of the way. As it is, a 6-3 double play, and just like that, the leadoff hit is erased.
So everyone's talked about the shift, and everyone's saying, oh, well, you know, you're going to hit the ball up the middle again. No, you can't really, because there's still a guy sitting about a foot away from that shift line. But Heston Kjerstad, Orioles prospect.
We wait on bated breath. Connor Wong takes a strike on the outside corner.
I'm dying to know what the strangest things you've ever signed was. Heston Kjerstad said a sock. Thought that was an odd one.
2 down, 2-1 Red Sox in the second. The pitch is a little looper into center field. A base hit. Connor broke his bat. He'll take it. One last hit in that piece of lumber. Connor ditches the handle. Colin picks it up. The bat boy on the first base side, and Wong is hot all of a sudden. He extends the inning for Alex Verdugo.
That's the kind of broken bat that can get really dangerous. I mean, like it becomes a spear. But so we talked in for the podcast with Steve Wynn, who's part of the Baseball Project, the music group, the Baseball Project. And I had him on with Lenny DiNardo, and I said, okay, in this question, what is the strangest thing you ever signed? When you ask a rock star that,
you could get a lot of answers.
They cannot answer it.
Body parts. 2 down for Verdugo. Red Sox leading 2-1. Alex robbed his first time here. A curveball called a strike. Didn't really have to be. That looked off the plate. And it's 0-1. Justin Turner, a 2-run homer in the first, and a throwing error from Trevor Story gave the O's a run in the second. 1 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Verdugo takes outside, a changeup, and it's 1-1. Twins beat the Mets 8-4. Blue Jays over the Royals 5-1. Yankees and Brewers are in the 6th inning. They dealt with a lot of rain today themselves. It's 2-2. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Verdugo fouls it back. Isaac Paredes left the game for the Rays down in St. Pete. They're hosting the Mariners, and in the 7th inning, they're tied at 4. Subaru of New England scoreboard. So much to love. You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England. A lot to love event. Ball and 2 strikes to Verdugo. Wong leading at first. Flaherty out of the stretch, delivers, and Verdugo takes outside. Curveball, and it's 2-2.
Well, Paredes would be a big hit for them. I mean, you're talking about a guy with the 10th highest WRC plus in all of baseball.
10th highest what? Weighted runs created plus, which is a fancy formula. It tries to calculate the overall impact of a hitter.
I give our listeners much more credit than you do.
Mm-hmm. Context is important for all. 2-2 with 2 down. Pitch is hit high in the air, into deep left center field, but it will hold up. Hicks is over to his right in front of the Moderna sign. He's there to make the play. Verdugo.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Bars, the OG granola bar that started it all. Crunch into the real honey and whole grain notes in every single bite. Nature Valley.
For the 46th year in a row, Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks. The trucks that move mountains also move boats, bricks, and 2x4s. Workdays and weekends, job sites and campsites. F-150 and the all-new Super Duty never stop working, just like you. Ford F-Series, official truck of your Boston Red Sox.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Buffalo wings for just $4.99 and full-size apps for just $6.99. Or try the new Double Dog Dare Combo for just $9.99. The 99, always the real deal.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
Up to the 3rd inning we go. Jorge Mateo, brilliant defensive player. He's got 7 homers this season and 32 driven in, batting from the right side against Sale. And a backdoor slider misses for ball 1 in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers, Lexus of Sharon, and Lexus of Hingham. Mateo 1 for 5 against Chris in his career. There is a fastball that misses outside, and it's 2-0. Mateo, Rutschman, and Mountcastle. Middle infielder's way backed up on the outfield grass, or at least just a millimeter in front of it. It's 2-1 as a changeup clips the outside corner. We'll have the Yankees here at Fenway Park for a 4-game series. Depending on what happens today, the Red Sox right now 2 games ahead of the Yankees. Here's a 2-1 that's dropped. I think that should have been called a strike. That's one of the things that drives me crazy. It just shouldn't matter. A strike is a strike, but not called one. It's 3-1.
The AAA, the automatic strike and ball calls in AAA is really fascinating to me.
I think it's coming. Here's the 3-1 to Mateo, and it's swung on and missed. It is a challenge system, at least on the weekends, where the batter, the catcher, and the pitcher can all challenge. You get 2 or 3 of them, and if you get it right, you keep them.
But they have different days. So as you said, you have the days where the challenge system, and there's the days where it's just flat out. And I think you're right. I think it is coming. There's no way around that.
This has been an awful 2 weeks of strike zones for the Red Sox. 3-2 misses inside. That's ball 4. I mean, again, that 2-1 pitch that was called a ball should have been a strike. It's not. And so now the leadoff man in Mateo's aboard. That's trouble because here comes Adley Rutschman.
Well, you go back to you see the end of game reports, and you see, okay, these are the balls and strikes that were called incorrectly by the ump, and then you see the electronic balls and strikes, and it's just science. I mean, it's nothing against the umps. It's human error.
Here's Rutschman from the right side. He takes a strike, a fastball right there, and it's 0-1. I like the human element. I don't think we want to become too robotic in baseball. I like having a home plate umpire to manage the game, especially with all the rule changes. And by the way, there are a lot of good umpires. 0-1. Sale is ready. He throws, and he misses outside with a changeup. Like C.B. Buckner misses 15 pitches every night. Angel Hernandez, same story. Last night, Mike Estabrook missed a whole lot of pitches, and they greatly benefited the Baltimore Orioles. Not that that was at all the reason the O's won. The 1-1 is a little bit low, a changeup, and it's 2-1. I mean, twice Casas should have walked. He's trying to be the rookie of the year. Impacts your on-base percentage.
Casas has had a bad run of bad calls in the last couple of games.
He's holding Mateo, who can fly over at first. The 2-1. That is inside a slider. And it's 3 balls and a strike from Sale to Rutschman.
But, you know, I love how Casas came back. He kept his composure. He hit the ball hard in some of those at-bats where he got bad calls.
Mateo, 28 steals. 3-1, not going the pitch. Is swung on and missed. Rutschman was trying to go to the casket flagging right there.
But you know what? That's where the slider and the changeup comes into play, because even though it was only 92, Rutschman was tardy on it.
52 pitches thrown for Chris. 1 on, none out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul. I'm a little surprised that Mateo is not running there. I think you trust Rutschman to make contact, put the ball in play, have a good feel for the zone. And the lefty Sale is a part of the equation, but surprised they're not more aggressive in that spot. Valdez and Story pinch to the second base bag. 2-1 Red Sox in the third. Chris is ready. He throws, and the pitch is down and in. Ball 4. He walked him with a slider. So 2 consecutive walks. And now trouble continuing as Ryan Mountcastle stands in.
Well, we've seen this a couple times since Sale's come back, where you start off well and then you sort of hit a bump on the road. The most notable one, that Houston game, but right here seems like a pretty big moment for him.
2-1 with 2 on and nobody out. Mountcastle struck out swinging his first time. Cloud cover overhead here at Fenway Park. It's been a rainy, drizzly day, and actually light rain starting now. Here's a fastball for a strike. Actually a changeup from Chris, and it's 0-1. I know the Red Sox do not want rain to interrupt this game further, primarily because that would chase Sale and get them into the bullpen after a real stressful night in that way last night. 0-1. Pitch is ripped foul. Look out down the third base line. That almost decapitated Tony Mansolino, the Orioles' third base coach. The Baltimore Orioles have the #1 team batting average with runners in scoring position. A huge key to their success. Actually, Boston, the 7th best number in the game. 0-2, the pitch is inside. The teams that do that are playoff teams over and over again. That's what is so frustrating about the pitching and defense this season for the Red Sox. I'll read you the top 10 in that category, runners in scoring position hitting, in just a moment. 1-2 to Mountcastle. The pitch, runners go, is swung on and dribbled down the third base line. Foul and out of play. They had that base stolen. Both Mateo and Rutschman did. But a foul ball. It stays 1-2. So the best batting averages with runners in scoring position. Actually, the Red Sox have the third best mark behind Baltimore and Tampa. And then it's Houston, Texas, the Cubs, the Dodgers, the Rockies, then the Nationals, which is interesting, and then the Braves and the Brewers and the Blue Jays. I mean, it's just the number one leading indicator.
Well, and also I think if you look at the Red Sox, we talked about Justin Turner. What would life be like without him?
1-2 runners don't go, and this is a swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. Wong will pick it up, and the at-bat is over with first base occupied. Fifth strikeout and a big one for Sale there.
There is no question that slider is his best weapon right now. He's got good command of it. He's going to it in the most important times, like right there, and that was a big pitch.
Rain, go away. 1 down, 2 on. Here is Anthony Santander. It's now 3 for 11 against Sale. We saw Dave Miller, the groundskeeper, and onto the field talking to Laz Diaz between innings. It's kind of a small little cell that's over Boston right now. 2 on, 1 out in the third. Sale looks to second. He throws, and Santander takes a slider way in for ball 1.
Does the amount of rain delays, does that correlate at all to where teams are in the standings? Because the Red Sox are doing pretty well in those.
Especially here at home. 2-1 Boston. Elger Abreu very deep out in center field. 1-0. The pitch is crushed high and deep into left field. It is high and it is off the wall. Abreu plays the carom. 1 run has scored, and they will hold Rutschman at third. Not a great read at all by Adley Rutschman. That ball was high off the wall. He needs to score on that play. That's a huge break for the Red Sox, but the game is tied at 2 with second and third and still only 1 out.
Boy, how does Rutschman not score on that play? I would love to see the replay of what his reaction was, because honestly, Will, when it was off the bat, I thought it was gone. And it hit about halfway up on that left field wall. There was no doubt that was going to hit the wall.
At least. Took kind of a soft hop onto the warning track. Abreu flung it back onto the infield. Well, for Rutschman, who's such a great complete player, that was a total misread. So the stress continues for Sale. The runners at second and third with still only 1 out for Austin Hayes. Tied at 2 for now. A special guest in just a moment. The infield's coming in for the Red Sox with a tie game and second and third and 1 out. Sale throws, and Hayes takes a changeup outside for ball 1. Local star Megan Kang, who won her first LPGA Tour event just a while ago, is going to join us in just a second here. Get all the details on her thrilling first win. The 1-0 is up the middle. Sale stabs it. He looks Rutschman back to third. Races back, flips to Devers, coming down the line. They've got him in a rundown. Wong tags him out. On the play, though, Hayes does advance to second base. So really nice job there by Rutschman to continue in the rundown long enough to get Hayes to second. But the Red Sox executed that well. And because of it, 2 down now with runners at second and third.
Well, that was Tom Amansky stuff right there by Sale. You get the ball back, you run at the runner, which is exactly what he did. He sprinted right at the runner, got him in the rundown. Good base running, as you said, Will, to get the runners to second and third.
We'll get to Megan in just a moment. A little action right out of the gates, Megan. Nice to have you.
No, happy to be here. It's been
stressful so far as Aaron Hicks rips one foul down the left field line.
Well, it's been pretty cool, get to experience like the whole Red Sox feel and get down on the field. It was nerve-wracking down there for sure.
Indeed. Threw out a first pitch, your local kid. Not a kid anymore. Starring on the LPGA Tour. The 0-1 is a strike on the outside corner with a changeup, and it's 0-2, and you are a through-and-through real Red Sox fan.
I am. Born and raised in the Boston area, South Shore, but overall, grew up watching the Sox.
Got the jersey on today, and the cap 0-2 to Aaron Hicks, and he takes a high fastball, and it's 1-2. What's more stressful?
Oh, you took my question, Will.
Trying to make a putt to make a cut, or throwing out a first pitch in front of 30,000?
It's a good question.
You've done more of the first one, right? 1 and 2. The pitch is ripped foul on the first base side.
I've done more of the first one, but I feel like the second one, you would think it's a pretty simple throw, and the pressure of messing a simple throw is probably more demoralizing if I were to mess that up.
For a pro athlete.
For a pro athlete, that's the worst thing.
Though, honestly, you did a great job with it.
Thank you. Now, I had a lot of friends telling me don't be on the top 10 worst. So that was a
you don't want to be with
big motivation.
Carl Lewis and 50 Cent. 1 and 2 to Aaron Hicks. 2nd and 3rd with 2 down. The pitch is ripped high and deep. If it's fair, it's way gone. It is. Off the Plymouth sign, a 3-run bomb for Aaron Hicks. Red Sox killer this weekend, and it's 5-2 Orioles.
Well, we talked about that slider being a good weapon. Well, hit be stopped becoming a good weapon for him right there. He just gets it out over the plate and absolutely torn into. And here come the Orioles against Chris Sale once again.
It's just been incredible how hard they've hit him. And it's yet another homer against him. Remember, in the 2 starts against the Orioles, 8 innings, 16 runs against them, and they poured it on here. 5 in 2 2/3. And here now Gunnar Henderson, a slider to him. This is outside for ball 1.
I think it's a great time to talk about the great game of golf, Will.
Red Sox have some really good players on the team, mostly the pitchers who play on the road. Here's the 1-0 to Henderson, and it's chopped to third. Devers has the second.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
I'm vegan. Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
If you drove a 2023 Nissan Rogue with available all-wheel drive and 5 drive modes, going out for dinner with the family could take you to the great outdoors. But in a basic SUV, family outings might be a little predictable.
Welcome to Basic Town Burgers, home of the Basic Town Burger.
So why settle for ordinary when you could satisfy your taste for adventure? The Nissan Rogue. Far from basic.
Now, get the 2023 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy among gas engines. Availability is limited. Shop at your local Nissan store or at nissanusa.com. Auto Pacific segmentation excluding hybrids and electric vehicles. 2023 EPA fuel economy estimates from 28 city 34 highway to 30 city 37 highway for 2023 Nissan Rogue. As shown, Nissan Rogue Platinum all-wheel drive 28 city 34 highway. Actual mileage may vary.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
All right, Rafi Devers to lead it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 3rd. They're trailing now 5-2. Aaron Hicks 4 for 4 in this series and a big 3-run homer. For now, the difference in the game at drizzly Fenway Park. Flaherty back to work. Devers, who's been so close lately, stands in, and he takes strike 1. Megan Kang, who just won her first LPGA Tour event, is with us. I watched a lot of that tournament, actually, Megan. It was so dramatic down the stretch. I mean, you had a lead early in the final round as the 0-1 to Rafi is hard on the ground to the right side, but a cherry hop from Mountcastle. He flips to Flaherty, steps on the bag, 1 down. You had an early lead. The number 1 player in the world chases you down. You're bogeying holes late in the round, and then you find the metal to get it done to birdie 18 to force a playoff, and then a great approach in the playoff. What did it mean to you to be able to pull those shots off when it mattered the most to you?
Honestly, it was huge. I talked to my agent. He was like, I'm so glad you won that way. And I joked with him. I was like, I would have been perfectly fine knowing I could double and win. I would have preferred that.
Lag it up there, 3 putts to win. Here's Turner, who homered earlier in the game. He takes a curveball for strike 0-1. But that sort of mentality, right? Shot making, you can carry that forward.
Definitely. He's like, it kind of just shows the kind of determination and grit you can kind of put in. And so, it is true, but
You maybe do it differently next time. Here's the 0-1 swung on and missed. It's 0-2.
Yeah, definitely. Knowing that I can do it's huge, but preferably I hope I don't have to do that again.
There is a lot of mental training in golf, is there not? I mean, you're thinking a lot about how to move on from one shot to the next. Turner waits the 0-2. Megan is a pro. She waits for pitches. This is hard on the ground, and it's bobbled by Mateo, and he cannot make a play. We'll see how they score it as it is. Turner's aboard.
No, definitely. I mean, I bogeyed 17, and I knew that kind of cost me a tie chance going into 18, but I kind of had to get rid of that real quick and throw that away and kind of just focus on the next hole, one shot at a time. That's huge because, I mean, if I had dwelled on what happened at 17, I probably wouldn't have hit, the shots that I did on 18. So definitely huge.
Rob, Megan did something on 18 that I usually do, but for different reasons, as Casas is in the left-handed batter's box. Here's the pitch, and it is a strike on the inside corner. She hits this unbelievable drive, but they hadn't shown the ball in flight yet, and as it takes off, she slams her driver onto the tee box. She's still ticked off about what happened at 17, but a little oomph behind that. I like that. And then just an incredible second shot. 0-1 to Casas. Turner leading the pitch. Tristan takes outside. It's 1-1.
So being obviously a Boston fan growing up, was there an athlete that you looked up to? And maybe it's the approach, that fiery approach, mental approach, whatever it was. Was there an athlete in any sport that you really looked up to?
I mean, you'd be crazy not to say Brady, right?
He's going to be here tomorrow. Not here. The 1-1 is outside to Casas. 2-1.
I love it.
I mean, you see his work ethic. You see what he's done to be able to still play in the league. It's to do as much as he's done. I mean, no offense at his age. It's huge.
I think that was no offense to old people like us.
No. 2-1 to Casas. 1 on, 1 out. 5-2 O's. The pitch is swung on and fouled back. So for the third time, you're going to be on the Solheim Cup team, which is a team match between the United States and Europe, and it's in Spain. You're leaving in about a week's time, huh?
Yeah, I'm super pumped. Second time overseas, and hopefully, coming back with some hardware instead of leaving with a sour taste.
It's such a cool thing. I mean, for golfers, it's such an individual sport. You get to really be part of a team in a way that you ordinarily don't. The match play format is cool. The 2-2 misses outside. The crowd is so into it. They're on you in Europe, aren't they?
It's huge. I mean, especially being in Spain this year, we're going to hear a lot of vamoses and oles, exactly.
Ole.
And so I think that's something you got to mentally prepare yourself out there. For those who haven't been there before.
3-2 to Casas. Here's the pitch, and Tristan swings and misses over the top of a curveball. He is gone. Is there conversation? Have you had a partner in those previous events that you've really gelled with that maybe is on the team this year that you think you might play with again in the upcoming Cup?
Honestly, I think a lot of us, all, gel pretty well together, and I think, our captain, Stacey Lewis, is going to do a great job of kind of finding the best kind of statistical pairings, and so I know she's doing what.
Here's Yoshida, strike on the outside corner. It's amazing to me all the things that go into that. It is they're like baseball people, Rob. They're running numbers about the best pairings of tee shots on par 3s and 5s and mid irons and all that stuff, pairing people together. It's an amazing process. 0-1 to Yoshida. The pitch is strike. So, what would be given your game? What's the ideal partner for you think?
So for me, statistically, I do pretty well on kind of keeping the ball in the fairway and hitting the greens, and so kind of someone similar to that sense, and maybe someone a little stronger on, let's say, stronger or similar to the ball striking and putting wise.
Mm-hmm. Throw to first, Turner back, 0-2 to Yoshida. 5-2 Orioles in the third.
I just love golf with raucous crowds, and I don't know,
awesome.
For me, but for a player, I don't know if you do, if that's a thing. You said it's nerve-wracking, but still exciting, right?
Oh, it's definitely exciting. It's different.
0-2 to Massa. Pitch is very close, but called a ball. 1-2.
I feel like golf gets this rep of being a very quiet sport and stuff like that, but I feel like nowadays it's getting pretty loud. You get the crowd involved, and those kind of team environments, you really want the crowd on your side.
Is there an acceptance of that? You think more and more and more?
Definitely on the team side of it. You love hearing the crowd kind of roar.
1-2 pitch is high and outside.
I mean, I personally love getting the crowd involved.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
It's great, right? So we know what your favorite ballpark is, I would imagine, right?
She's sitting in it. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
If he wasn't, you have to say that. Favorite course you ever played at, and I bet Will has played there.
2-2 pitch is down and in.
I'm pretty biased. My favorite golf club is my home one, Boston Golf Club in Hingham.
All right.
So local girl loves a local club.
That's great.
It's huge.
I have played there, and it is awesome. It's hard. I mean, it's tight in spots, longer than it sort of appears off the tee. That's an awesome club. Turner's got a huge lead. The 3-2 is lined foul down the left field line.
But I loved growing up in Massachusetts. I still stay here. Everyone always asks me why I haven't moved to Florida, and it's like, it's not home.
Yeah.
Sports, everything's better up here.
Plus, you're on the road so much, you can play all the time.
Exactly.
3 balls, 2 strikes. 5-2 O's. Turner is going to get a running start from first. Yoshida singled his first time. There goes Turner. The pitch is ripped into right field. That's a base hit. Turner makes the turn at second. He will head for third and hold there. Yoshida is 2 for 2. And Trevor Story will come up as the tying run.
Yeah, 2 really hard hit balls by Yoshida today. A really good sign.
Solheim Cup team's got some rookies, one of whom, Rosang, burst onto the scene out of Stanford. And Jennifer, who won the Augusta Amateur a couple years ago. I mean, you guys do have this influx of a lot of new young talent.
Yeah, I'm talking to our captain and like even everyone kind of who's asked. It's like we have such a young team, but at the end of the day, like it's a very well matured team, and they all know how to get it done out there.
So here is Story. Flat out to right his first time here. He takes a strike and a cutter, 0-1.
But I think it's huge. As young as the team is, you got some very developed players, and again, solid down to the core.
Jealous you get to go over there. I've always wanted to attend a Ryder Cup or a Solheim Cup in Europe. Spain and Italy, the hosts this year. The 0-1 to Story is fouled out on the first base side, and it's 0-2.
So I asked you what athletes you wanted to emulate or you like watching. What golfers do you like watching? So they're on TV, I'm going to watch, besides yourself.
I don't like watching myself, funny enough.
You and me, I like watching myself at all. It's listening to myself, watching myself at all, yeah. So, but what golfer other than yourself?
Outside the Story?
I mean, growing up, I've always loved watching Tiger Woods.
Yes.
I mean, how could you not? He changed the game, elevated it.
I know your dad was your first coach, but was he the guy that you said, okay, that got me into golf?
I would think so. My dad would always try to get me to watch Tiger. And
appointment TV. I mean, it really was unbelievable. And really, in our entire lifetimes, there hasn't been and there won't be another guy in any sport who went on a run like that. Like the winning percent, you know how hard it is to win, to compete,
crazy.
To make cuts in majors, to be in the top 10. Every week he was doing it. Just remarkable. 1-2. Here's the pitch. And Story swings and misses. He strikes out, and the inning's over. Megan, it was awesome to chat with you. Congrats on your first win, and go bring some hardware home from Europe, would you?
It's gonna be
Thank you so much.
Have fun.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Mike's Amazing Mayo, Mustard, and Vegetable Oil. Made right here in the old US of A. Game On means Mike's Amazing. When it's on, it's on. Now on sale at your local market.
Savings and support start day one with Sherwin-Williams Pro Plus. This exclusive program with pro-level services is designed to help you manage and grow your paint business. With premium features, including productive solutions, personalized service and support, business tools, Pro Plus savings, and 0% interest credit. Sherwin-Williams Pro Plus gives paint professionals the support they need.
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot. Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
34 highway. Actual mileage may vary.
Hey, this is Tristan Casas. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Chris Sale going to try to settle back into this game. It's 5-2 Baltimore. Red Sox have had a lot of chances in this game. Jordan Westberg leading off in the fourth in the Herb Chambers batting order. Takes a slider outside for ball one. Brought to you by, in this inning, Herb Chambers Mercedes-Benz of Boston, Natick, and flagship motor cars of Linfield. Here's a slider that's hammered into left field. Back on it, Yoshida. He will leap and not get it. It's off the American League scoreboard. Yoshida plays the carom with a bare hand, throws to second, but the tag a little late. That was beautifully done once it got over Massa's head. Valdez was to the left field side of the bag. And good job by Westberg to run hard the whole way. I think a lot of hitters at Fenway Park might have been thrown out because of the great play, but Westberg was going hard out of the box.
Great recovery by Yoshida. He's really got to work on that wall, though. I mean, once he gets on that warning track anywhere near that wall, gets a little timid. But in that case, went over his head, got the ball, fired it back in, made it a close play.
So here is James McCann. It's already 5-2, and all of a sudden the contact is very loud against Sale. And McCann high in the air into left center field. This ball is crushed. Abreu looks up, and it is gone. Under the light tower, a two-run homer for McCann. The Orioles continue to crush Chris Sale in this season, and it's 7-2 O's.
Well, there's a changeup right there, and obviously a misplaced changeup. But I think that my takeaway from this Sale outing, other than the Orioles just absolutely torching him again, the fastball not playing just catches up to you. I mean, he was trying to go with the slider early on. It was effective, but at some point you got to be able to throw that fastball.
And I think the second time through they started looking for the secondary pitches as he takes strike one from Jorge Mateo, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. Chris winds, he throws, and a pop-up down the right field line. Drifting foul. In on it comes Verdugo, and Alex is there to make the play. And there's the first out of this fourth inning. We know that Chris will be accountable after this. We know he'll say he's embarrassed and disappointed and needs to be better and stand up for his guys. But, Rob, this just continues a run really from the moment he signed the contract extension where he just has not been himself. Freakish injuries. And a big part of that is Adley Rutschman takes strike one on a slider, and it's 0-1.
Well, the problem is that he actually started to get on the run that we expected early this year, but then obviously he got hurt.
0-1 is down and in. Slider 1-1.
And then he comes back, and he has that game where he has a no-hitter into the fifth, and you're like, okay, here you go. But I do feel like that was a curse more than a blessing. You exerted a ton of energy out of the gate.
1-1. Strike on the outside corner. It's 1-2.
And we haven't seen his fastball really tick up like it did in that game since. He's had some decent outings, but like I said, today the fastball just isn't playing, and the slider all of a sudden stopped working.
Here's the 1-2 to Rutschman. It's up the middle, under the glove, off the mound. Valdez gloves, stumbles, throws to first in time. And Rutschman is gone. Injury report is brought to you by the Catches Law Group. Since 1986, Catches is won over $2 billion for their injured clients. Corey Kluber had his rehab situation delayed. Supposed to pitch for Double-A Portland, and now tonight he's thrown an inning with a strikeout for the Worcester Red Sox in Gwinnett. Pablo Reyes is also in that game. Shouldn't be too long till he returns. Here's a smash into center field, but it'll hang up for Abreu, and the inning is over. Mountcastle retired, and the inning comes to a close, but a two-run bomb by James McCann. We go to the bottom of the fourth, 7-2 O's in the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Patriots, instant tickets, let's play!
With Rhode Island Lottery's Patriots Instant game, you can win cash instantly, up to
$35,000!
Plus, if you're not a winner, register your non-winning ticket in the Patriots Instant Replay for a second chance at big prizes, like a trip to an away game or a trip to the big game in Las Vegas. Plus, tailgate, suite, and VIP ticket packages. Scratch and score with the Patriots Instant game and Patriots Instant Replay. Details at RILot.com. Please play responsibly.
Hello, Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
September is back to school time and getting back into those daily routines. So why not add checking findmassmoney.gov to your routine? Check your name, friends, and family's names to see if you have money from unclaimed assets, like forgotten bank accounts, stock certificates, refund checks, utility companies, and more. They're holding over $3.4 billion in unclaimed property. And if you haven't checked in a few months, go now and look, because they're constantly updating the list. Findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
The Rich Keefe Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Comeback time for the Red Sox. Wilger Abreu to lead it off against Jack Flaherty, who's having a little pitch com issue. Rob, would you please share with us today's Diesel Direct question of the game? It's a poll
first,
question.
Will, I want to pause 10 seconds for a station identification.
We're not doing that yet. Abreu's ready. He's into the batter's box. You leave that to me. Flaherty throws, and Abreu takes strike one in the outside corner. So it's available always at Sox Booth on Twitter. They remind you to stop wasting time at the pump. Get on-site fuel with Diesel Direct. It's a prospect-related question today. The 0-1 to Abreu is down and in.
All right, I will give this Diesel Direct question of the day to you. Mm-hmm. Which Red Sox prospect are you most excited about? Marcelo Meyer, Ceddanne Rafaela, Kyle Teal, or Roman Anthony? I think it's a good question. It's a good question.
Me too. The 1-1 is outside. I would say Meyer. It seems to me he's got the highest floor. I mean, maybe there's some who think maybe, just maybe, Anthony's ceiling has jumped a little bit higher, but even that I think is a stretch. 2-1 to Abreu is outside. A fastball, 3-1. He's surging, is Anthony. He's in Double-A. He just doubled earlier today. But don't you think that Marcelo would be the answer?
I agree.
By the way, Chris Sale's been taken out of the game as Abreu takes a strike. He thought that was ball 4. Alex Cora sort of belatedly went down the dugout and told him, "You're done." And Chris did not look happy. Threw the pitch-com transponder away, stormed into the Red Sox clubhouse. I guess storming is not the right way to describe it, but he quickly headed down the tunnel. Left-hander. No, it's a righty up in the bullpen. I think it may well be Joe Vera. Or the new guy. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Abreu. He checks his swing on a curveball down, and probably one pitch too late. That is a walk to Wilger Abreu. Zach Weiss.
Well, I was going to say that 2023, the new guy could be a lot of people.
It's kind of been a refrain for the Red Sox, just trying to find ways to give themselves depth in the bullpen, and they've taken so many shots. Weiss, the latest here is Enmanuel Valdez. 7-2-0s, and Manu takes a strike with a fastball. On the corner, it's 0-1.
I mean, go back to the Diesel Direct question of the day. I think that Meyer will win the poll. And I think, after talking to him the other day, I would agree. I mean, you look at the stats of the struggles this year.
0-1, swing and a miss. That was awkward looking from Valdez, 0-2.
But then you hear the explanation about May 7th, the shoulder lingering throughout the year.
We've seen him. I mean, he looks the part in spring training.
I said, how about, do you remember when you hit that home run off Nathan Eovaldi in the simulated game?
0-2 is high. Of course he does.
Yeah, of course he does. Well, I remember the sound off the bat. I was sitting in the first row, and about how much different does that seem like a long time ago? And he has evolved. He's a bigger, stronger kid.
1-2 to Valdez with Abreu at first. Here's the pitch, and that one misses outside.
But, Will, the interesting thing, he was here for Mookie's first game back in the Dodgers. He was here and sitting in the stands, and he said in the 6th inning he left, he walked back to his hotel, and he was just bursting with, I got to get on that field. I got to get on that field more than he ever has.
He would very much like that. The 2-2 is fouled off on the first base side. You hear from the people in the Red Sox organization, like Brian Abraham and Paul Taboni and so many others, that one of the things that drew them to him in the draft was his personality. He's a real binding agent on every team that he's on. He's bilingual. Guys from all cultures gravitate to him. He's one of these guys, just kind of a natural leader. 2-2 to Valdez. The pitch is ripped down the right field line. That is going to get down for a hit. Abreu can fly. He's turning around second. He heads for third, and he is going to get held up at the last minute. It's a double for Enmanuel Valdez. The Kids have a rally brewing, second and third with nobody out.
Well, there you go. Like we said, Enmanuel Valdez, he can hit. I mean, I think he's shown that he can hit Major League pitching. It's just finding the best position for him. He had a little bit ways to go defensively, but both him and Abreu, the two guys that came over for Christian Vasquez, have shown that they can hit Major League pitching.
So now a real chance for Connor Wong, at the very least, to make this a more interesting ball game. 7-2 right now, second and third in the bottom of the fourth. We will, I promise, get you the station break, but we'll do it when I say. Verdugo's out on deck.
I think I kind of nailed that. What a wasted opportunity.
Wong into the batter's box. The pitch is outside for ball one.
I find it very telling that I actually did it, and our esteemed producer, Justin Turpin, didn't even enact it. He's like, I'm not doing this until Will Fleming does it.
He knows. 1-0 is outside. Now 10 seconds, station ID, Shaw's and Star Market, Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
2 balls, no strikes to Connor Wong. Second and third, they lead. The pitch is ripped into right field. That's a base hit. Abreu scores. Valdez held at first, and he is stopped at third. I think in the situation right now, they probably would hold Valdez anyway. Pretty good arm out there in right from Santander. It's an RBI hit for Connor Wong. 7-3, and still nobody out.
As you pointed out, Jack Flaherty, he's really, really struggled. And if there's a pitcher you can come back against, it's this guy. Now, I think Red Sox going to be able to hold down the Orioles the rest of the way. Why they come back, that's the question for me.
Comes Chris Holt, the pitching guru here for the Orioles. And that allows us to remind you that the fourth inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car and help a child today. Free pickup 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.com. That is Cars with a K. Cionel Perez, the wonderful left-hander, is up in the bullpen, and that, to me, means he's going to face Devers almost no matter what, because it'll be a high-leverage spot in this ball game. Flaherty, I think, probably now knows this is his last hitter in Verdugo. John Means is coming back for the Orioles soon. They'll face the Cardinals in the next series, and this literally could be the last start for Flaherty as an Oriole.
And John Means coming back is huge for them. People around here should remember how good he was against the Red Sox and how good he's been.
36th RBI for Wong, who's on a tear now. Verdugo takes strike on the outside corner. This becomes an absolutely pivotal at-bat. I mean, you got the righty who's vulnerable on the mound. Wong has now reached bases the last 5 times with 4 hits, including a homer last night. 0-1 to Verdugo. Here's the pitch. Alex takes outside because you got a very difficult lefty, Perez, who's not been the same guy, but still, with Devers on deck, that's a much harder matchup. This is the one where Verdugo really needs to cash in. 7-3 the score. They lead at the corners, 1-1. Here's the pitch. Verdugo swings and fouls it off on the third base side. It's 1-2.
Yeah, Flaherty is a reminder of the guys who were dealt at the deadline, the starting pitchers. Not a lot have done really anything productive for their teams that they acquired. I mean, even Lance Lynn, who got off to that great start, last couple times really rough.
Michael Lorenzen threw the no-hitter, but he's been hit hard for the Phillies. A beach ball is out on the corner track down the left field side.
We're still grasping.
Oh, that's not very nice at all, Austin Hayes. He came over with the cleats and spiked it.
Only
He's
Bob
grinning
Stanley
ear
can
to
do
ear.
that.
Boo indeed.
You need a rake. The Bob Stanley rake.
1-2. First and third, a run in. Sox within 4. Flaherty does not feel like he's at the beach at this moment. The 1-2 is looped down the left field line. Hayes racing in on the run. He dives. He makes the play. Good job by Valdez. He tags at third, and he scores a run. It's a sac fly for Verdugo. 7-4 game. Austin Hayes kills beach balls and dreams. That was a great diving grab and a spectacular play for the first out of the inning.
The Orioles wanting to appeal over at third base, thinking that Valdez left too early. But I thought it was a great job by Valdez because he was really caught in between. No guarantee that he was going to catch that, but he stood at third and tagged up. Good job.
Excellent. Excellent indeed. So Devers will come up, and that'll put Turner out on deck. Who's on deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online small business lender. Apply today at ondeck.com. CNL Perez, very difficult left-handers coming out of the bullpen. Big arm to face Devers. We return 7-4. Sox back in it on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV.
CNL Perez, the flame-throwing left-hander, burst onto the scene last year. He's going to come on to face Devers with 1 out, 2 runs in here for the Red Sox. The young players, the kids, ignited a rally. Both Abreu and Valdez reached. Good base running by both, and they each touch home plate. So now a 3-run ball game. And Rafi to face CNL Perez. Rafi 2 for 7 with a double against this very good left-hander. For every double the Red Sox hit, we'll donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association. That is brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector, the place to go if you need health insurance. Go to mahealthconnector.org to stay in the game and get covered. Devers has singled and scored and then grounded out to the first baseman, Mountcastle. Perez was spectacular, almost otherworldly a year ago. Still having a big-time year, 3.4 ERA in 55 games pitched for the O's. Pretty interesting that Brandon Hyde, sensing the urgency of this moment, goes to a big-time reliever this early in the game.
Yeah, there's no question. It's not a big guy, but like you guys said, throws hard, and this was going to be one of these games. Now you're going to have to bob and weave your way through it a little bit. We know what the Red Sox are facing, but the Red Sox offense here hasn't laid down at all. They've come right back.
Part of that is Flaherty, but you're right. They've, after being so quiet the last 4 days, have answered. All right, here's Rafi. Perez a season ago in 66 games, a 1.4 ERA. Big arm, nasty slider, and here he is facing Devers. Pitch is ripped into left field. That's a base hit. Rafi delivers, Wong up to second, and now Justin Turner will come up as the tying run. I mean, Rafi's so close to getting it going again.
Well, we've seen it, right? I mean, he got robbed last night, but that was taking advantage of the right pitch last night. A hanging, breaking ball, and jacks it out, gets robbed. But today, he's just going with the other way. That one, perfect example. How much better is it when you see him going the other way at Fenway Park?
It's the whole thing for Rafi. So now Turner, who has a 2-run homer in the first inning, singled in the third, and now he is up there as the tying run. I guess they scored it an error back in the third when Mateo couldn't make the play. Be that as it may. Here we go. And Turner's sort of asking the home plate umpire, Andy Fletcher, what's going on? Perez has got to look at the hitter. Like, to me, that should just be a straight violation and ball one.
Yeah, and you see Laz Diaz, the second base ump, pointing, say, you got to look at the hitter. Well, give him a penalty.
First and second with one down. 2 runs already in. Turner could tie the game right here. Perez from the belt throws, and JT swings and grounds one to third. Off the foot of Henderson into foul ground. Wong is going to come home. He slides in safely. It's a 2-run game. Devers to third. Turner up to second. And Gunnar Henderson, a rare misplay over at third, has made it a 2-run game and put the tying runs in scoring position.
You're not going to see that a whole lot where Gunnar Henderson doesn't make that play. But I tell you what, some good base running this inning from the Red Sox. Right there, Connor Wong, never breaking stride coming around third. Good job by Carlos Febas as well to send him.
There are not many base runners, not many catchers who move like Wong. That was excellent. And now, what a spot for Tristan Casas. Left-handed hitter with the tying runs at second and third. Tristan is 1 for 3 against this pitcher, and he takes a slider outside for ball one. Well, as much as Casas would love to tie the game, this is a spot where the Orioles will concede a run. Infield is back. Put the ball in play. That would be so key here for Tristan. He's not thinking about that, though. 2 strikeouts in the game. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. A big-time slider. And it's 1-1. There are hits and runs in these yellow uniforms. Amazing. And maybe a little good juju as well. 2 errors made by the normally reliable Orioles. It has been so long since these fans at Fenway have been able to get into a game. Really going back to the Saturday game with the Dodgers was the last time. 1-1 to Casas. Here's the pitch. Tristan takes a ball. Slider. And it's 2-1. Sure feels like that's going to be the approach from CNL Perez to Tristan, breaking stuff away.
Yeah, he's not going to mess with him if he doesn't have to. I tell you what, I know one fan base is rooting for Tristan Casas right now. They're down in Tampa.
2-1. Here's the pitch, and it is grounded on the right side. It'll get the run home. Gloved there by Mountcastle. Flips to Perez, touches the bag. Raffy scores at 7-6. So Casas has his 61st RBI. That's just what the doctor ordered. Tying run at third for Yoshida.
Well, now we're going to see Yoshida. He's hit the ball hard a couple times against Flaherty, hitting line drives to the right side. But as we know, against lefties, it's been a little bit different story. We'll see if he comes at him with some breaking balls, which he's had a hard time with.
So Turner at third with 2 down. What an answer for the Red Sox. 1-run, Oriole lead. The pitch is high with a fastball. And it's 1-0. You'd think Perez will attack Turner in this spot. Throw from Rutschman almost got past the pitcher. 2 down. Fireworks through 4. Here's the 1-0. Yoshida takes a strike. Looked to be a little off the plate, but called a strike, and it's 1-1. So, as Rob told you, 2 for 2 with a couple line drives into right. One is low and outside, sinking fastball. And it's 2-1.
If I'm Perez, I'm just living on the outside corner against Yoshida. He takes that step away against lefties, makes it very difficult.
He's shown an ability to go the other way a lot of this season. 2-1. Here's the pitch. Swinging a soft ground ball. Perez has it on the mound. Runs a couple steps to first, throws overhand in time, but big answer for the Red Sox. They put 4 up. We go to the 5th inning. Baltimore 7. And the Red Sox 6 on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Mow, dig, haul, lift. The versatile Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor does it all. Switching attachments is simple, and a smooth hydrostatic transmission makes for easy operation. The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
In Connecticut, visit MB Tractor and Equipment in South Windsor, F&W Equipment in Orange, or Ruitt Sibley Equipment in New Milford.
Why?
Why? If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now, what a spot for Zach Weiss, who in his career over 19 big league outings has a 5.79 ERA. Down at Worcester, 4 scoreless appearances, but we've seen at times this season that has not always translated to the mound at Fenway Park. Key spot for him here. 6 appearances this season with the Angels. This is just a key inning after the Red Sox put 4 up. They're back within 1. Weiss, a right-hander, against Anthony Santander, who flips it around and bats left. He takes the first pitch slider for strike 1. Claimed him off waivers from the Angels on August 25th, Rob.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He got released out of the minor leagues after the COVID year. Had to go to independent ball.
A 1, down and in.
Got picked up after one game in independent ball that year from Seattle. I said, oh, it must have been quite a game.
Santander waits. 1-1. Strike on the outside corner.
But anytime, it's interesting, anytime a guy has to go through the avenue of independent ball, it always piques my interest to the resiliency of getting through that. Especially, this wasn't that long ago for Zach.
Our old buddy Rich Hill. 1-2 is up the middle off the mound, right at Trevor Story. A little hop. He gloves and throws to first in time. And there's one away. That was hit hard, but into a good spot for the Red Sox. And there's one down.
And of course, when the Red Sox do identify a guy like this, I think that the way that baseball is going, one of the questions I want to ask right away is, well, when you got here, what did they say to you?
Mm-hmm.
Did they say, we think that you should be throwing this pitch more? You should approach it differently than you did? Because we've seen many, many examples of that.
Here's Austin Hayes. He swings and fouls it off. So often lately the Red Sox preach strike throwing. They think if you can get ahead, convince a guy to do that, changes his entire outlook. That's the way the game is right now. It is armies of people looking at shapes of pitches and repertoires. 0-1. Swing and a miss and a slider. They're mining for baseball gold. It is driven by data and video and all this TrackMan info that everybody has, and people are trying to be the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, and ironically, the Rays approach is maybe the simplest that you can get, which is throw your best pitch for strike 1. And if you look at the Rays catchers, they're always setting up right in the middle of the plate.
Makes a lot of sense to me. 0-2. Pitch. Swinging a soft ground ball to the left side. Story has it. He gloves. A little running throw in time, and they're 2 down. Story putting on a show. It's so fun to watch him do that. The plays he comes into his right, and then that little hop and the 3/4 throw. What an athlete at shortstop.
See, that's the type of play that the elite shortstops make, and we're reminded that Trevor Story, when his arm is right, is an elite shortstop.
Glove barely held on to that thing. It almost popped out, but Trevor handled it. Now 2 down. Here's Aaron Hicks, who's been the Orioles MVP in the series. 3-run homer his last time here From the left side, he takes a slider for strike one.
You know, Will, I saw John Daniels, who's now working with the Rays. He was with the Rangers, and obviously they had interest in Story when he was a free agent.
0-1. The pitch is ripped down the left field line, but foul.
And the timing of signing him, before the lockout, after the lockout, never quite worked out. But he said, I could have absolutely seen Trevor Story in the outfield as a center fielder.
Well, and there were rumors that Trevor fired his agent because the agent did not make that deal happen in his home state. The 0-2 is outside of Cutter, 1-2. He sure looks the part. He's an unbelievable athlete. And everybody certain the bat will come around. 1-2, 7-6-0 is the pitch. Swing and a drive down the right field line, but foul. That was launched by Hicks. Red Sox baseball and EEI brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, where they're celebrating Truck Month to defeat any task with the capability and technology of Ford F-Series, America's in-stock and best-selling trucks for 46 years straight. 1-2. Zach Weiss throws, and he misses outside with a slider. And it's 2-2. I think Aaron Hicks would like talking to Megan Kang, whom we had on earlier. There are a lot of people in New York who thought Hicks liked golf more than baseball. 2-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Good cutter there. Hicks just abandons ship. He sets the bat down in the left-handed batter's box, and the inning is over. That is just a brutal look. I mean, the ball kicked to the third base side, and Hicks said, I'm good. Inning over. We go to the bottom of the fifth. 7-6 O's lead the Sox in the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
The U.S. Virgin Islands is calling out to you. With no passport required for U.S. citizens, no arrival or departure taxes, no need to convert currency, and no Caribbean destination more inviting than St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas. We give you a reason to say yes. Our charming people look forward to welcoming you. We are America's paradise, because this, my friend, is the American Caribbean.
Why?
Why? If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Why? Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Your entree into the restaurant business began in your home kitchen, and today your cafe's success continues with a well-crafted menu and a staff committed to add an extra touch, which is also why you chose Bank Rhode Island, because with a straightforward delivery of services and our commitment to serve with integrity and trust, you have a bank that's just as committed to add that extra touch. It's banking, well-crafted, from Bank RI. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, this is Tristan Casas. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
7-6 Baltimore. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Trevor Story to lead it off, then Will Abreu and Enmanuel Valdez. Herb Chambers batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers Jaguar Land Rover Boston, Jaguar Land Rover Sudbury. All right, here's Trevor, who had a brilliant defensive top of this inning. Leading off the bottom, he swings and drives one high and deep and foul down the left field line. Slider that got in on him, and it's 0-1. I would say, just watching Story every day, the last couple of days have been much more encouraging at the plate. 0-1. Pitch. Swinging a liner into center field. That's down for a hit. Over to his right is Hicks, trying to cut it off. Story is thinking second, but at the last possible minute, he puts on the brakes.
He wanted it so bad.
Trying to do his best Jaron Duran impression. But a base hit leading off the Bottom of this fifth, and here comes Wilcher Abreu. I think it's coming for Story. One of the reasons that so many teams, like the Red Sox, were drawn to Story in his career in Colorado, he was one of the very best, if not the best, OPS men against left-handed pitchers in the whole game. But the Orioles stick with Perez. Here is Abreu, who takes a strike, and the reason they do is because you got Abreu and Valdez, lefty-righty, coming up right here. I mean, I know it's only the fifth inning. This would be a spot where you'd consider maybe someone like Rafaela or Refsnyder. They do have a right-hander, though, up in the bullpen. Here's the pitch, and a fastball down and in. So that will be the calculus in the Red Sox dugout. Which matchup would I prefer? Valdez against Perez or Refsnyder, Rafaela against the righty in the Oriole pen?
I think, Will, you look at the swings they're putting on Perez and lefty-righty, it doesn't matter. They're putting good swings on.
1-1 is ripped on one hop off the glove of the second baseman, Westberg, and that is a base hit for Abreu. Another great swing. Another play not made by the Orioles. It was a missile. It will be a hit. And the Red Sox have 2 on with nobody out for Enmanuel Valdez.
Yeah, we've seen some questionable plays from the Orioles, but I think you got to give the Red Sox some credit, too. They're hitting rockets out here. That was not an easy play right there.
Code word of the game is the Birds. Guess in honor of the O's, make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. The Birds. Trying to take a lead over the Birds. Here's Manu, and he bluffs a bunt, takes it back in a sinker on the outside corner. 0-1. I haven't yet seen a number on the back of the big right-hander who's up in the Oriole pen. I would imagine he'll come on to face Wong, but then thereafter you got Verdugo and Devers. 0-1. Here's the pitch, and Valdez swings and fouls it off a slider, and it's 0-2. Orioles do have 4 lefties in their pen. We saw D.L. Hall and Danny Coulombe last night. Cole Irvin is more of a long guy out of the pen. It was aggressive by Brandon Hyde to bring this guy Perez in so early in the game. This left-handed heavy Red Sox lineup. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Slider. Nowhere near that one was Valdez. So there's the first out. It'll be Connor Wong. And here comes Brandon Hyde to go to the righty out of the pen. Red Sox within a run. I think it might be the former Oakland Athletic Shintaro Fujinami, who is oftentimes either overpowering or an absolute train wreck. Red Sox are hoping for door number 2. Connor Wong to face him when we come back. 7-6 the score on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
New Englanders know that for towing, hauling, or heading to a ball game, their Ford dealers are their truck headquarters. For a full lineup that works hard and plays harder, F-Series. Featuring F-150 and the all-new Super Duty, the best-selling trucks for 46 straight years. The turbocharged Ranger and the compact Maverick. Built Ford tough and the official truck of your Boston Red Sox. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales. This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV.
Shintaro Fujinami, whom we saw in Oakland, is now with the Baltimore Orioles, and he comes in a big spot here. 2 on with 1 out. And you'll see Connor Wong with the big top of the order looming for the Red Sox. Today through Thursday at Shaw's and Star Market, pick up value pack boneless chicken breast or thighs. Only $2.47 a pound. Use the digit coupon limit 2. Hurry in and get grilling. Boneless chicken, Shaw's Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. This guy's got a big arm, does Fujinami. And their deadline acquisitions. Scoreless 8th inning 3 days ago against the LA Angels. And he has thrown the 8th most pitches in Big League Baseball this year that have exceeded 100 miles an hour. They'll face the red-hot Connor Wong. Connor 2 for 2 with an RBI single and a run scored in this game. Last night, Connor homered, walked, and singled, so he is on an incredible tear here. He's got a big chance right here.
We talk about trade deadline acquisitions, and now Fujinami was a little bit earlier than the trade deadline, but still a guy that they got heading toward August, and a guy that they really thought was going to be effective. He went from a starter to a reliever, much better as a reliever. Like you still not consistent.
7.56 ERA for the season. He can be great, but he is also totally vulnerable at times. Here is Wong on a roll. 2-1, 1 out. Here's the pitch. And that's way outside. A fastball yanked into the left-handed batter's box. And it's 1-0. That's been one of the issues for him. I mean, 39 walks in 71 innings between the A's and here. Talk about a change of scenery. 1-0. The pitch to Wong is a strike with a splitter, and it's 1-1. Literally worst to first in the American League for Shintaro in that deal. Story at second, Abreu at first. Good speed, great speed really on the base pass. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Wong checks his swing on a slider. He did not go. It was outside. It was a ball. And it's 2-1. I really think if Connor can do that in the years to come, Rob, that's his main Achilles heel as a hitter, identifying and laying off breaking stuff. Hitters count here, 2-1. Here's the pitch. Runners go. Pitch is inside. No throw. Double steal. Story and Abreu move up into scoring position. Rutschman was down on the one knee. Pitch up and into Wong. No throw. And the Red Sox in business.
Well, a great call by Alex Core right there to get these guys going. And McCann really had a tough throw because of the right-handed hitter.
I beg your pardon. It is McCann. 3-1 to Wong. Infield in. Pitch is swung on and popped up in a shallow right field. Coming in on his Santander. Story tagging at third, and he will not come home. He went about 20 feet down the line. Forced the throw. It was up the line, but strong. And a big second out.
Yeah, that would not have ended up well if he went. It was, like you said, just a little bit up the line, but still one hop. Really, really good throw.
Well, that is disappointing in a 3-1 count to not do more than that. But now it's 2 for Verdugo. Trying to pick Wong up here. 7-6 the score. Tying run at third. Go-ahead run is at second. Alex is grounded out, flied out, and driven in a run on that diving play in left. Pitch to him is outside, a fastball. And it's 1-0. At one point, the Orioles led this game 7-2. 4 in the fourth for Boston, and 2 more in scoring position here in the fifth. 1-0. Pitch is a strike, 100 miles an hour. At the bottom of the zone, 1-1.
I don't think there's any question that this guy's future is in the bullpen, but he has that type of stuff. He's going to be more consistent. I feel like if he went to the Tampa Bay Rays, he'd be really good.
I feel that about most people. 1-1 to Verdugo, and that is outside. Verdugo has seen this pitcher one time when we were in Oakland. He got a hit off of him. Devers is out on deck. Story at third, Abreu at second. 7-6 Baltimore. 2-1 to Verdugo. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball to the right side. It is caught by the second baseman Westberg. Spins and throws in time to first. What a play by Fujinami to keep his foot on the bag. Westberg ranging to his left. I don't know how he got there. Fujinami, a great job to cover, and he somehow kept the toe on the bag.
I thought he had overrun the bag, but They've already looked at the replay. No such luck.
Spectacular play, on both ends to rob Verdugo and keep the Orioles ahead. They've had their issues defensively tonight, but not there. 7-6. Weiss continues in the 6th on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
The world is always changing, and our lives change right along with it. So when you need a bigger space for that much-needed gym or remote office, a larger kitchen, or a yard to run around in, your wildcard agent can help. And when your life changes again, and you're looking for a cozy place for just the two of you, your wildcard agent can help then too. Because at wildcard, we know no matter how the world changes around you, home is everything. Each wildcard franchised office is independently owned and operated.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Zach Weiss continues in the game. First pitch slider for a strike to Gunnar Henderson. Wild game here at Fenway. 7-6. The Orioles still lead. Henderson takes a ball, a cutter. It's 1-1. He had a big misplay to Gunnar. What would have likely been an inning-ending double play that would have kept the Orioles ahead by 3. He booted it. 2 more runs came home. 1-1. Loop foul on the third base side. However, the Red Sox recent futility with runners in scoring position continues. 1 for 8 tonight.
You know, a lot of buzz in baseball about George Kirby's comment. George Kirby, Seattle Mariners pitcher, who had said that he should have come out before Scott Service actually took him out. He was at 90 pitches, which he backtracked and apologized for, but it was too late. I mean,
damage done.
The former pitchers that have come out of the woodwork on Twitter today, or X, it is pretty striking, the comments being made about how could a major league pitcher ever say such a thing.
They never do. 1-2 to Gunnar. Here's the pitch, and that is outside with a fastball. 2-2. I mean, even if you think it, you don't say it out loud. I wanted to come out of the game earlier. And they have such a surplus of pitching out there with Kirby and Gilbert and Castillo. Miller, 2-2 is low. Cutter, and it's 3-2. That's the model.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're going to be a tough out. And I know that they're it's very interesting, the schedule for all those teams at the end of the season. A lot of head-to-head.
3-2. Popped into center field. Abreu comes in. He's there to make the play. Slider that kind of got in on the hands of Gunnar. And there's one down. Zach Weiss has been really good. He's faced 4 hitters and retired them all. And with one down, here's Jordan Westberg, who made the play of the game with Fujinami to keep the O's ahead. And what a running stab. He spun and threw right on the money. I mean, had that been like 6 inches to either side, 2 runs probably score. Here's the pitch to Westberg, and that's outside. Rob, how many times have we seen not just the Red Sox, but teams through baseball? That's the one that can get so crossways and get thrown into the dugout.
Fujinami, not only great job at getting over there, but he's a tall guy.
1-0 is low. A slider.
If he's not that tall, he doesn't make that play. He extended every bit of his body wide on the full run while crossing first base.
So Sale went 4 innings today. Another short start for the Sox. 2-0 is fouled off. Chris, 6 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them earned with 2 walks and 5 strikeouts. He was lifted having thrown 80 pitches. His 75th was brought to you by Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and the Jimmy Fund as we honor the 75th anniversary of the Jimmy Fund this season. 2-1 strike. Fastball, and it's 2-2. Second guy the Red Sox have claimed off waivers from the Angels this year. The other, Justin Garza. Weiss is ready. The 2-2. High and deep into center field. Back on it, Abreu at the track. He looks up and it's gone. A home run from Jordan Westberg to straightaway center field. And it is 8-6 Orioles.
Well, that ball carried. I did not think off the bat that was going to make it, but it just cleared that center field wall.
Their third homer of the game. Their fifth homer of this series thus far. And a little insurance from Westberg. That hurts. After the great job from Weiss getting the shutdown inning in the fifth, he gives one back here in the sixth. I'm not kidding, that had some major backspin straight out of here to center. Here's James McCann. He takes a ball.
Well, that's a dagger, though, isn't it? I mean, it's as good as Weiss's pitch still. And we said this at the outset. It was going to be tough to hold down the Orioles, continue to hold them down.
A little surprised they're asking for more from Weiss, but again, this happens when your starter goes 4. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. Good slider. And it's a ball and a strike. It's just remarkable, Rob. This started in August. The amount of times a Red Sox pitcher has not thrown a pitch in or beyond the fifth inning is totally unsustainable. 1-1. That is swung on and missed. A slider, and it's 1-2.
Well, as Alex Spear points out, it's the Major League leading 90th time this year a Red Sox starter did not record an out in the sixth inning.
90. That is an amazing number. 90 times out of 141 games. Here's a high fly. Foul on the right field line. Not to sound like Edward Rooney and Ferris Bueller's Day Off. 90 times. But that tells, in so many ways, Rob, that trickle down, that ripple effect is the story of this whole year.
And I think it's also an example that, it was working for a while. But it doesn't work forever in a Major League Baseball season.
Bullpen arms can only hold up for so long. When you put that kind of pressure on them, 1-2, pitch. This is hammered. This is high and deep into left center field. Abreu looks up, and this one is gone. It is a home run to the right of the yellow line, just to the left of the flagpole. The Orioles go back-to-back, and it is 9-6.
Now, unlike the previous one, that one off the bat, you knew that the only hope the Red Sox had, if that hit the left of the line in the center field right there, but it didn't. It hit almost near right the center field, dead center flagpole. That was smoked.
Absolute bomb. So Westberg and McCann. McCann has 2 home runs in this game, and he has driven in 3. Dave Bush to the mound. I think one thing Red Sox fans would like very much next season is to have less instances like this where a guy they have never heard of comes in and pitches in a significant game and gets hit hard. That's just been too frequent an occurrance. Here's Jorge Mateo takes a ball, 1-0.
Yeah, and it goes back to, Mauricio Javera is a guy who's actually done pretty well lately. But out of the gate, he had to pitch some big games in San Francisco.
1-0 is fouled off. Joe Jakes, the same thing. Garza pitched in key moments. Kyle Bearclaw. This month has been littered with that. And yes, the Red Sox are worn thin and injured, and a lot of things have happened, but this is just another reminder of the importance of quality depth in the organization to patch those holes. The 1-1 is fouled off on the first base side.
Well, we go back to 2018, and we've heard it time and time again. Alex Cora saying that 2 of the MVPs of that team was Hector Velasquez and Brian Johnson. Yep. And what they would give for Hector Velasquez and Brian Johnson now.
Alex Cora looks beside himself in the dugout. The 1-2 is a strike on the outside corner. Mateo is gone. I think he realized the count. So second punch out for Weiss, and with 2 down, here's the leadoff man, Adley Rutschman. We left spring training hoping that Murphy and Walter and Mata would give depth to the Red Sox. That has not happened. I mean, Chris Murphy had a nice run. Walter was optioned today for this man, Weiss. And the Red Sox have done a marvelous job developing position players in recent years as Rutschman takes a fastball down and in, ball 1. The next step is the arms. There are some promising signs at the lower levels, guys like Perales and others. 1-0. That is outside with a slider. 2-0 to Rutschman. 9-6 Orioles with 2 down in the top of the 6th inning.
But this comes back to a guy that we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, Yamamoto. I think, really, this is the guy that you spend your money on.
2-0. It will not be cheap. A strike on the outside corner. It's 2-1. I think about every team in the big leagues that with deep pockets will be in on him.
And the Red Sox, in those cases, haven't shown the propensity to get outside their comfort zone.
They did make for Yoshida. The 2-1 is fouled off, but the Yoshida contract is going to look like pennies compared to what Yamamoto is going to get.
Right, and that's I guess my point is that this one, when you're getting into close to $200 million for a player,
I think it could be north of that, don't you?
I mean, the biggest piece of that equation is 25 years old.
2-2, especially as Senga has pitched so well. 2-2. Foul on the third base side. I think that's just going to continue. I mean, Otani's come, been a star. Yoshida has impressed. Senga on and on. Young kid Sasaki is waiting. He throws 103 miles an hour. It will be a bidding war. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 in for the O's. Here's a line drive toward the monster and left. Back on it, Yoshida on the track. He's there in front of the Mason sign to make the play. Inning over, but 2 solo home runs. O's back in front by 3, 9-6. Devers, Turner, and Casas coming up on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Your entree into the restaurant business began in your home kitchen, and today your cafe's success continues with a well-crafted menu and a staff committed to add an extra touch, which is also why you chose Bank Rhode Island, because with a straightforward delivery of services and our commitment to serve with integrity and trust, you have a bank that's just as committed to add that extra touch. It's banking, well-crafted, from Bank RI. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Jones and Mego, weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Here's Devers leading it off in the bottom of the 6th for the Red Sox, who once again find themselves trailing by 3. Devers is 2 for 3 today. The pitch is way outside of fastball, and it's 1-0. Herb Chambers' batting order in this 6th brought to you by Herb Chambers Bentley, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo of Boston. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Devers takes a ball. splitter down and in, ball 2.
Man, that just changed on a dime. Those 2 home runs sucked the air out of this place. It was shaping up as such an electric atmosphere. Great comeback. 1 run became 3 runs.
Time to spark it once again. I'm a little surprised they pushed Weiss for a second inning there. 2-0. Devers swings and pops one on the third base side, foul, and it will make the seats. It is now 2-1 again. I mean, Alex does not have a lot of options when starters continue to go 3-4 innings.
And you look at next year and what they know to be true, and it's a tough one. I mean, you have Bayo, sure, okay. Then after that, with the way that Sale's been pitching, you don't know.
Don't know what they'll do with Paxton.
What would be Paxton?
2-1 to Devers. Here's the pitch. Raffy swings and fouls back. That was ball 3 inside, but fouled back 2-2.
And the 2 guys that they're coming away from the year not with a ton of answers about is Houck and Whitlock.
It seems like it's trending toward a return to the pen for both of them. Now it's Joe Vera who's up in the Red Sox bullpen. 9-6 Baltimore, 2-2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to the left side. Henderson has this one. Running to first, he throws, and Devers is gone. I felt like this might have been a game, Rob, especially once it was a 1-run affair, where Alex might have pushed a little bit with the bullpen. You're running out of time to risk it a little bit with the high leverage guys, not knowing what will come tomorrow. And you got the benefit of Bayo on the mound. Here's Justin Turner. 2-run homer in the first, and he's reached on 2 errors his next 2 times. 1 out, base is empty. Pitch is low, the slider. Subaru New England scoreboard, the Blue Jays beat the Royals 5-1. Texas and Oakland scoreless in the third. Brewers blasted the Yanks 9-2, 1-0. Swing and a miss, great cutter. That's 1-1. With so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Complete details. And to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Casas out on deck. Here's the 1-1 to Turner, and he pops it just to our right and beneath us, and it's 1-2. Yeah, the pitching staff will be number 1 on the shopping list. You got to figure out what to do in the outfield. And you got all these young guys now. Rafaela, Duran, Abreu. What to do with Adam Duvall and Justin Turner. All those decisions looming. Yoshida, of course, in the outfield mix. The 1-2 is high with a fastball, 2-2.
Well, yeah, and as you said before, I think that why there's answers potentially within the system, in the outfield and in the field. There's a lot more uncertainty when it comes to getting guys up from the minors for the Red Sox and pitching.
2-2 pitch comes home. Turner fouls it off.
Shane Drohan showing some potential, and like you said, Will, there's a lot of guys in the lower levels, but they need guys for next year. They need guys to fill out this rotation. They need guys who can actually pitch into the 6th inning.
2-2. And they needed more of those this year. To Turner. Here it is. And a swing and a foul. This is such a typical Justin Turner AB. Fall into a 2-strike count and just battle away. You'll see at least 8 pitches from Fujinami. 9-6 Orioles. 1 away and the base is empty in the bottom of the 6th. This crowd came here ready to go. Here's another 2-2, and it is on the ground to third. Henderson deliberately gloves this when he throws to first, and 2 Henderson plays retire Devers and Turner. And here comes Tristan Casas. Yeah, those consecutive solo home runs really did suck the life out of Fenway.
Oh, man, it was shaping up as such a good game, and not to say that they can't come back. It's only down 3 runs, but still. The way they were going, momentum is a weird thing in baseball. It's not as tangible maybe in other sports, but still, it seemed like they had a ton of momentum.
Here is Casas, the pitch to him. Right in there. Fastball 100 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Red Sox still have plenty of time at the plate. But again, Joe Vera is up in the bullpen. D.L. Hall, the lefty, and Jacob Webb, the righty. And they got the deadline up for the O's. Here's the 0-1 to Tristan. Swing and a miss. He, for all his great stuff in the second half, is in a little bit of a funk. Now, he did get jobbed a little bit at the plate yesterday. 2 walks taken away from him. Really only over the last 4 or 5 days. He's just a little late on fastballs.
It was great talking to Dustin Pedroia the other day about Casas, about the similarities in their rookie years.
0-2. Here's the pitch. Tristan swings and misses. He strikes out. We will get into that when we return. Petey and Tristan. 9-6 to the 7th at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Arbella Insurance has been serving the New England community for over 35 years. We're your friends, your neighbors, your fellow New Englanders. We circle the same rotaries and clean up after the same storms. Being your neighbor helps us provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Hey, this is Tristan Casas. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
On to Mauricio Jovera as we go to the 7th inning. Red Sox trail in the O's 9-6. Jovera was really good, actually. Saved the bullpen. 3 scoreless innings Wednesday in Tampa after Pivetta departed. It'll be Ryan Mountcastle, Anthony Santander, and Austin Hayes in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers Chevrolet of Danvers. This is, according to Alex Spear, Tristan's first 3 strikeout game since July the 18th.
It's amazing. You go how long he went hitting under 200. It was June 12th, I believe. June 12th, the guy's hitting under 200.
Tells you how hot he got to get to 263. All right, here's Joe Vera for the 22nd time and a little chopper back to the mound. Mauricio gloves. Steps to first, and a good throw in time on 1 pitch to get Mountcastle.
So as I was saying, well, I had Dustin Pedroia on the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast, and the motivation was to talk about Terry Francona, which, as you can imagine, the stories weren't hard to find.
Yes.
And
cribbage partners.
And the quips and the witty comebacks and all of it. But he also talked about Tristan Casas and the similarities he had in the rookie year.
Santander takes a ball. Both managers put a lot of faith in them and said, you're going to be here.
Right. And he said there was such a good support system. Dave Magadan and Alex Cora as the player. Obviously, Terry Francona.
1-0 pitch is a strike.
And in case people forget, Dustin Pedroia was hitting under 200 for a good time, too, heading into May. But, he said he's been watching Tristan. He hasn't talked to Tristan, but he can obviously see the similarities.
1-1. Inside.
Although in true Pedroia fashion, he said, yeah, I see the similarities, but the biggest difference is we won a World Series. but there's time.
That sounds like Dustin. 2-1 to Santander. Fouled off. I mean, he and Tito, notorious for getting to the ballpark so early, probably competitive about who got there first.
He told a great story about his first time meeting Terry Francona, where Pedroia had chewed out Ben Cherington, the then farm director, because he was told he was going in Greenville.
2-2, down and in.
And so Pedroia was yelling at Cherington, like, I don't deserve it to be in Greenville. I'm going to go home and work for my dad. You tell me when you want me to play in the major leagues, so forth and so on. And he didn't know who Ben Cherington was.
At that time, the farm director.
Exactly. And so Terry Francona.
3-2, fouled off.
And this is in spring training, obviously at the end. Terry Francona in this 2005 calls him in, and they make a trip to Vero Beach, which is obviously a long way. Takes the bus with Francona. Francona comes in and says, listen, you cannot talk to your bosses that way. He's like, Tito, I didn't know he's my boss. How am I supposed to know he's my boss? I don't know who these guys are.
3-2 to Anthony Santander. 1 down in the 7th. The pitch. Line drive, fouled on the third base line.
And so Tito then says, all right, you're in the lineup. You're hitting 9th. Derek Lowe's pitching. And Pedroia says, Lowe throws a lot of sinkers, right? Tito's, yeah. Well, that plays right into my game. Sure enough, 3 hits. As he said, he almost decapitated Lowe with a line drive back up the middle.
Really lacked confidence, Pedroia did. 3-2. Swinging a shot foul, way foul on the first base side.
And so he has this great day, 3 for 3, Major League spring training game, gets on the bus. Francona turns to us like, don't you ever talk to your superiors again that day. But it's just like that was the very first time, and since then he said Francona loved the confidence, loved the back and forth.
Real edge. 3-2. Swinging a ground ball into right field, a base hit. There's a great story in Dan Shaughnessy's book about Terry when Petey was coming up and struggling, as you said, for the first 2 months of that 07 season. And like David Ortiz and the veterans, it was a different time then. They would order him around, tell him to go get the beers in the back of the plane, and Pedroia would just look at him and tell him to beat it to David Ortiz. He is truly one of a kind, as Austin Hayes stands in.
But he also, when he's also very insightful when he comes to baseball and instruction, and I do feel like he's going to make a good coach/manager.
Here is a pitch that is a little outside the Hayes.
And
Sinker 1-0.
He was at camp for a little bit this year, but he's not going to get into that until his kids grow up a little bit. But still, him talking about Casas, I thought was really, really sort of insightful in terms of what Casas has to do.
1-0 is a strike on the inside corner.
And in synopsis, what he said, he's like, listen, if you can adjust pitch to pitch, you're going to be a great major leaguer. If you adjust at bat to at bat, you're a good major leaguer. If you adjust week to week, you're just an average guy.
And I think Tristan does that pitch to pitch. Really calms himself. The 1-1 is a strike. I love how deliberate Casas is in each at bat. The same routine. I think he's about the number one master of the rhythms and timing of the pitch clock.
Yeah, and you're right. And as he's saying this, who on this team will you say adjust best pitch to pitch more than Tristan Casas?
I mean, Turner's there too, but you're right. 1-2 is fouled off the end of the bat. It was the first week of May, and Pedroia was hitting 180, and the Sox headed out on the road to Minnesota and Toronto. In the 4-game stretch, Pedroia had 9 hits and just took off from there.
And that first game back was against Johan Santana, maybe one of the best pitchers in baseball at that time.
1-2 is fouled off the end of the bat.
And of course, a big part of that was Alex Cora. Alex Cora, who was being integrated and hit 400, and as he points out many times, hit 400 in that month of April.
1-2. It was Cinco de Mayo, by the way. That game against the Twins. 1-2. Javert spins and throws to first. How about the heart of this order? So it starts with Julio Lugo, then Euclid, Ortiz, Ramirez, J.D. Drew, Mike Lowell, Jason Varitek.
Those were the good old days.
1-2. To Hayes. The pitch is strike 3 called on the inside corner. And they're 2 down. And like so many of the great winning Red Sox teams, Rob, there was this secret sauce, this special brew of all the different personalities in that clubhouse.
Oh, there's no question. It was the most, covering that team, it was the most eclectic group that you've ever seen. It's funny, with Casas.
Here's Aaron Hicks, who struck out his last time, but two big hits in this ballgame, including a 3-run homer. Takes a slider for strike one.
This was actually when the Red Sox were in Baltimore. I remember I was going past him. He was eating outside the clubhouse.
0-1 with 2 down in the 7th. 9-6 Baltimore. Hicks takes a ball.
And I told him the story about Pedroia because at that time Casas was struggling. I said, May 5th. And so like walking away, of course Casas says the thing that you don't expect. What if I don't hit by May 5th?
Also, that sounds a lot like him. 1-1, the pitch is skied foul. On the surface, the two of them are so different in so many ways. Body type, personality. Obviously, Petey is so loud and intense, but Casas just couldn't be more easygoing. But where they have everything in common is their commitment to this game. And I think Pedroia would have loved Casas.
Oh, I tell you what, that dynamic would have been hilarious.
1-2. Here's the pitch. That is just inside. I mean, Casas is about the first guy to show up to do his routine. I mean, Petey is not going to let him off easy doing the shirtless yoga, circling ballparks and things. But if you show up, you put in the work, and you hit, you are a Dustin Pedroia kind of a guy. Here's the 2-2, and that's low and inside.
But think about it, Manny Ramirez, well, it wasn't like Tristan. He was like Tristan Casas in the sense that he did things that you did not expect, was not the norm. And I think Pedroia just laughed a lot of that stuff.
3-2, runner goes. The pitch is ripped on one hop, past the dive of Valdez into right field. Racing for third is Santander. Verdugo's throw to second. And Aaron Hicks is 3 for 4 today. He is 5 for 6 in this series. And the Orioles are back at it first and third with 2 down. And how many times, really too many, we've seen Dave Bush this last 2 weeks stroll to the mound.
I could duplicate his gait running to the mound in my sleep right now.
It's just been too frequent a sight. There have been so many times the last couple of years, Rob, as great as some of the guys the Red Sox have had and how many leaders they've had, that you just say, man, after a tough loss or fundamentally poor night in the field defensively, how great it would be for any of these Red Sox teams to have had a Pedroia in their clubhouse.
When they took Pedroia out of the clubhouse, I think it was tangible. It was a tangible effect. And you got to 2020, and I remember before everyone was sent home for COVID thinking, man, this clubhouse is dead. And in large part because you not only took out guys like Pedroia, you took out guys like Brock Holt, you took out a lot of guys who had big voices, and that goes a long way, I think. But there'll never be a guy like Pedroia, ever.
First and third with 2 down. Here's Gunnar Henderson. And Gunnar did not look at the pitcher. Why is that not a violation? Yeah, I mean, we use the word unique incorrectly a lot. But he was. Gunnar stands in, and he drives one high and deep down the right field line. It's back, and it is gone. A 3-run homer for Gunnar Henderson, and it is 12-6 Orioles. Once again, the lower leverage bullpen does not deliver, and the Orioles are cruising along at Fenway Park.
First of all, this guy's a good player, man. Like watching him early on this year, he was struggling when he first came to Fenway Park. He's come back to Fenway a totally different guy. He's a star. But to your point about the pitchers, Will, I mean, how many times have we seen this year where Alex Cora has been able to do a traditional setting up of a game?
Not nearly enough lately. 5 home runs in the game for the O's. Westberg has one of them, and he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
It seems like, I think it happened the other day in Tampa, and it's almost like an aberration. When it happens, oh my goodness, a starter, and then a reliever, and then a closer.
There's a strike on the inside corner. It just has not played out that way. And again, in a spot in the time of year when you're fighting for your literal survival, 0-2 is outside. Now listen, I've seen the math. I know the numbers. There's 6 back with 21 to go. It's a steep climb. But for the last couple of weeks, as the Red Sox were closer and playing in huge games, this has happened too often. 1-2, and that is looped down the right field line, but foul over the tarp. And it stays 1-2.
Well, let's look at the series that have become sort of crossroads for them. The Toronto series, obviously, early on in August. Then you have the Houston series when they came back here. And now this series, which Alex Cora stood there in his post-game press conference in Tampa and said, this is our last stand. And we're sitting here, and they've given up, 23 runs, and we're not even at the end of game 2.
Here's a foul down the right field line, out of play. And again, last night, Tanner Houck goes 5 1/3. Then Jakes, Schreiber, Bernardino get you some outs, but then Brandon Walter gives up 4 runs tonight. Weiss gives up 2. Jovera now on the hook for 3. 1-2 is another foul ball on the right field side, out of play. Every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation. You should too. 877 Cars for Kids, or go to carsforkids.com. Do you think that the manner in which this season finishes, the optics of it, the scores, the names in the box score, 1-2 is outside, do you think that will impact any of the decision-making that is to come in the offseason?
I hope it does. This is a results business, and we can't keep saying, this is going to get better, it's going to get better, it's going to get better. By now, this team should have been better when we got here. I mean, I said it at the beginning of August.
2-2 fouled off.
I thought, as flawed as team that they were, that they still had put themselves in a decent position to compete in what was a very flawed American League.
Most of the year, they've been in the top 5, 6, 7 in runs scored. The OPS, the slugging, the offense has been good enough. Defense and pitching, another story. 2-2 is high in the air into center field, but it'll hang up for Abreu. He's under it. Big league flyout. Inning over at last. 3 more runs in for the O's. It's 12-6 at the stretch at Fenway. O's lead on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Grilling season has been extended thanks to chicken now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Today through Thursday, you can pick up value pack boneless chicken breast or thighs for only $2.47 a pound when you use the digital coupon. Now you're limited to 2. But when you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals, earn points on every purchase. Short on time? Order ahead for free curbside pickup or to get delivery. Hurry in and get grilling. It's boneless chicken. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Make Hatfield a part of your back-to-school routine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hatfield makes it easy to create flavorful meals in minutes your whole family will enjoy. With a wide variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham and bacon, Hatfield provides delicious back-to-school meal solutions for your family's busy schedule. So before you head for the practice fields or rehearsal, find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for easy back-to-school recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Your entree into the restaurant business began in your home kitchen, and today your cafe's success continues with a well-crafted menu and a staff committed to add an extra touch, which is also why you chose Bank Rhode Island, because with a straightforward delivery of services and our commitment to serve with integrity and trust, you have a bank that's just as committed to add that extra touch. It's banking, well-crafted, from Bank RI. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Rich Keefe Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For the Orioles, they go to the bullpen as we go to the bottom of the 7th. 12-6 O's. It is Jacob Webb, the O's pen. But first, we take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
WEEI Studios. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Masataka Yoshida to lead it off for the Red Sox against Jacob Webb. 12-6 Baltimore. Yoshida cannot stop his swing and a fastball in under his hands. And it's 0-1. Webb came into the ballgame in the 7th inning last night. It was great. He retired Duvall, Yoshida, and Story. Trevor's on deck. The 0-1 is low. I would hope that we'll see Cedar Rafael at some point here tonight and tomorrow. It's increasingly, Rob, time to find out what the young players can do. 1-1. The pitch is lined into left field. That's a base hit. Yoshida's had a big night. He is 3 for 4. A nice start to the 7th inning, and here comes Trevor Story.
And Alex Cora explained today why maybe these guys haven't seen as much, because he said that last year this time they were out. They were definitely out of it. Now there was a glimmer of hope. Well, I mean, I don't know if that glimmer has completely gone away, but it's very, very faint.
They're going to be 7 games back unless they pull a miracle tonight with 20 to go as Story takes fastball low for ball 1. I get that completely. I mean, Duvall and Yoshida, Story, Turner, all of the veterans on this team absolutely deserve the chance to keep this team in it. There's no question about that. The 1-0 is outside. I thought that in Kansas City. I thought that in Tampa Bay. I thought that beginning this series. But as the numbers continue to add up against you, well, I think we'll see some different choices made. 2-0, the pitch is fouled off. I do think Alex Cora will be asked after this game about the decision, once you make it a 1-run game, to stick with Weiss and then go with Joe Vera. You know, as you said, this sort of being the last stand. You got Bayo tomorrow. You feel pretty good about that. This felt like a spot where maybe you would sort of chase a win with the higher leverage relief arms. 2-1 to Story, and he drives one into left field. That's a base hit. Well, maybe the Red Sox have one more big-time push in them. Story has got his second hit in a row. That is encouraging. 2-1, nobody out for Wilger Abreu.
And we look at the destination of the Red Sox next year, and obviously money always talks. But for instance, Justin Turner. I mean, Justin Turner is such a key. We've talked a lot about him being such a key element of this team, of a winning team. But if he was looking at it, I got to go through this with his pitching staff.
Here is Abreu. He drives one down the right field line. It's fair ball, and that's going to be extra bases. Coming home to score, Yoshida. Story behind him. He gets waved home. It's a 2-run double for Wilger Abreu. He's fired up at second base. 2 runs are in, and it's 12-8. Oh, that's one of the kids coming up with a big-time swing.
Yeah, you talk about the future. This kid Abreu is becoming more and more part of the future, in my eyes anyway. And everyone talked about how good he was in Worcester, and he was a real deal. Well, since he's got out here to the major leagues, he sure looks like the real deal. He is not intimidated by anything about the major league so far.
Tell you what else. I adore what he just did at second base. I mean, he's clapping his hands. He's pointing to the dugout. He's really fired up trying to get everybody into this thing. You just love to see that fire from a young player. So, once again, I mean, the offense is trying to do everything that it can to keep the Red Sox alive in this game. So, Wilger is now 3 for 3 with a walk and a run scored, and that a 2-run double. That kid can hit.
Well, and they still have time, unbelievably. We're sitting here in the 7th inning. You're down 4 runs, but you've been hitting the ball all over the place.
Danny Coulombe is warming. Of course, you got Wong on deck, but then Verdugo and Devers right around the corner. Wilger at second the pitch. Valdez swings and misses at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Smacks himself on the top of the helmet. He was trying to go deep right there. And Manuel double himself. He's 1 for 3. Back on the right side of the infield. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Valdez takes one right there at the bottom of the zone. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-2. Again, for the Red Sox. McGuire, Urias, Duvall, Refsnyder, and Rafaela on the bench. 0-2. Swing and a miss. He chased a fastball off the plate. Valdez is gone. Couple strikeouts for him. And one down for Wong.
I think that was a case right there of a young player just trying to do too much. You could see he was really amped up in the batter's box. Overswang the first pitch, and then that one swung at a pitch that was out, clearly outside.
Connor's had a big night. He's 2 for 3. 5 for his last 7. One down with Wilger at second. Here's the pitch, and it's in there. Sweeper for a strike. Connor clearly looking dead red right there. For every Red Sox double, we'll donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association. Brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector, the place to go if you need health insurance. 0-1. Another strike. Webb looking good. He's been a revelation for the Orioles since they got him from L.A. and 2. Pitch to Wong is low. Change up. And it's 1-2. Abreu leading at second. Here's the pitch. Wong takes in the dirt outside. Really nice stab there by McCann. Backhanded grab. That keeps Abreu at second base. 12-8 Baltimore. It had 13 runs in the last 3 2/3 innings. 2-2. Pitch to Wong is high and outside. A fastball. 3-2. Now this becomes really interesting because I think, especially with Verdugo on deck, Webb probably knows he's nearing his end with Coulomb ready. I think he's going to challenge Wong, and I think Connor's going to sell out right here. 3-2 pitch is popped into shallow right field. Coming in on it is Santander. He's there to make the play, and they're 2 down. That was a fastball, and Wong just couldn't turn it around.
I think you're on to something, but the fact is that I think it's just like got in on his hands a little too much, and here you go. Here's your pitching change with Verdugo coming up.
Yeah, he'll bat with Abreu still at second base. The Red Sox had 2 in with nobody out and a runner at second. Now 2 down, and Danny Coulomb come on to face Verdugo. When we return, we will get you the results of our Diesel Direct poll question. But for now, a reminder, stay tuned for the Nissan post-game show with Cooper Boardman. And Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. Back to Fenway after this. 12-8 to score. Runner in scoring position for Verdugo on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV. New Englanders know that for towing, hauling, or heading to a ball game, their Ford dealers are their truck headquarters. For a full lineup that works hard and plays harder, F-Series, featuring F-150 and the all-new Super Duty, the best-selling trucks for 46 straight years. The turbocharged Ranger and the compact Maverick, built Ford tough and the official truck of your Boston Red Sox. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Danny Coulomb is on to face Alex Verdugo. Red Sox got a couple in, but still trailing at 12-8. Fans are having fun here on the video board, trying to keep the Red Sox in this game. If you need a ride after the game, take the free Fenway shuttle to Encore Boston Harbor. Pickup located on David Ortiz Drive across from Gate A. For more info, visit EncoreBostonHarbor.com/Fenway shuttle. Verdugo comes to the plate against Coulomb with Wilger Abreu at second last night. Verdugo doubled in a run tonight, a sac fly. He's 0 for 3. And here is the lefty Coulomb. Two down, runner at second. The pitch to Verdugo. A little herky-jerky. That misses outside, and it's 1-0. Coulombe's got a really strange delivery. He kind of falls to the third base side as he pumps the glove to the bare hand with the baseball. Leaning to the third base side. 1-0 to Verdugo. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. A fastball, and it's 1-1. I believe that's John Schreiber warming in the Red Sox bullpen. 1-1, which is certainly interesting in a 4-run game. Wilger Abreu leading at second. Verdugo ready to pitch. Swing and a miss. Awkward looking cut over top of a cutter. And it's 1-2. (12-8) Baltimore. Spark to begin this inning. Couple hits and then a double from Abreu. But now two down and a 1-2 count to Verdugo. The pitch. Swing and a foul back. He keeps coming with the fastball, does Coulombe. I suspect that after that swing we saw against the cutter, that Verdugo may see another of those right here. One and two. Here it is. Verdugo lines one into left field. That's a base hit. Abreu is going to be held at third. It was hit too hard to Hayes in shallow left. I think that's certainly the right call by Carlos Febles. And now, after a really nice at-bat from Verdugo, here comes Rafi.
I mean, Will, the way that the Red Sox have swung the bats today, you can't count them out quite yet. They're 4 down. 2 guys on, Rafi Devers at the plate, but there's been a ton of hard-hit balls today.
Home run number 30 would make this a 1-run game. Devers tonight has singled twice, scored twice, 2 for 4. Here's Red Sox leading home run hitter, 29. Rafi digs in. Coulombe is ready. He throws, and Devers swings and misses. That's been the pitch that's gotten him of late. Fastball's up and out of the zone. Rafi just has not laid off of him. 0-1. Devers 0 for 3 with a strikeout against this lefty. 0-1. Pitch. Devers takes high. He did lay off that one. And it's 1-1. 12-8, but Boston has him at first and third. Abreu and Verdugo lead at the corners. 1-1 to Devers. Pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. Abreu comes home to score. Verdugo up to second. And now, after Rafi's 92nd RBI, Justin Turner once again will come up as the tying run.
Well, first of all, is there a better guy to have up than Justin Turner right now? And the answer is obviously is no. And how about the Red Sox? They just keep coming. 3 down.
It is impressive as Chris Holt once again comes to the mound. I've not seen Yenier Cano in this series yet, but this is certainly a night that sets up for him, the Orioles closer with Bautista down. This is every bit of fight that Alex Cora could have ever wished for from the offense. Again, this was at one point a 7-2 game. Red Sox got 4 in the fourth to make it a 1-run game. Then Baltimore counters back with 5 more runs to make it 12-6. Now 3 in for Boston. It's 12-9. And the Red Sox have them at first and second for Turner. That was really impressive stuff, I thought, from Wilger Abreu. So here is Turner, who's homered in the game. And he's waiting on eye contact from Coulombe, and that's too many for me, Rob. I mean, these Orioles pitchers have been warned like 5 times. That should be ball 1. Fans trying to bring Turner to life here. 2 on, 2 out. Coulombe throws. Turner takes a ball. Cutter down and in, 1-0.
Well, it's set up right here. I mean, this is their opportunity. They've had so many big hits today. 9 runs, 16 hits. Still down 3.
1-0 to Turner. Here's the pitch. Turner takes a strike. Cutter on the inside corner. And it's 1-1. As Rob told you, Turner, the best hitter on the club with runners in scoring position. 366, an OPS of 1025 in these spots. That's ridiculous production. 1-1. The pitch is outside but called a strike. That is ridiculous from the home plate umpire, Andy Fletcher. That has not been called a strike all night, and it changes the entire at-bat. So it's 1-2, and I don't blame Turner for asking for time. It drives you crazy when umpires change the zone in the biggest moments. A lot of that has happened this week. 12-9 Baltimore. Turner comfortable in 2 strike counts. Verdugo at second, Raffi at first. 1-2 the pitch. Turner takes one in the dirt. Curveball that bounced well in front of the plate. And it's 2-2.
Well, those numbers back up what I was talking about, Will. And Turner's a guy, I've said this before, there's not a lot of guys since David Ortiz retired that I feel is going to get the big hit with guys and runners in scoring position like Turner has been.
2-2. Coulombe is ready. He throws. Turner swings and drives one into left field. A base hit. Verdugo will be held at third again. Hit hard into the outfield. And the bases will be loaded with the tying runs. Turner delivers again. And they're loaded up for Casas.
Oh, Verdugo wanted to go home so badly. But good hold by Fabulous right there.
That's one of those spots that Fenway taketh away. I mean, the left fielder plays so shallow here. And Hayes with a good arm. And now what a chance this is for Casas. Rafaela is now going to pinch run as the tying run for Turner. Here in the 7th inning, that's going for it a little bit. You take, your most clutch hitter out in the 7th inning. So here is Casas.
Well, bases loaded. Tristan Casas, 4 for 6.
This is a spot where you're really trusting him against the lefty Coulombe. Especially with somebody like Adam Duvall available off the bench. But Casas has been the man. You ride with him here. Bases loaded for Tristan. Here's the pitch. Casas takes outside. A cutter that did miss, and it's 1-0. Fans are up on their feet at Fenway. 1-0. Verdugo at third. Devers at second. Rafaela the tying run at first. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. He chased a cutter down and away. He does so little of that. And it's 1-1. Casas has already struck out 3 times in the game.
He missed that one by a foot.
Bases loaded, 1-1. Here's the pitch. Tristan drives one high into right field, but it'll stay in the yard. Santander and Hicks come together, and Anthony Santander there to make the play. Inning over. Red Sox do get 3, but they leave the bases loaded, and is one big hit short. We go to the 8th inning, 12-9 Orioles lead on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
For the 46th year in a row, Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks. The trucks that move mountains also move boats, bricks, and 2x4s. Workdays and weekends, job sites and campsites. F-150 and the all-new Super Duty never stop working. Just like you. Ford F-Series, official truck of your Boston Red Sox and America's #1 selling trucks 46 years straight. It's a record that may never be broken until next year. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
So close for Tristan Casas. 12-9. We go to the 8th. Here's John Schreiber, who fires a first pitch strike to James McCann, who's been awesome tonight for the Orioles. He's got 2 home runs. How about the 7-8 hitters for the O's? They are, let's see, 5 for 7 with 3 homers. 4 driven in and 4 runs scored. McCann in the 7 spot, rather the 8 hole, takes a slider outside, and it's 1-1.
It's a shame, and the Red Sox really not only have had opportunities, but have opportunities to sort of stem the tide, and then giving up big hits, big innings, big home runs.
Schreiber stranded the runner in the 7th last night, then a solo bomb to Rutschman in the 8th. The 1-1 pitch is on the outside corner, a slider, and it's 1-2. So far, your advice to Jonathan Papelbon, not going great. Down in Tuscaloosa, the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Slider from Schreiber, and there's 1 away.
Well, first of all, nobody should ask my advice for betting ever.
I thought they do on your podcasts.
No, they ask Papelbon his advice. So when my betting expert's asking me for advice, I know we're in trouble.
Here's Jorge Mateo, 1 down in the 8th inning. 44-yard touchdown pass put the Horns ahead of Bama early in the second quarter, 10-3. Here is a pitch that misses outside on a fastball, and it's 1-0. I cannot believe it's the first full NFL Sunday tomorrow. Came quick. 1-0. Pitch is lined up the middle into center field past Story. That's a base hit. Abreu racing into his right. Nice job to keep Mateo to first base. Of course, if you listen to most things or watch most things in this area, I mean, you'd think every day is an NFL Sunday.
Is Tom Brady coming back? I'm not.
I've heard that.
I'm not clear.
It's an interesting sort of decision by the Patriots to have him week 1 with a great team in town in the Philadelphia Eagles. Double play depth for Rutschman. It'll be charged up there. I mean, he will get an unbelievable reception. Here is a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
They were talking on our flagship station, Gresham Fourier show, about potentially bringing back former friends of Brady, like Tara Reid and the sort. And maybe remember the Josh Beckett National Anthem game.
Oh my, 0-1 is hit high in the air by Rutschman, but it'll hang up in front of the warning track. Yoshida to his right is there to make the play. And 2 down.
And of course, people don't remember that. That was the 2007 ALCS where the then Cleveland Indians decided that the national anthem singer for that game would be a woman named Danielle Peck, who just happened to be Josh Beckett's ex-girlfriend, which the national anthem was set up at home plate, staring right at Beck.
And it did not end well for them.
No. He said, hey, I appreciate them giving my friend a free ticket.
Here's Ryan Mountcastle, right-handed hitter. The pitch is looped to second, caught on the fly by Cedon. No, that's Manuel Valdez. And the inning is over. Rafaela stays in as the DH. We go to the bottom of the 8th, 12-9 Orioles. Sweet Caroline time on the Shaw's at Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Make Hatfield a part of your back-to-school routine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hatfield makes it easy to create flavorful meals in minutes your whole family will enjoy. With a wide variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham and bacon, Hatfield provides delicious back-to-school meal solutions for your family's busy schedule. So before you head for the practice fields or rehearsal, find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for easy back-to-school recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Calling all outdoor enthusiasts. Is your backyard ready for summer? Look outside. What do you see? If it's a layer of dirt on your deck, patio furniture, fence, or walkways, it's time to get to work. Grab a bottle of Simple Green OxySolve Total Outdoor Pressure Washer Concentrate and feel the satisfaction of watching all that grime just wash away. Yeah, now you're ready for some outdoor fun. Visit simplegreen.com to learn more.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Today through Thursday at Shaw's and Star Market, pick up value-packed boneless chicken breast or thighs for only $2.47 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Hurry in and get grilling. Boneless chicken. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Danny Coulomb is staying in the game even though the Red Sox hit him very hard. He's in just to see the lefty Yoshida. It's a very nice series. 3 for 4 tonight. He takes strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. 12-9. The fans were into it for Sweet Caroline. Maybe one last rally for the Red Sox. 0-1. Yoshida chops it high on the ground on the right side. The second baseman Westberg has it over to the bag late to cover his Mountcastle, but he does win the foot race, and Yoshida is retired. One down, Trevor Story due up, and as we imagined, Brandon Hyde is coming out of the dugout. Stay tuned after the game. Of course, it's after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. The bullpen door swings open. The Orioles are going to go to Jorge Lopez, who was excellent with a couple of strikeouts in the ninth inning last night. Story, Abreu, and Valdez due up. One down in the eighth. Back for more from Fenway after this in the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV. New Englanders know that for towing, hauling, or heading to a ball game, their Ford dealers are their truck headquarters. For a full lineup that works hard and plays harder, F-Series, featuring F-150 and the all-new Super Duty, the best-selling trucks for 46 straight years. The turbocharged Ranger and the compact Maverick, built Ford tough and the official truck of your Boston Red Sox. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Jorge Lopez back with the O's, and he will see Trevor Story and then Wilger Abreu. 12-9 Baltimore. The Red Sox have out-hit the Orioles 17-12. And while they've gotten some hits with runners in scoring position, again tonight they are 5 for 15, whereas the Orioles are 5 for 8, and they've hit 5 home runs, which is so obviously the difference in this game. Chris Sale lasted only 4 innings in this game. On the other hand, Jack Flaherty only 3 1/3. So it's not that the Red Sox have lacked for chances. They've just not quite cashed them in all the way. Trying to spark another rally. Here's Trevor Story, who's had hits his last 2 times. Bases empty in a 3-run Oriole lead. Kind of been the story for much of this season, Rob. When one part of the machinery is going for the Red Sox, the others are not. Tonight the offense has pulled its weight. And the pitching has fallen a little short. A lot short tonight. Here's the pitch to Trevor, and he is fooled a little bit by curveball right in the heart of the plate, and it's 0-1.
Unfortunately, the common thread is the starters not being able to go at any sort of length at all, and as it was the case tonight, he caught up to them.
0-1. Here's the pitch. That is a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-2.
Yeah, Josh Winkowski out there throwing right now, warming up. As I told you, I don't see Kenley Jansen out in the bullpen.
And that could be one of the domino effects here. Part of the reason, perhaps, that Weiss was given an extra inning. Joe Vero was in, even in a 1-run affair. 0-2. Because otherwise, this would have been the kind of game, given the standings and time of year, that you'd seen these guys earlier. 0-2. Pitch to Story is fouled off. I think now Joe Jakes is also up. So that would lead you to believe if it's still a 3-run game, you'd probably save Winkowski for the finale tomorrow. And if you get closer, it's Wink time at Fenway. 0-2 to Story. Here's the pitch. Trevor swings and misses at a slider. He's gone. 2 down. We'd love to hear from Casas, and I will ask him tomorrow how close he came to launching that thing for a go-ahead grand slam. I mean, the margin of error on those is so minuscule on the ball.
Of it. And usually when you have the ball hit that high, you probably just missed it.
So here is Wilger Abreu, who is 3 for 3 today with a walk and a steal. He takes curveball low for ball 1. What a development it would be in the last month or so of the season if this guy became a real factor. To your point, Casas hit that ball 101 off the bat. Very close. Here's a 1-0, swing and a miss. He tried to stop on a curveball, could not. And it's 1-1.
I've told this story before, but when Bobby Dahlbeck came up at the beginning of the year just for a day, unsolicited, he said, the guy that you want to see is Wilger Abreu.
You hear that over and over again, and he's proven it. 1-1. He is inside, almost hit him. And Manuel Valdez is on deck. It is 2-1. Bayo on the mound tomorrow for the Red Sox. If they don't turn this around, they'll be 7 games back with 20 to go. There's the 2-1, and Abreu bloops one into shallow center field. Coming in is Hicks. He can't get it. Wilger Abreu is 4 for 4. He's been on base all 5 times. He just keeps on hitting, and here comes Valdez.
You said before, Will, you want to see these young kids play a whole lot more than maybe even they have. You're running Abreu out there as much as possible.
Got just enough of it. Here's Valdez, more than capable of launching one and make it a 1-run game. Here's the pitch, and he swings and fouls it back a little late on that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Valdez has come up now in consecutive innings in big spots. Last time struck out on 3 pitches. He's doubled and scored 1 for 4. Winkowski and Jakes continue to throw for the Sox. 12-9-0s. Abreu leads at first. The 0-1 is a ground ball up the middle to shortstop. Mateo can't get it. Abreu makes the turn at second. He'll head for third. And here they come again. The Red Sox have him at first and third. And the tying run will come up again in Connor Wong. And Mateo is so good out there. He went to his left foot for a slide, but just could not get the glove to it. And here's a big moment for Connor Wong.
They just keep coming. Another good piece of base running by Abreu there, not hesitating, coming around second. Able to go into third, standing up. This is amazing, Will. We just keep waking up after big innings from the Orioles and, oh, wait a second, the Red Sox have the tying run at the plate again?
Third time tonight they've been able to say that. And here's Wong, who in this game, 2 hits to right field, 2 flyouts that way too. Now the catcher James McCann is talking to the home plate umpire Andy Fletcher about something. Chris Holt, pitching coach, is out as well. And no idea what that's about. He'd really love the umpires to communicate. You know what it is? It's whether or not the O's had a pitching visit left available. McCann was just clarifying that before he went out and talked it over with Lopez. The umpires conferred. They do, and McCann chooses to use it right here.
I miss the days of Sandy Leone going out for every pitch.
I do not.
I don't. I'm just kidding.
I'd like to see them all banned, actually.
All the visits.
Yep. If you're going out, you take them out. Doesn't happen in any other sport.
You don't have hitting coaches going out to see hitters.
No, you don't. All right, here we go. 2 down, runners at the corners. Connor Wong is the tying run at the plate. He homered last night. 2 down in the 8th. Lopez is ready. The pitch is in there. Man alive, if he's guessing breaking stuff, that pitch is on Lansdowne. That was a hanger right in the heart of the plate. They're looking for a fastball, and he takes strike 1. Abreu at third, Valdez at first. The 0-1 is a swing and a miss. That was a slider way outside. And now it's 0-2. You figure, for a little while anyway, Wong will see nothing but that. How about Abreu and Valdez tonight? Combined, they have been on base 7 times. 0-2. That was the O's last mound visit. On 2 to Wong. They lead at first and third. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a slider. Inning is over. For the second straight frame, the Red Sox bring the tying or go-ahead run to the plate, but again, they come up empty. The Red Sox tonight, with runners in scoring position, are 5 for 16. We go to the 9th inning, 12-9 O's in the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
Injuries impact our sports teams as well as our jobs. If you make your living in construction or any other trade and you've been injured, Catches Law Group is the firm across New England that has your back. Since 1986, Catches has won over $2 billion for their clients, and you pay nothing unless they win. Been hurt on the job? Contact Catches Law Group for a free evaluation at 508-321-7000 or at catcheslaw.com. KECHES law.com.
Calling all outdoor enthusiasts. Is your backyard ready for summer? Look outside. What do you see? If it's a layer of dirt on your deck, patio furniture, fence, or walkways, it's time to get to work. Grab a bottle of Simple Green Total Outdoor Pressure Washer Concentrate and feel the satisfaction of watching all that grime wash away. Yeah! Now you're ready for some outdoor fun. Visit simplegreen.com to learn more.
Make Hatfield a part of your back-to-school routine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hatfield makes it easy to create flavorful meals in minutes your whole family will enjoy. With a wide variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham and bacon, Hatfield provides delicious back-to-school meal solutions for your family's busy schedule. So before you head for the practice fields or rehearsal, find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for easy back-to-school recipes and to find a retailer near you.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now the Red Sox go to their 4th pitcher, make it their 5th of the evening. And And it is the left-hander Joe Jakes to see the big hitters for the Orioles, Santander, Hayes, and Hicks, who's just had an enormous day at the plate. 12-9 Baltimore. The Red Sox have really fought in this game tonight. One chance after another. Jake's on for the 23rd time. It's been a real struggle for him lately. He hit another batter last night in the 6th inning when he came on in relief of Tanner Houck. Left on right. Here's the pitch, and Santander takes a strike on a fastball, and it's 0-1. Jakes came on. He walked Adam Frazier, then it hit Urias, gave up a sac fly to Rutschman. Later in the inning, walked another man. Here's a little blooper to second base, and the shortstop Story gets it on one hop, throws to first in time. And that's another great play by Story for out number 1.
Boy, Santander there. He was not exactly busting it down the line. He got a slow start out of the box and then sort of pulled up a little bit.
Trevor, like so many great shortstops, Rob, he's got that timer inside. Yeah. He took his time there, seeing that exact thing. I love watching great shortstops play.
He's been really good, and you know, his arm, I think, is only going to get better from here.
Here's Austin Hayes. He lines one into the gap in right center field. This is going to be extra bases. 3 hops onto the jet blue sign. Abreu picks it up. Strong throw to the cutoff man Valdez, but Austin Hayes has a 1-out double. It would have been hard to think, even a month ago, let alone at the beginning of the season, that with the Red Sox hopes on the line in a game against the team with the best record in the American League, after Chris Sale, you would see names like Weiss, Jovera, and Jakes in the box score.
Well, can I take you back to the first game in Houston when Chris Sale was pitching? I mean, was there a better example?
Here's the pitch from Jakes, and that is a slider that misses outside to Aaron Hicks for ball 1.
But you came into that game knowing you had 2 pitchers, and one of them had just come up from the minor leagues.
Kyle Bearclaw. 12-9 O's, 1 on, 1 out. Aaron Hicks takes a sinker low and in. That is ball 2. And a violation. Was that catcher's interference? Yes, it was. That's like the 10th time the Red Sox have committed that infraction this season. So now 2 on. Aaron Hicks is now on base for the 4th time. He is not credited with the time at bat. That is an error on Connor Wong. And with 1 down, there are 2 on for Gunnar Henderson, who last time launched a 3-run homer off of Mauricio Jovera. And the dominant closer, Yenier Cano, is up in the Oriole bullpen, and Jakes gets warned again to make eye contact with the hitter. Henderson 1 for 4 with that 3-run bomb. Outfield the other way. Actually playing to the pull side for Gunnar. The pitch is outside. A slider from Jakes, and it's 1-0. So the domino effect in this game. Because Sale could not go deep. You had to go to Weiss and Jovera, but you did use Schreiber once the game got a little closer. 1-0, the pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Called strike. Henderson tried to check his swing. I guess he did. And it's 1-1.
Well, to your point, Will, you know, I think that maybe the trickle-down effect if Kenley was not available, because as we said, I don't see him in either the dugout or the bullpen. And I know that when I showed up at the clubhouse today,
1-1 is fouled off.
He did make a pretty quick exit. He was wearing a mask for whatever that means.
What's going on there? Maybe he's unavailable.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know. But I just do know that it doesn't look like he's out there, which suggests that he's not available. And if that's the case, you know, you're 1 guy short. Schreiber would have been pushed down. Winkowski would have been pushed down.
And for this staff at that time, it's the last thing they can afford. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 on with 1 out to Gunnar Henderson. Jakes is ready. He throws, and he misses way, way outside with a slider, and it's 2-2.
you go back to we talk about big games and really having to run out pitchers that not necessarily are equipped for big games. Is the Toronto series, 20 of those 27 innings were relievers.
2-2 is up the middle. Second baseman Valdez gloves, flips to Story at second. That's all they'll get. It was pretty nifty there by Enmanuel Valdez. Almost looked like it caught Story off guard because he might have been better advised to throw the ball to first. However, he gets the runner at second. So now, Gunnar at first. They got him at the corners. Hicks is cut down, and here comes Westberg with 2 down. And Connor's going to talk it over with Joe Jakes.
I think that's exactly. I think Trevor thought he was just going to go to first. He's sitting there, and you flipped it to me?
It was actually a nice feed. Almost no look out of the bare right hand. One thing that Alex Gore talks a lot about is the impact that Trevor has had, not just on the Red Sox defense himself, but how much he helps Devers to his right. And that's not only because of range, but it's the conversations they have all the time.
Yeah, that was not what Devers was used to, the rotating shortstops. He was used to one guy sitting over there for the most part.
It is so key to have that consistency, and the Red Sox certainly hope for that next year. All right, runners at the corners, big spot for Jakes, trying to keep the Sox within 3, 12-9 Orioles in the 9th. Ramon Urias is the hitter, and he takes a little outside, a slider. So Urias is batting for Westberg in this spot. It's possible that I missed him coming in for defense in the last inning. Westberg was 3 for 4 with a homer and a double. 1-0. Here's the pitch, and that is a little bit outside with a sinker. No, this is just a straight pinch hitting situation. I guess Adam Frazier came in for Westberg. But now that Brandon Hyde sees an opportunity to get some insurance, he's going for it with Urias. The pitch is lined into right field. Insurance indeed. Coming home is Hayes. It is 13-9 O's, and Gunnar Henderson speeding over to third. Another difficult outing for Joe Jakes.
Yeah, it's been too many times tonight where you've had the opportunity to sort of stem the tide, feel like you're going to be able to keep in the game, and then just that one hit. And here comes Dave Bush again.
Uncle. 13-9 the O's. And as the season and the numbers and the playoff odds continue in the wrong direction, unfortunately, like these visits and these moments feel like they have some staying power, like lasting imagery of this year.
Well, that's why the image of Dave Bush running out, as we said before, they must lead the league in this.
Not sure that's something that's tracked, but they sure have this month. That we know. 13-9 Orioles. I mean, the Red Sox had the go-ahead run at the plate in the 7th, the tying run in the 8th, but now they trail again by 4.
And to make this perfectly clear, Dave Bush can only do so much.
Of course. It's not about Dave or the visits themselves. It's what they represent. First and third for McCann, who's got 2 home runs in the game. Here's the pitch, and that is a backdoor slider. Apparently, it's good to be an Oriole hitter in the 7-hole, no matter who you are. Urias picked up right where Westberg left off, so the 7 spot between those two is 4 for 5 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored. The 8 spot, 2 home runs with 3 driven in. Top to bottom production, 0-1. Jakes holds, he throws, and that's a strike on the outside corner. A slider, and it's 0-2. (13-9) Baltimore. 0-2 to the right-handed hitting McCann. Jakes delivers, and he misses with a slider low, 1-2. Bayo and Rodriguez, two of the great young pitchers in the AL East tomorrow. Grayson Rodriguez, really since the All-Star break, has been everything the Orioles expected he would be from the jump. 1:35 first pitch here at Fenway. 1-2. Jake's throws. McCann takes strike 3 on the inside corner. And the inning is over, but Baltimore gets a big insurance run. We go to the bottom of the ninth. 13-9 Baltimore. It is going to be Verdugo, Devers, and Rafaela as the strobe light show begins at Fenway Park. One of the great closers lately in the game, Cano, is coming on for the O's. Don't you know? Back to Fenway after this in the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our world of opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September 14th and 15th. If you love to travel, meet new people, help others, and are seeking an office view of the world, a career at Delta may be right for you. To learn more, visit us at delta.com/flywithus. That's delta.com/flywithus. It's your time to climb with Delta.
September is back to school time and getting back into those daily routines. So why not add checking findmassmoney.gov to your routine? Check your name, friends, and family's names to see if you have money from unclaimed assets, like forgotten bank accounts, stock certificates, refund checks, utility companies, and more. They're holding over $3.4 billion in unclaimed property. And if you haven't checked in a few months, go now and look, because they're constantly updating the list. Findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
Make Hatfield a part of your back-to-school routine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hatfield makes it easy to create flavorful meals in minutes your whole family will enjoy. With a wide variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham and bacon, Hatfield provides delicious back-to-school meal solutions for your family's busy schedule. So before you head for the practice fields or rehearsal, find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for easy back-to-school recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hey, it's Justin Turner. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Yennier Cano, one of the great closers of late in the game. A mountain of a man. Not quite Felix Bautista big, but he's a monster on the mound. He's got a 4-run lead, so not a save situation. But this dude, who came over from the Twins last year for Lopez, has been awesome ever since he arrived in Baltimore. This year, 62 games, a 1.65 ERA. He is 6 for 11 in save chances. It'll be Verdugo, and then Devers and Rafaela, who pinch ran for Turner.
He's been a real find in that trade. Really hadn't done much before coming to the Orioles.
Here's Verdugo, who's got a single and a sac fly in the game. He takes a 97-mile-an-hour sinker, and it's 0-1.
There's no question who has the tallest and biggest 8th and 9th guys in the majors.
Yeah, the O's. The 0-1 is grounded it to the left side. Henderson scoops to his left. He's got it, and there's one away. How about this from Alex Spear, Rob? The Red Sox now with 19 hits in their history. The Red Sox, games where they have 19 or more hits, they are 169-3. Well, staring down the barrel of loss number 4. 13-9 Baltimore. Here's the pitch. Raffy takes a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
Devers is looking at the umpire like
Como?
with his grimmest face.
0-1 the pitch. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Stay tuned after this ball game with Cooper Boardman, who has been a warrior today.
Oh, my goodness.
Pre-game show, Sox talk for almost 2 hours.
His only miscue was his terrible take on bullpens.
As evidence today, the 0-2 pitch is crushed into the gap in right center field, and this is going to be extra bases for Raffy. It one-hops the Granite City sign, and Devers tools into second base with a one-out double. That's been one of the bright spots in this series. Devers has turned a corner, but unfortunately it's feeling like too little, too late. Not just today, I mean, but in this run for the Red Sox.
20 hits. 20 hits.
20.
If you get 20 hits, I don't know if you know this.
Win.
Science suggests you should win the game.
For Devers, that is double number 34. It's Raffy's first 4-hit game this season. He watches Rafaela try to bunt down the third baseline. They were playing back on him. Cedon batting for Turner. He pinch ran as the tying run Back in the 7th inning. The attendance brought to you by Citgo, whether you're off to the ballpark, dog park, or amusement park. Citgo top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline gets you where you're going. Near or far, start with Citgo. You're good to go. Casas on deck. Rafaela swings late and fouls a sinker back. You don't see this stuff in AAA, and it's 0-2.
No, that's for sure. And you look at as good as Cano is, Bautista is the usual closer, and they're hoping he's going to be okay. He's battling a little problem with his UCL.
Which are usually not little problems. 0-2 to Rafaela, the pitch. That is outside. Good take from the kid. That's what they're working on with him. Cano wanted it. It was definitely a ball, and it's 1-2. Rafaela's had a very nice start to his big league career. Play all over the place. 7 for his first 16. 1-2. Here it is. Way outside. He yanked a slider there, and it's 2-2. Casas on deck. The Red Sox would have to get Yoshida to the plate with one out as there is to bring the tying run up again. 13-9 Baltimore in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the pitch. Swinging a little dribbler out in front of the plate. Tough play for McCann. He barehands. He throws. Not in time. They call him out. I thought for sure Rafaela beat that throw. The Red Sox will certainly look to the video room. I thought he was safe easily to the naked eye.
They're going to look at it. They're absolutely going to look at it.
And at this point, there's no downside. He's definitely safe.
Goodness.
That's an awful call.
Terrible call. And it was almost to the point where I thought McCann might actually.
Boston is challenging the out call at first base.
They're challenging it, and it will be overturned almost immediately. You don't see many miss that egregiously at first base. I mean, Eric Bach is sort of on the backside of that play. I mean, that's the wheels from Rafaela creating something. And I guess that's just not that great of a position for Bach because he couldn't see the foot hit the bag before the ball hit the glove. This should not take any time at all, and here we go.
After review, the call's been overturned. The runner is safe. Boston retains his challenge.
I'll say this for these fans at Fenway. The many who have stayed here after a long rain delay, they get credit. They are still into this game and into this team.
They are. And there's a lot of Orioles fans here as well, but the Red Sox fans, as you heard from that overturn, they're still making their voices heard.
So now here's Casas again with 2 men aboard. Tristan is 0 for 5 in this game. He does have an RBI on a ground out in the 4th. He is not yet the tying run. That would be Yoshida, who's on deck. 13-9 in the 9th. Red Sox just keep getting off the mat. That's their 21st hit. Cano ready. The pitch is swung on and missed. That's a changeup. Casas sitting dead red, and it's 0-1. That was filthy from Cano. Devers at second, Rafaela at first. Tristan in an 0-1 count calls for time. Tristan digs back in, 0-1. Here's the pitch. That's low. No change. It will not surprise you that the Red Sox have had multiple 20-hit games in this season. 25 a couple of weeks ago in Houston. This isn't even their season best. Trailing 13-9, 1-1 to Casas. Here's the pitch. Inside and low.
Yeah, they keep listing it as changeup, 92-mile-an-hour changeup.
Usually that's a splitter. And here, Cano. Looking at the grip, it didn't look like a fork ball. It is just a straight change. 2-1. Hitters count for Casas. Yoshida, the tying run on deck. With 1 out in the 9th. Here's the pitch. Tristan takes a ball. Ooh. Another change. It was low, and it's 3-1.
So 4 straight changeups.
You would think that, I mean, with the tying run on deck, Cano would like to challenge Casas here. Can he turn one around? 3-1. Here's the pitch. That is outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded, and for the third straight inning, the Red Sox will bring the tying run to the plate in the form, this time, of Masataka Yoshida.
And I tell you what, not a bad matchup. You got a guy who, despite all those changeups, I mean, he still throws hard. And Yoshida, one of the best fastball hitters in the game.
I thought the Orioles were out of mound visits. I mean, they've used all 5, and yet McCann is on the mound, Chris Holt is on the mound. They're out of visits in the 9th inning, and yet they use one here. That doesn't make much sense to me. What's the point of having the rule? How about that? The chance of Yoshida, who tonight is 3 for 4. So here's the Macho Man, who's got 15 homers and 68 driven in. Trevor Story would be next. Loaded up with 1 down. Here's Massa. The pitch is inside. He doesn't have it right now, Cano. He's missing wildly, and it's 1-0. That was 98 to Yoshida.
In case people forgot, Yoshida does have a flair for the dramatic. Go back to the WBC, the home run he had there.
He also has 2 grand slams this year. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul down the left field line, out of play. And it's 1-1. The Red Sox as a team with 8 grand slams, 2 for Urias on consecutive pitches, and 2 for this man. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And that's low. And outside a changeup, and it's 2-1.
Boy, he's wearing out that pitch, isn't he?
Now Chris Martin is up and warming in the Red Sox bullpen. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Yoshida swings and drives one high and deep down the left field line. Toward the pole, it slices foul. Just to the left of the Fisk pole. That was so close to Yoshida's 3rd slam in a tie game.
What do you think? 10, 15 feet to the left of the pole?
Two and 2. They lead at every base. Here's the pitch. Swinging a soft ground ball back to the mound. Cano to home for 1. Relay to first. 2. No! They say he's safe. Yoshida beats it out to keep the game going. Now you wonder whether the Orioles might want to look at this. Yoshida running as hard as possible down the line. He just beats it out. And so the Red Sox will have 1 last crack with the tying run at the plate in the form of Trevor Story. Not hit hard enough for the double play to end the game. And here is Story. So Devers erased at the plate. Trevor, 2 for 5 today. Loaded up with 2 down. Last crack for Story. Here's the pitch. Swing and a high fly foul. He looked geared up for a fastball, but a little late on it. At 97 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Orioles 13, Red Sox 9. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. 0-1 to Story. Here's the pitch. Check swing, slider, missed outside. He did hold up, and it's 1-1. One and 1 to Story. Here's the pitch. Trevor swings and fouls it off, and the Red Sox are down to their last strike.
And now he's coming back with fastballs. All those lefty hitters, a lot of changeups, coming back with fastball against the righty.
2 down in the ninth. Bases loaded and 1-2 to Story. Cano is ready. And the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a foul down the right field side. Into the upper deck. Found an empty seat. There are more of those now than, say, 5 hours ago when this game was supposed to begin.
People on their feet, though. They're having a good time.
It would go absolutely bonkers if Story delivers. Party crowd tonight. 1-2. And McCann is telling Cano to step off. That's pretty smart there by James McCann. In that case, as the pitch timer's winding down, it's better to use one of your disengagements than to get hit with the automatic ball. 1-2. Here it is. And a swing and a line drive down the right field line. This is toward the corner, and it is a fair ball into the corner. The bases will be not cleared as Yoshida is held at third. 2 runs have scored. It's a 2-run double for Story. I don't know how he kept it fair, but the Red Sox are within 2, and they've got the tying runs in scoring position for Wilger Abreu.
Well, Story just kept fouling balls off. Those fastballs going the other way, and finally he straightens ones out enough so it's fair. And I tell you what, Will, if he elevated that just a little bit, I mean, if you get that up about 3 feet, it's hitting the pole.
And tying the game.
Holy that was amazing.
Smokes. And here now is Wilger Abreu, who is 4 for 4 in the game. Tying runs at second and third. Here's the pitch. Abreu takes the ball. Changeup down and in, and it's 1-0. What a moment this is for the rookie. And what a remarkable effort this is from the Red Sox offense. They just keep getting off the mat. 1-0 the pitch. Check swing, strike called, and a fastball on the outside corner. And it's 1-1.
I don't think you can appreciate how close that was to a home run.
Hit the padded wall. Just beneath the pole. 1-1. 2 down in the ninth. Tying runs at second and third. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. A base hit. Story is held at third. Abreu scores the run to make it 13-12. And even with the speed of Story, Carlos Febles, with 2 outs in the ninth, holds him at third. It's 13-12. I thought that was far enough away from the outfielder to take a chance. They don't, but the Red Sox keep on going. Wilger Abreu is 5 for 5.
And that was a definitive hold by Febles right there. I mean, he was not going to let him have a chance. He didn't get way down the line like you see a lot of third base coaches do. And you see Story round, and he held it up. Right, Story was getting to the bag just as the fielder was getting the ball.
So now first and third, the winning run is on base. What a night for Wilger Abreu. And now a huge spot for Enmanuel Valdez. Story, who can fly, would tie the game on almost anything past the catcher. And with this guy's changeup and slider and heavy fastball, that could be a huge factor. Story leading away at third. Henderson is way off the line at third for this left-handed hitter. 13-12. The pitch is way outside. Fastball at 97, and it's 1-0.
And Valdez has to settle down. He's had some big at-bats where he's overswung a little bit.
1-0. Sox have scored 3. Tying run at third, winning run at first. Story scampers down the line. The 1-0 swing and a foul straight back on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 1-1.
I tell you what, they are shifting Valdez pretty significantly.
He's singled, he's doubled. He's twice struck out. He's 2 for 5. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Outside. Sinking fastball, and it's 2-1. Connor Wong is out on deck. (13-12) Baltimore. 2 down in the bottom of the ninth. What a game. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a drive into left field, but it hangs up. Hayes comes in, he makes the play, and the comeback comes up just short. Red Sox fight, but they fall. 13-12 is the score. Orioles have won this series, and the Red Sox will need Brian Bayo to salvage the finale. The Red Sox leave the tying run at third, Rob Bradford, in the bottom of the ninth, and you can't say enough about how much fight the offense had tonight.
A ton of fight, and they just kept coming and coming and coming. It was just too bad because there were so many times where the Orioles just kept adding on, and Red Sox just were not able to stop the Orioles from coming. But you come down to that last inning. I mean, we talked about how they viewed this series. That was, at least from the offensive end, that was putting all your cards on the table. 23 hits, 12 runs, still come up short.
That was an absolutely wild game. I do think in the end, you understand the decision to hold Story at third because it was kind of that close of a situation where Trevor is getting to the bag as the ball gets to Hayes out in left field. He does have a good throwing arm, but there are times with 2 outs, Rob, with your best base runner where you just say to the other team, make a perfect play with 2 outs. Let's see if we can tie the game.
Yeah, and another thing I think you factor in, and listen, for Carlos Feblis, this was a debatable one. It could have gone either way, but one of the things I think in hindsight you might factor in is that Valdez is a young player, and yeah, he had a couple hits, but it's not like you have Justin Turner coming up. So it might have been worth a chance, but as you said, you have Story getting to the bag just as Hayes is getting the ball. He made a decent throw. It wasn't a great throw, a decent throw. We'll never know.
Well, and it was such a great moment for Abreu. What a night for him, Rob.
My
He goes 5 for 5 and just kept on getting big hits. That, in so many ways, is the best takeaway of this whole game.
Yeah, I think Wilger Abreu is surfacing as one of the best stories of September so far for the Red Sox. And, we talk about, we look over the Yankees and Jason Dominguez and some of these other young players. Well, let's start talking about Wilger Abreu a little bit, right?
He deserves a lot of credit here tonight. Just for what it's worth, I'm sending Trevor Story right there. When the kid gets the hit, you got to take a chance.
I am too, but I don't think it was so egregious, or you say absolutely.
No, I agree with that. Just given what had happened, the Red Sox get one big hit after the next in that ninth inning. The young rookie comes through with your fastest runner and 2 outs. I'm giving the green light.
Let's be honest. We all wanted to see the drama at home plate,
my
right?
Goodness. However, this crazy, insane, bonkers game ends in a loss, and now the Red Sox, with 20 games to go, are 7 back in the wild card race. 13-12 O's. Totals and post-game show next in the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. This is your Delta Airlines flight attendant speaking. On behalf of your Delta crew, we're excited to announce we're growing our flight attendant team.
You can learn more about our opportunities at our flight attendant info session right here in Providence on September